Good morning, Chatty House.
Oh, I got you.
Look who I brought to
today.
Hello. Oh, I hit myself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
hold on. I got you. My
Yeah,
bad.
don't worry about that.
Don't touch Sean. I already changed my name. See that?
Oh.
Sean's ready to go.
Yeah, brother.
You can we can unmute you and you can do the Lou Gehrig speech.
Today, I consider myself. No, I'm not doing that.
What's going on, everybody? I see Michigan in here, Warren's in here, Wheezy, Zabo, John Poles, Drew
What's up,
Down.
Chatty House?
Well, there's a lot of you fellas already up in here. Nick V, hello. Johnny G, if I did not already say Johnny G.
What's up, Johnny G?
Lotus Prime, Rust Dog. It's good to see everybody this morning. Spectre, Casey Tucker Band, hello. In my coach Chrissy era got the belt. Nice. Hopefully I caught everybody. If I missed you, sorry. It happens. Oh, there's Miss Mac. Yo, what's happening? Loki Trickster. Mark Souza. What's going on, everybody?
Sousa, is it like the tequila?
Some Souza?
Sousa? Is that spelled
Maybe.
that way? I don't even see it. Oh, I see
SOUSA.
it. Oh, no, I think it's a Z.
I think it is a Z. Yeah. Hello, Spencer. David.
Do I sound like I just woke up?
I don't think so, Sean. I think you sound perfectly fine.
Great.
We've got a
What's up,
rundown,
everybody?
which we won't follow.
No.
We've
Look
got
at all this nonsense.
There's. I'm always prepared, Sean.
Spontaneity at its finest.
You know what's funny is I don't do this for the King's Beat podcast.
Nope.
What, a rundown?
Yeah.
Trust me, we can tell.
No.
There's no
I-
organization.
It's just all vibes.
I've done that a few times, but
All right.
welcome into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, we have Sean Cunningham from KCRA3. What's going on, Sean?
Hi, James. Hi, Chatty House. Hi, fellas. Hi, folks, ladies.
Hi, everybody. Welcome into the Insiders. We're, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We're on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2. You can join us in the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You can find us on Twitch. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us in the future as a podcast under the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. We are everywhere all the time. Find us and listen, watch, do whatever if you don't mind.
Do whatever.
Yeah.
A little overexposed.
They're
I mean, there's you can find him anywhere.
You can't. Who, me?
Yeah, you everywhere, bro.
I'm everywhere.
Yeah,
It seems like you're everywhere.
Yes, I tend to be.
We have Jesse Tapia joining us today. Of course, he is in the glass bubble on the other side.
Back into my studio.
You're back. You feel more comfortable over there?
Oh, yeah, I guess,
Oh, you're feeling it now. It seems like
What?
that you're good now. Like, because normally I feel like you feel like that's your space.
Yeah, like this is still like my space because like I'll like it's 10 o'clock right here. I won't leave here till about 6 o'clock
Oh, that's
unless I need to walk out to use the restroom or whatever. Like I'm just work, whatever. So yeah, it's fine. But sitting in that chair is kind of comfortable too. Kick the legs up a bit,
Yeah, that's right.
Where do you do that at?
Let's
Find that.
I'll shine on
down below. There's
a little.
legs.
I'm
there's
dangling. I'm
stools.
down like a kid on a toilet right now.
No.
My feet can't even touch the ground.
This is Mac 10 asking if we got hoodie, Jesse. No, I went with black long sleeve today, so no hoodie today.
There we go.
It's gonna be warm.
It is going to be warm. This is not hoodie weather. It's supposed to hit 100 today right here in Sacramento.
Triple digits. For the first time in the summer. I'm the weird one because I kind of like it, and I'm gonna do some of the concert activities tonight, like outside concert activities. There's concerts in the park. Kate Renata's here. You got all these different.
Yeah, we've got concerts in the park.
API one going on, so I'm gonna try to bounce to try and get to 3 different ones if I can.
Oh, look at Sean being all
Summertime
into his concert stuff. I'm excited about the 100-degree weather because it warms up the lake. Because right now the lake, you can dive in, but you get about 4 feet down, and it's not warm anymore. It's like, oh no, that's cold.
Well, especially up at that elevation.
It's only 1,800 feet of elevation. It's not that bad.
And about 10 minutes from the Nevada border. if I'm
No,
not
it's not
mistaken.
that. It's not that far.
James
Sean.
Ham up in the mountains.
Yeah, mountain man.
I think it might have taken me less time to get here than it took you to get here.
What about the Ham Navy? Like, where do you which boat will you be on this weekend?
I will be on the big boat, but the big boat, we had to remove
yacht.
all the front seats because they all went bad. Shout out to a certain retailer here in the Rockland area that sold me my boat and won't honor a 10-year warranty on the seats.
Huh.
That went bad after 3 years. But won't honor.
We're not
that
even
warranty.
halfway in. You got to honor that at least. We're not even halfway past, like halfway in.
No, it's going to cost me over $4,000 to get just the front seats redone.
Want to shout him out?
No,
No,
I'm not
it's not
going
ethical.
to. Maybe we will at the break. But yeah, shout out to those people who have decided to not even like discuss a warranty.
No, that's
Like-
wild. 3 years in, yeah.
It's crazy.
On a 10-year warranty is crazy, yeah.
Yeah, just nothing. Just like, nope, sorry, they turned it down. They said user error.
Maybe,
Like,
yeah, you maybe
user
avoided
error.
it.
It's a boat. It sits on the water.
It
Like,
floats.
what are you supposed to do?
Mm.
Yeah.
Hate to
So
see it. They're like, oh, you know, it's cosmetic.
So the boat looks really weird right now. It looks like it has like a dance floor because like these big giant like cushion seats are gone. So we pulled everything. So we're for the next like probably 2 or 3 weeks we'll have to have some chairs. We'll just have like, you know.
You don't watch SNL, do you?
Of course. Well, I don't watch it religiously like you do.
Yes. Okay. Do you know about the guy that just bought a boat? The guy that has a boat? Like the guy that comes on SNL. It's usually Mikey Day.
Well, yeah, I can imagine. He's like, you know, don't buy a boat, have a friend with a boat.
No,
I'm the
it's
friend with the boat.
You need to watch. You just familiarize yourself. You'll see it, and
Okay.
then you'll probably slap me next time you see me.
There is nothing better than like just sitting out on the water and hanging out and just chilling on a Saturday afternoon.
I
like so.
get it, man. I
Yeah.
get it.
So,
That privileged life.
Sean, you just
Yeah.
got back from Bottle Rock.
Oh man, yes, I did. It was funny because I walked in to the studio here, and I heard 2 songs right out of the gate because there's many different radio stations in this building. The first one was a Marilyn Manson song, which was like that's what you want to hear when you walk into a lobby.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that one, but then I heard a Benson Boone song, who I just saw at Bottle Rock, and it's rare because I mean, you know, that's my favorite vacation festival experience every year. Like it's appointment. I
Yeah.
book it. My tickets will be booked by the end of the month for next year, even before the lineup is even built. And more times than not, because I always tell people I don't care who's on the lineup because it's just vibes. Like Napa,
yeah.
Memorial Day weekend, the tip off of summer, the weather is immaculate. It doesn't usually get hotter than like 80 degrees. It was, you know, in the 70s down there. It was just incredible. And most people I've seen before, which is fine. But seeing like Benson Boone was a different experience. I hadn't seen him before, and
Okay.
I know he's incredibly popular right now. Noah Khan is another one. So yeah, it was. I'm still basking in the afterglow of that festival. I feel like I'm still, even though it was a little bit of a short week for me, work week for me. So I felt like, you know, I'm back to the grind, but my goodness, what a time. I'm always trying to recruit people. So Jesse, James, you guys got to come down.
I've only been to one ever concert, 50 Cent at
There you go.
in Mountain View or whatever. I got to go to more. Do you have a bucket list concert still? Because I know you're the concert guy out here.
Yeah, man. So okay, yes, thank you for asking.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh.
Let's get into
there's
his Friday.
several. I've actually never seen Beyonce, and that's not by it's not on purpose. I mean, her ticket prices are obviously pretty high. I would love to go see her, but I think the bucket list for me right now is Oasis, and I'm gonna check that box later this year.
Oh, did you get tickets yet or no?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
I'm
cost
going
you.
to LA. No, not really.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because so I had a friend of mine who was able to hop on very, very early before things, because they did some like, but my thing is it's probably going to remain a bucket list item because I think the brothers are going to break up again. So Liam and Noel stay together for the concert purpose alone so I can go to this. But no, I have no faith that they'll still remain simpatico and be able to, you know, play a nice 2 shows in Los Angeles in September.
Yeah. All right. Well, we do have some actual news to talk about.
Yeah,
I guess we could talk
I
about
guess we could.
the Sacramento Kings, right? Sean, of course, is one of my partners on the Kings Beat podcast. If you are not familiar with that, go to thekingsbeat.com or go to youtube.com, Kingsbeat, and you can see all of our glorious work there. Sean, the Sacramento Kings have added more to their coaching staff this morning.
That's good. They need that.
Yeah. So Chris Darnell
Okay.
is the first name that we heard this morning. That, of course, came from Chris Haynes, our friend Chris Haynes. He is joining the staff. He has a long history of working in video rooms and scouting with the Cavs and the Suns. Last year, he was the head coach of the Cleveland Charge or the Canton Charge. I'm not sure what exactly they call them, but the Charge of the G League. Just that's the first name that we saw pop up this morning. Then this morning, I was able to confirm that the Kings have also added Mike Miller, a longtime NBA assistant, not Mike Miller, the former Rookie of the Year.
Some of us might have been confused about that this morning.
Yeah.
Not the Florida Gator,
Orlando
not the former
Magic,
champion,
Memphis Grizzlies,
not the agent,
Miami Heat.
Yeah.
But a longtime assistant. And Mike Miller has a really interesting crossover with, he was with the Knicks while Scott Perry was there. He actually was the interim head coach before Mike Woodson got the job, right? Or Mike Woodson came in as an assistant. Sorry. So that's another assistant that the Kings have brought in. And then Paul Jesperson is also joining the staff as a director of player development. Sort of Dutch Gately's role from 2 years ago, or Jawad Williams last year. Somebody who's an assistant, but also in charge of sort of making a game plan for all of the young prospects and the young players, and trying to hit benchmarks and trying to develop a plan for a strategic plan. Strategery. There we go. Strategic plan for these guys. Is that all that makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, the one that gets me the most excited, I mean, certainly you got to build out your staff, but Mike Miller has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and I think that coupled with Mike Woodson, and you've got a good mixture of young and old now. I think and who knows if they add some more to the roster itself. I would imagine a couple more. But I think they're checking a lot of boxes. And so when I heard that list, the one that immediately leapt off the page was Mike Miller, because of just his experience alone, both in college, NBA, former G League Coach of the Year. I mean, he's kind of seen it all. I've talked about the importance of needing to add someone with head coaching experience. Mike Woodson obviously checks that box, but Mike Miller does as well. Even the G League coach that they brought in, you've got some of that as well. Obviously, Bobby Jackson has some G League experience as a head coach as well. But NBA head coaching is where it's at. And him having been an interim head coach, I know it's not, maybe the head coaching experience that people want to see, like a Nate McMillan or a Scotty Brooks that's down in LA, but this is their version of that, and it's a wealth of experience. He's well known throughout the league, and they're lucky it's not the Mike Miller, the player, because this Mike Miller is a very X's and O's driven coach, and is very well respected throughout the league.
Yeah, he is well respected throughout the league. He spent the last 3 years with the Washington Wizards, working on that staff. I also he's not the former player, and Mike Miller is about as common a name as you're going to find. So
John Johnson.
I'm like, who exactly is this? Hang on, wait, which Mike Miller is this? But yeah, somebody on Twitter, I'm not gonna shout out a name, but he says, I hope Doug really knows what he's doing and he's not just hiring his friends. I only see one hire so far that is Doug Christie's friend, and that's Bobby Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's familiarity, right? I think there's a difference between a former teammate. Does Darius Sangala end up on this roster as another former teammate? I don't know that happens still. I had always heard that was a person of interest, and I know that report had been out there. But whether that happens or not, I don't think there's many that come in here that aren't necessarily familiar with Doug. Doug is a guy that's known well throughout the NBA, given his just his experience as a player, a luminary, if you will. I mean, there's so much respect there for Doug, and obviously having been in the media game for the past several years before becoming a coach, exposes him to some people, and he's had the want and the drive, and the NBA is a small community. The coaching community is even smaller.
Yeah.
And so through agents and through marketing opportunities, Doug Christie is going to be well known to a lot of people. So, but you're right. I think the friend aspect, the one that's like, I'm hiring my buddy, but also not. I mean, let's face it. I mean, Bobby Jackson has experience. He was on Rick Adelman's bench at one point. He's gone to Philadelphia and been on his bench. He's been to Sacramento several times.
Yeah.
So there's experience there. So it comes with that friendship, but it's another person that brings a wealth of knowledge, wealth of experience, and let's face it, these are former players too that can relate to today's athletes.
That's not necessarily uncommon, right? Like a head coach maybe bringing on someone he's familiar with. I think Doc Rivers and Sam Cassell were tight for a while, like following each other and all that stuff until Sam went his separate ways and all that stuff. So it's not like uncommon, right?
No,
not at all. No, in fact, it's what you want. I mean, a coach wants to bring in people that he can trust and who rely on and have a tight room. You want that more than being assigned a head coach. Now, there are circumstances where you do get assigned a head coach if you don't have maybe the connections that a lot of other people do. But when you're filling out a staff, you want to have a good mixture, but obviously you lean on those that you can trust for sure.
Yeah, we've had this conversation. I think Luke Walton, when he was in LA, got this really bad rap for bringing in his friends, right? And he had a bunch of guys that he had either gone to college with or Laker teammates and whatever. Then when he got to Sacramento, he decided that he couldn't do that again. He brought in Jesse Mermes, which is one of the guys that he had coached with in LA, who was again with him at Arizona. And so he had some familiarity, but then the rest of the staff was all people he didn't know. And it was awkward. It was awkward for the first 2 years. And they kept switching coaches because it just the whole staff didn't feel like it was connected. And it's partially because they didn't have a connection. So having guys that have connections around the league and have connections with each other is a good thing, because if the players are one big family, the coaching staff is even tighter than that. The coaching staff has to spend so much time, not just hanging out and going to practice and stuff, but also game planning and coming up with solutions, problem solving on the fly at all times. And so I think it is good that you're having some sort of group of this got some cohesion. Of course, there are other coaches that are still here in Sacramento that didn't leave. We've got Leandro Barbosa's back.
Right.
It looks like Dip is back. Depeche Mystery.
Yeah.
There's one other there. Jimmy Alapag, from what I know, is back.
Jimmy Alapag, yeah. He obviously he was his first year on staff last year, and had that G League tie from the Stockton Kings the year before. Was an assistant with Bobby Jackson, so there's some definite familiarity there.
That was 2 years of Jimmy. Here in Sacramento.
Yeah, because he also assisted Lindsey Harding when Bobby left.
Yeah. So, and one of the all-time nice guys, and his kids are spectacular. And watching
one of his kids is a baller.
Watching his son sit there and do fall away, step back, James Harden moves at age 7, just doesn't miss
buckets. He's draining everything. Yeah. It's wild because Ben Simmons was on one end of the court, which is a little bit of.
Well, that's
unintentional
not very nice,
comedy as it is when you watch him warm up and the camera kind of
Tristan Thompson's on the other side.
And then you see this little 3-foot kid and he's just draining.
Every single shot he takes goes up and right over the rim. Yeah, that's absolutely spectacular. All right, Sean, we're going to step aside. We've got to pay the bills.
Okay.
We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. Sean Cunningham's joining me today. We got Jesse Tapia on the 1s and 2s behind the glass. We'll be back in just a minute. And, of course, we're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. Okay, I don't know how long breaks are. That's all right. Yeah, everybody's on there. If you need me to kill both mics and we can have...
no, you're good. I was going to mention, I was like, oh, yeah, and Luke Walton's staff got completely discombobulated because he couldn't bring in Brian Shaw, which is in addition to Mermes, who he really wanted.
They wouldn't pay the money, right?
Couldn't meet his price. Well, yeah, sure. Right in front of my face. Oh, straight up. Got you. Hold on. I can move this nonsense right here. Does that work?
Oh, yeah. Seems all right.
How are we? Good? Okay. It's all good.
I'm gonna pull this.
I feel bad, dude. Jesse should be here next to me. That'd be fun.
Oh, it's all good. Damien's out today, so we got a lot of behind the scenes stuff we got to handle today.
Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you tell Kenny that he doesn't need to come in for the handoff?
Why?
Because I know he's here by himself.
I got you.
Yeah, we'll just hang with you and me and Sean.
Sounds good.
Get to see Kenny. That sucks.
No, you'll see him. I want to pull this up. Dirk Corti.
Hi, Dirk.
Sean, in your podcast during the season, you indicated that there were more stories to come out about dysfunction of the Kings organization as soon as the offseason hit. It's been over a month.
Well, the offseason isn't even here yet. I mean, it's here for the Kings, but the NBA season hasn't even ended yet.
Yeah.
Hang tight, buddy.
Hang tight.
Hang tight.
And then
Who was your favorite Bottle Rock headliner? Like, oh, you mean of all time?
And then once the stories hit, don't get. I mean, you're gonna get angry. So
Oh, okay. Top of my head with that. Actually, Pharrell was incredible. Florence and the Machine was the most unexpected because I was like, oh, I like her voice, but I wasn't like totally familiar, so that was kind of like a religious experience. Bruno Mars was wild. Yeah, that was really good. Oh, it's been a lot.
Wait, did you go see Foo Fighters?
I've seen Foo Fighters many times. I saw them twice at Bottle Rock. I was there because they pulled the plug at 10, so I was so close that when they pulled the plug halfway through Everlong, I could still hear it. But the people way in the back, like, no, they couldn't.
We went to the concert here in Sacramento before Taylor Hawkins.
Oh yeah, I was there. Me and Enoch went to that.
Oh,
that was a lot of fun.
Nice. Yeah. I got stuck sitting next to this crazy dude,
and
it ruined the entire concert. To be honest with you, first of all, he wouldn't face the stage; he just kept facing me and singing loud and kept yelling, "This is my church! This is my church!" with his hands raised in the air.
It's like I said, religious experience. These concerts.
I really came super close to punching him in the face multiple times. I did. He would not
You were drinking, weren't you?
No, he was standing right next to me and would not go away.
That's when you get the usher. You tell the usher. Hey.
So I went and I sat on the back of my seat. He sat next to me again.
He loved you.
So on the right, my wife and then my buddy and his wife and like we're all trying to take in a concert. I've never had another person just like creep me out and would not go away for an entire concert. We did also. We had a weird situation when we would see Stevie Nicks. This like very strange lady sat next to my wife. And then got all emotional watching Stevie Nicks and was just bawling the whole time.
Bro, what's going on at these concerts?
Maybe you shouldn't come to Bottle Rock with me.
She started like grabbing my wife's hand, and my wife's like looking at me like, I don't even know what's happening over here. Then she grabs my wife's glass of wine and starts drinking my wife's wine. And I'm like, all right, what's happening?
Am I getting punked?
This has gone too far.
Dude, Stevie Nicks and Billy Joel were together, and then they had to cancel that because of his brain thing that he's got going on.
Oh yeah,
but that would have been a bucket list. I haven't seen Billy Joel. I'm a huge Billy Joel fan.
Yeah,
if you sit next to the Hams at a concert, you may have a spiritual experience.
Yeah, or something else.
Yeah, just weird.
And I wanted to get down to the Kendrick Lamar and SZA in San Francisco. I missed out on that. I gotta find a way to get to that show. James, would you go to that?
So which show?
SZA and Kendrick Lamar.
No.
Okay.
When is that? Tonight?
I think it was last night.
Yeah, that's when Kyle was at yesterday.
No, Kyle's there.
Oh, he did. Oh, Kyle got to go.
Yeah, well, that he just
he's on his K-pop
Stray
tour.
Kids. So he went to see Stray Kids in Seattle, and then Stray Kids in the city, and then he had Kendrick tickets, and then I think he's got a wedding. You know what? The Dave Yeager rumors, like like he's still in Milwaukee because Doc Rivers is still there.
Have I ever seen a Sade concert? No, I have not. She doesn't tour a lot. She came to Sacramento once, and I was like at Arco, and I didn't get to go. I bet it was wild though.
Yeah. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Sean Cunningham from KCRA 3.
Hi.
How is KCRA 3 live going?
It's great. I want to get up in that helicopter so bad.
Oh, you're going to get to do that?
No, they won't let me in that.
Oh, come on.
No, that's not my job. But I was telling someone today, I was like, dude, I remember when they would fly it over high school football games. My thing is that I would want to go up once wearing like all the gear.
Like
I would wear but I'd even wear like a life preserver just in case. Like you're in the air, but like leave no,
go full Marty McFly.
Yeah. I got to be prepared just in case. But I'd wear everything, 2 helmets if you could. But I'd only want to do it like one time. I just want just one time, and then I can say I did it. And move on.
Sean's gonna learn very quickly that you can't say things and get away with it in the chatty house.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I know what I said.
Yeah.
No regrets.
So it'll happen. No regrets.
No regrets.
Yeah.
Shout out if you know that.
Of course, we are the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. Thanks for joining us. And of course, Jesse Tapia is sitting there working diligently behind the glass. The New York Knicks staved off elimination last night to force a Game 6. A 111-94 win, pretty convincing. Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns have actually been tremendous in this series. They just don't seem to have enough to compete with the offensive juggernaut that is the Indiana Pacers. Where are you at with the series? Because I'm kind of like, it feels like I still think Indiana has control. But
you think?
I mean, they're up 3-2. They're up what 3-2, right? Yeah.
I mean, do you have any faith that the Knicks are going to win 3 straight?
No.
I
mean, now they just have to win 2 straight. But...
I mean, I was having some conversations about this series, and the thing that I was really looking forward to last night was, all right, you got a 3-1 series lead as Indiana. You're going into the Garden. Are you gonna have any let up? And I agree with what Pascal Siakam said last night. You just got outplayed. That's basketball. But it kind of showed a little bit of a lack of killer instinct, maybe going for the jugular. Kind of showed a little bit of let up and relax that I didn't like. Look, the score isn't as indicative. I mean, it was a competitive game from a score standpoint, but I didn't think it was competitive at all, if that makes sense. Like,
no, I'm with you.
There was such a lack of interest in that game from an Indiana standpoint that, to me, they just went through the motions. Maybe the first quarter was what it was, but I just felt like they kind of tricked it off, and they're just looking to maybe, we'll just close out in Indiana on Saturday. Now, the caveat to the other part to that is with the Knicks, it's like Jalen Brunson, and this is the quintessential where I point to people all the time. Points don't always matter. Like, if you look at Jalen Brunson's stat line, you're like, oh, this guy's been scoring. He's been having a good series. Wrong. Like, did he show up? He's been efficient in some games. I think the last 2 were pretty bad, but their like net rating is better with him off the floor than it is with him on the floor. And I think it's incumbent upon that coaching staff to figure out a lineup that works. And I think, a lot of that goes into what the Pacers are doing to him, but he looks kind of lost. I mean, I don't know. I think he played better last night, but he had a group of guys that had, I think everyone played. I mean, Cat was incredible. I mean, it's just what they did from a physicality standpoint, a defensive standpoint was great. Probably the best they looked all series, but Indiana didn't look like they wanted to be there at all.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because what we saw in the game, Game 5 of the OKC Minnesota series was a team that just walked in the door and smacked down a team and ended a series. Yeah. And I thought we might see that from Indiana because, again, they kind of showed you the path, right? Minnesota just like collapsed. They were down 26-9 after the first quarter. They were down like 65-32 at the half. And I expected something like that, not a full on just crushing defeat by the Knicks because they are at home and they, like all the stars came out. But I did expect to see Indiana play better. And it was like Siakam showed up and no one else. It was really weird. I mean, he's the only one who scored in double figures in the starting lineup. Like Tyrese Halliburton scored 8 points in 32 minutes.
We were calling Tyrese Halliburton a superstar the other day, and it's like you can't come into Game 5 or whatever and only take 7 shots being the leader of that team either.
No,
like you have to be like at the forefront. Miles Turner only took 3s. Like Sean said, these guys just were going through the motions, I guess.
I mean, and the other thing is too is, and James, you know this, and I think people who've listened to on the podcast enough, I'm not a plus minus guy like at all. I think it's not indicative of you as a player, but it's indicative of what happened in that game. There was just, you have so many guys that were like minus 20 throughout the entire game. That was just, and even beyond that was just not good. So, but look, I mean, to your point about like the Thunder had a game in that series where, Minnesota, like you mentioned, like they just go and throttle them. Every series seems to sometimes have moments like this, but never at any point did I think that the Thunder had let up. They got beat handedly, and they were not in that game. But to me, they just felt different with Indiana. Like I was like, to me, it's like, no, you left the door open. At no point did I think that the Thunder left the door open for the Wolves to come in here and turn the series around. Now, what's going to be the pucker factor if they lose on their home floor? And now they've opened the door. Again, I'm not betting on the Knicks to win 3 straight, but don't let them get to a Game 7.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I think it's been like the playoffs have been fun. Like I'm okay. I know there's a lot of people. Oh, I don't know about watching an OKC Indiana like final. I'm here for it. Like I think it's going to be such good basketball. Like, and that's all I want. I just want good basketball. I mean, if like the team that you're covering or the team that you pull for out there, if you're a Sacramento Kings fan, like you can have your players that you like. Like if you're a Tyrese Halliburton fan, that's fine. If you're not, that's fine. But at the end of the day, if you're a basketball fan, you should still be pulling for just good basketball. And I think the best basketball in a finals would probably be Indiana versus OKC.
Yeah, it's the executives and people who worry about ratings and want big markets to watch. And I mean, I'm not hoop fans don't care about that. They're dismissive of that. I mean, all they want to see is competitive product, and that's if you are a a fan that even if you're a Kings fan or Warriors fan or whatever Clippers fan, like if your team's gone, you're still watching the game. I know people that are like, oh, once my team's out, I'm not watching, and that's never made sense to me. But I'm going to be watching. I'll be tuned in. And yeah, I'm rooting for the best possible matchup. And I thought it would be, to me, first of all, I don't think anyone's touching the Thunder anyway.
No.
So even if I don't care which team advances, I don't think it's going to be competitive NBA Finals. So,
I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah.
Like they feel inevitable. Like they just feel like they're so much better than everybody else right now, and the depth of the team.
Yeah.
Although Indiana has great depth, they have, again, the randos that can beat you on any given night. The Benedict Mathurin's, the TJ McConnells, like these guys that all of a sudden you're like, hey, I didn't expect 20 from that guy tonight.
The randos is their bench mob.
Yeah.
That's to the Kings. They should embrace that.
No, I think so too.
T-shirts.
Yeah. Well, there were T-shirts. Like, I don't think you don't just steal another team's marking bench mob. We're the bench mob.
No, just call them randos. We're the randos.
Yeah, we're the randos. Well, yeah. I also think Oklahoma City has a ton of randos. They do.
They've got a bunch of dogs. What they have.
Yeah.
And there's a huge difference. I mean, those guys, they have a collection of players that teams covet.
Mm-hmm.
Length, athleticism, physicality, guys that team aspect. They don't have to be number one options. And it's built like such a team. Like we talk about all the time, young teams typically don't win, and they fly in the face of all that.
They do,
and the Pacers kind of do too. I mean, it's not like they're an old team. I mean, they're a pretty young team. Like you got to be pretty excited about their future beyond this year. So, yeah, lately you see these teams kind of built in certain ways that I know make Kings fans very envious.
Yeah, I wonder, like you talk about Indiana being a team that's all of a sudden could repeat this. I mean, the second year in a row they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. It's kind of like Minnesota, or except for Minnesota, we can kind of see the end is like right upon them because of their salary cap situation and because of their free agent class this summer. And you're looking at them like, well, I don't think you're going to be able to sustain this. Where Indiana feels totally sustainable, at least for right now. Like they might have to make difficult decisions on a guy like Benedict Mathurin, but outside of that, there isn't a lot of other decisions that they have to make. They got a lot of guys. They've got a lot of guys under contract.
Team-friendly contracts.
Yeah, they've built a smart and efficient roster, and the same thing with OKC. Like OKC is built to win like 5 titles in a row. I don't think they're going to win 5 titles in a row, but they're built to at least be in the Western Conference Finals or the NBA Finals for the next 5 or 6 years. They're really, really like not just built, but built for sustainability. Sean, we had this weird thing that happened yesterday, day before. The Kings are out of the California Classic, and the event is going to continue in the Bay Area this year. The Kings intend to dive back into the California Classic next year, where they will host. Where are you at with this? Because to me, it really does feel like much ado about nothing.
Well, what do you mean? Like, yeah, I don't think, yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's fine. But I think a fan, I mean, Summer League basketball in Sacramento, since they made the California Classic, people turn up for it. This is for a team that doesn't have postseason success, and let's face it, like not a lot. There's things to do, but from a basketball standpoint, you go a few months where you've got, or 2 months really, where you've got playoff basketball. You get into the Summer League stuff. People went to Summer League, they go to it. Chase Center, with respect, when they host it, there's a day that it sits empty. No one goes.
That's weird.
They don't open it to the public. It's 2 days for the public, and then the third day, nope. Because people don't go. They don't.
In the Bay Area, they don't go. Here, they do.
And LA, I don't think, they don't want it. I mean, maybe with the Intuit Dome, it might be something, but that place is going to be booked out with concerts and events. It's a huge market. San Francisco, huge market. Sacramento, like, no, they'll take it, especially. And I was telling someone, like, you think about the Warriors who've had postseason success. Clippers get into the postseason. They don't have a drought like the Kings. They get that venue gets that money, So the California Classic becomes something that you kind of want. So to not have one is a little strange, but I will say it's like you do have a new front office. You're still adding a lot of pieces. You don't have a first round pick. I understand it a little bit, but it is wild to go from last year. And again, it's a different front office regime, but you go from last year, we have 2 teams in the California Classic, which is ridiculous. And I understand the whole, doing your due diligence and you're trying to find diamonds in the rough and all these things, you get more of a chance at maybe finding something. And there are success stories on this roster right now. Keon Ellis, Isaac Jones, guys that have literally found their way and really blossomed into something and were featured in these summer leagues. So I get it, but it's weird to go from we have 2, which again, you don't need, to not having any. But it wasn't that long ago, James, where Vegas, where now all 30 teams are represented. They didn't even get all 30 teams to participate.
No,
so,
it was like 20
right.
forever. Yeah.
And again, you got the one in Florida, you got the Rocky Mountain Review. So adding the California Classic, it's to have, it's your baby. You started it. This was the brainchild of Ken Catanella, who worked with Scott Perry in the previous regime. So yeah, to go from this to now not having one, a little wild. A little tough. I think the people who really like to enjoy summer league basketball, they're not going to get that opportunity. And I think they would be willing to travel to Chase Center if the Kings were participating in it, but they choose not to. Oh, well, life goes on. See you in Vegas, but
yeah, and
at least it's back next year. Those fans will at least be able to expect it next year.
I think people should remember too that it used to be. We had a moment where it was in Sacramento for a couple of years, but then it went to Chase Center for a year, and it wasn't here at all. So it's kind of going to be like that year, except for the Kings just aren't sending a roster for 3 games.
And my understanding was that the initial concept of it was supposed to bounce from the California markets to the different cities, and LA has yet to do it. I don't think there's an interest by either. Clippers haven't really participated in it.
Oh no, that's true.
Lakers that really did. So maybe now the Clippers have a home of their own to feature, like Intuit Dome potentially. But my understanding is the Lakers organization, Staples Center, Crypto.com Arena, they didn't want anything to do with it. You could argue that Chase Center probably doesn't really either, but they're participating in it. So, go ahead and feature it a couple times and leave one day where the fans aren't coming in, because it probably costs you money to actually house and open up your venue for a thing like this that isn't generating a lot of attendance. Now, again, last year they did get a lot of people there. I wouldn't say a lot, but it was comparable to what Sacramento got, because you had both Bronny James. There was that kind of attraction, if you will, but also the Warriors had some young guys. Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis were playing. So Guy Santos had moments within their summer league. I can't remember if he was last year or not, but there was a couple people. Pat Spencer, was playing in summer league. So there were a little bit of a draw because they fielded a team. And I remember who was the draft pick that Kevin Knox was on that team. Former top 10 picks. So there was some curiosity, and they brought some people out, and it was more attendant than what we had seen before. Now, granted, it was the COVID era, but remember when the guys were coming out and said 50-win season or 40-win season, that went viral. That was also at Chase Center.
Yeah, so. We're winning 40. That's right. It
was a long time ago, huh?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
But the grand point in my big rant here is Summer League to Sacramento is different because they'll support it. They want to see this because fans want to see that stuff. So I can understand people being a little bit in their feelings and saying, yeah, you it's literally something you created. Now you're kicked out of the club. No, you chose not to be there.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That's
well, that and look, they've got a lot of stuff to do. We have not seen the complete front office staff that Scott Perry's going to build. He's got to figure out again what to do without a draft pick. Without a first round pick, he's got a second round pick, but there's a lot to figure out and mull over for this front office. The coaching staff is being built. All these things are happening right now. And to me, you might have too many too many things happening if you're also trying to host a major tournament in the middle of all of it. And, so sometimes you got to make difficult decisions, and that's what it feels like. All right, we're going to step aside. We're going to take another break. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll be right back.
I'm still in the chat where I'm looking up at the concert question, so I'm trying to move down.
Don't get lost in the chat, Sean.
Oh, dude,
it's tough.
I did. This is a community, man. I like this.
Oh yeah. Anthony asked, Sean, have you seen a show at Station 24 yet?
Oh no, I was supposed to go Monday. I wanted to go to Jack White. And there's just no way I was able to do it. I mean, I could have done, but just financially, I was like, dude, I got responsibilities. I can't do that. Sean
drinks iced tea, Hector.
Whoa. What'd they think I was drinking?
I don't know. That's a big whiskey if you're drinking whiskey.
It is a big whiskey.
Yeah, that's a big whiskey.
Ariana Grande. Oh, they're talking about we were just talking about the Meet the Parents sequel.
We were.
Oh, sequel. What is this, like part 5?
Part 4, I think.
How did SZA look? Come on, man.
SZA go to 49ers trade.
We have 49ers
traded
trade right
for
now?
defensive end Bryce Huff from the Eagles.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, Bryce Huff signed a 3-year, $51 million deal last offseason.
Dude, he's a beast.
Spencer, I'll look this up for you. Like if you're under the cap, it's going to be complicated. I'm going to say yes, it would be hard capped because it would put them, if you're over the cap and you do a sign and trade, you get hard capped. But you get hard capped at the first apron, which is pretty far up there. Sean, when you go into Pine Cove again, was great bumping into you on your birthday a few months back.
Yeah, that was one of like the 4 stops. I was on a little bit of a tour stop. I was like making the rounds that night.
I should have came out with you.
Yeah, you should have. What is that? Oh, happy birthday, by the way.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
I turned old.
How was it? Yeah, you did turn old.
We had a super fun party.
James is wearing shorts, by the way, guys. It's the legs are on display.
Sean's not used to that at all. When I'm at the arena, I'm usually pretty buttoned down with my attire. Like I didn't even wear hats until probably this last year.
I made you. I brought it out of you. What was what happened to the Bobby Jackson coaching and sack rumors, coin promotions? Kion? Oh, that's a station.
Kyron.
What do you mean? What happened? He's on staff.
He's on the staff.
He was actually there yesterday. He's the only member of the coaching staff that I saw. Well, Jimmy was there, and there was a lot of G League help with the pre-draft workout.
I was going to ask, is Q back?
He can if he wants, if he doesn't get an
assistant
or a gig. But no, I think he's going to have opportunity.
Okay, somewhere else.
Yeah.
I know, Anthony. A trade exception. The trade exception they have is $16.8 million. You cannot go dollar over that amount. Let's let me see. Yeah, San Francisco are working to finalize a trade that would send edge rusher Bryce Huff to San Francisco for a mid-round pick.
He just had the 1 year in Philly.
Was he any good, Philly?
Played 12 games, started 6.
He was with Saleh, I think, at the Jets. Right before that, he had 10 sacks that year under him. So maybe just trying to get him in a better fit.
See, this is a deal I can get behind. A 27-year-old dude under contract for a couple of years still, right?
He's nice. I like him, man. He's nice.
He's only started 13 games in his entire career. That's interesting. Even with the Jets, his last year with the Jets, he started 7 games. He started 0 games. Sorry, played 17.
Excuse me. Should have hit the cough button. My bad. What else we got in here? Pine Cove is legendary.
It is legendary.
It's like a karaoke bar, like every night.
I used to I went there a couple of times when I was much younger.
Used to be a big cop bar. You know who used to haunt Pine Cove was Greg Popovich.
Really?
Back in the day, yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, they made that
I'm bummed.
thing.
I'm bummed
But the old Phoenix Suns also used to hit faces a lot because they could basically fly under the cover of anonymity a lot. So, yeah.
All right. Boy, look at Sean just airing
people's laundry.
Airing people's laundry.
Oh, my bad.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, Sean Cunningham from KCRA3. We, of course, have Jesse Tapia hanging out with us as well. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We have a trade.
Dun, 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 dun.
Bum, bum, bum. We have a trade. Trade is in. The San Francisco 49ers, according to Adam Schefter, are working to finalize a trade that will send edge rusher Bryce Huff to the San Francisco 49ers for a mid-round pick. The trade cannot and would not be processed until after June 1st. Both sides are working to make it happen, and Huff already has reworked his contract to help facilitate the trade. In San Francisco, Huff will reunite with 49ers defensive coordinator Robert Saleh, his former head coach with the Jets. This is the type of deal the 49ers had to do. Bryce Huff is a 27-year-old defensive end, 6'3", 255, an edge rusher. He had 10 sacks in his final season with Robert Saleh with the Jets in 2023. Did not have the same success last year in Philadelphia, but this seems like a good deal.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I'm surprised he only lasted the 1 year with the Eagles, but yeah, it could be contractual. I mean, it definitely checks a box for the 49ers. They need all the help they could get on that defensive end to opposite Nick Bosa, because, I mean, let's face it, you got a rookie in Mykel Williams coming in out of the first-round pick, so how much pressure are you going to put on him? The depth chart looks like it would be interesting. I think they'll have to make a tough decision or two, but instantly he shoots up. I think he's your starting defensive end. That's why you make that trade, and you get a guy that Robert Saleh is absolutely comfortable with. He's had several years with. I mean, I think that's a big win for the 49ers.
I think it's a huge win.
Yeah.
Like, we were talking about this, like, there's a possibility that they would go around and add a couple of pieces using some of their draft capital, which they'll accumulate from next year. Remember, the 49ers, like, they had this crazy purge of players, right? But a lot of them left as free agents and are signing with someone else. And when that happens, you start getting compensatory picks. The 49ers are going to have a ton of compensatory picks. Yeah. And they didn't even go out and participate in free agency. And a trade like this, or signings that will happen after June 1st, again, won't work with your comp picks, and they won't damage your comp picks. So 49ers are going to have plenty of extra picks going into next summer, and adding a guy like this makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and OTAs had just gotten underway out there, and it's neat to see that they got a lot of those contract extensions, obviously to Brock Purdy, to George Kittle, to Fred Warner. You got your business handled before you even got to OTAs, let alone training camp. So now, you're able to add a piece like Huff. You can, obviously, you made a tough decision in getting rid of Mitch Wishnowsky, the punter, the other day. You're bringing in some kickers to, just in case maybe Jake Moody's not right. Maybe you got to, yeah. I mean, there's some interesting stuff going on, but I like the fact that it feels different from previous years, where a lot of those contract negotiations trickled into training camp, some of those tough decisions and financial decisions. Now you just got to get, whatever. I still of the opinion Brandon Ayuk will be here. I think he'll be, he'll get healthy. How long it will be till he makes his debut, but get him right. I don't think you'll be as talented as you were in years past, but you might have a better team, and it might be. It could be a more benefit, especially with Saleh back, because to me, a lot of their gripes were on the defensive end, especially with due to the injuries, and they just have to stay healthy.
No, I'm with you. And that leads us to the second 49ers story we have of the day. Ricky Pearsall has been ruled out for the remainder of the 49ers offseason program with a hamstring injury. This is not good. This is like the 49ers receiving corps already stretched so incredibly thin because of the Ayuk injury. He probably won't be back until midseason. Now, Pearsall is going to miss what was a really important offseason for him, because he missed most of last offseason with injuries and then getting shot early in the season. Jawan Jennings, I swear, is becoming like the most valuable person on the 49ers roster.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as worried about it as long as he's good for training camp. Hamstrings, I mean, we know hamstrings can be tough.
Yeah.
I know there's the people would probably joke about him taking Debo's number, and maybe all of a sudden some of the injuries are now trickling his way. But look, I'm not worried about OTAs for him. I'm not worried about rookie. I'm not worried about the mini camp that comes up next month. Just be ready for a training camp.
Okay.
That to me, don't have anything trickle into training camp, because I think training camp for him will be very, very crucial. But staying healthy, I mean, man, get these things out of the way.
How much does our wide receiver room concern you guys going into the season? Because it's not necessarily strong. Like, you're hoping Pearsall kind of develops into something. Jawan Jennings is a strong receiver and all that. So you're kind of seeing what he looks like with more touches and all that. Ayuk comes in probably halfway during the season, and I'm sure that guy's going to need more time to get acclimated coming off a torn ACL. And it's like you got CMC on that offense to kind of carry everything connected, but there's not much room for error, I feel.
No, you have Kittle, plus you went out and you aggressively found a second tight end, right?
Oh, they brought back his best friend, El Dorado Hills product, Ross Dwelly. He's back after 1 year with the Falcons. He's now got another opportunity with San Francisco.
Dwelly's back, but they also their big free agent signing was a tight end, and I can't remember his name.
Oh,
Carolina,
Jordan Watkins.
No, I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. They signed a tight end to a 3-year, like $21 million.
Luke Farrell.
Yeah, Luke Farrell. Yeah, to like a 3-year, $21 million deal with the hopes that, maybe you can run some 2 tight end sets and stuff like that. I don't know.
I don't love they don't have great receiver depth. I mean,
no,
with Ayuk out, I mean,
DeMarcus Robinson is facing potential suspension, and so that.
And also, like, a lot kind of has to go right there too. I mean, obviously they still have Jacob Cowing. I mean, they were high on him last year. He had some moments, but I still think they could use another receiver. But what washes out? Can you add someone of real value? I mean, maybe there's some camp meat that comes up. I'm not sure, but I think you're fine going into this stage of the season. You'll maybe see a cut or two that happen with other teams, and maybe you can snag something. But I agree with Jesse. I mean, to me, it's not what it was. But you do rely on your tight end unit a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You have one of the best in the game in George Kittle. You've just rewarded him. So,
and I think the McCaffrey mention is huge. I mean, McCaffrey, he looks like he's back to, 2 years ago. McCaffrey, that's nice and all, but he is aging as a running back. He does have a long history of injury. There should be some concern, but if he's healthy, that's a 80 to 90 catch receiver out of the backfield. And so that does change everything. It's, to be honest with you, it was one of the biggest ingredients that was missing from last season.
Oh, absolutely.
It's your inability to throw a check down pass to a running back that was competent and could go get you yards. It just was not something that they had in their bag, and it hurt them. It hurt them big time. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, Sean. The A's lost again yesterday, 12-0.
Oh boy, here we go.
Your
A's.
Yeah. So, they've lost, I think it's 13 out of 14 at this point. They lost 11 in a row. It might even be 14 out of 15. It's something like that. But my concern isn't so much the losses. Losses happen. You have ebbs and flows of the season, right? You would hope that you wouldn't lose 11 in a row. But the fact that half of the games that they're losing, they're getting clubbed, just absolutely annihilated. Like this 12-0, I mean, go back to the Yankee series where it was 11-4, 12-2. You go to the Dodger series, there was a 19-2 in there. They aren't competitive out of nowhere. They were super competitive, got all the way up to a game out of first place, and then they just stopped being competitive at all. And then all of a sudden, it's roster shakeup. I mean, they've got 10 new dudes on the 25-man roster at this point that weren't there a week and a half ago. You're like, where did all these people come from? There's some guy. They brought up MacGyver. I've never even heard of him at all. And all of a sudden they've got MacGyver. You're like, what is it? They had one game where 2 guys had their first major league hit, and they're both in their late 20s. They had the game before. I think Denzel Clark had his first major league hit. This seems really strange.
Dude, to your point, they had already been relying on so many rookies.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at what Jacob Wilson's doing. I mean, was really good. Tyler Soderstrom was such a,
Yeah.
such a young player and such a feel good for the first few weeks of the season, obviously, and that doesn't make up a year. We knew the bullpen was going to struggle. I thought the starting pitching would get you deeper into games, and they just haven't. I think some would make the joke that, yeah, that's what happens when you play at Sutter Health Park, that maybe you don't go deeper into games and the ball just flies out of the yard, all that stuff. But I feel like, I mean, look, opposing teams have to come in and deal with the same thing that the A's are dealing with as well, and they don't seem to have much problems.
Nobody else has a problem hitting a home run at Sutter Health Park.
And the A's were built to rely on the long ball. Like they have guys that can rake. So you're already relying on a lot of the young guys. Bullpen was going to be a problem. You were hoping that your starters get you deeper into games, and that's not happening. I wasn't concerned, James, when they went on the road trip. They had the series with the Mariners, very competitive series. And I was thinking, man, this could be here in Sacramento. I thought, boy, this is going to be, maybe these two teams are vying for the top of the division all season long. Like, this could be a really great budding little rivalry that they could have, right?
Yeah.
They go on the road and they're going Dodgers, Giants. I think Yankees were right before that to close out the
Yankees, Dodgers, Giants.
Everybody that's playing well throughout baseball. And I'm like, okay, it's a tough stretch. Doesn't matter. You're going to get some really top opposition. You're probably not at that level, but you're a competitive baseball team. And after you went through there, you tank. I mean, absolutely. The Angels series was a debacle when they came back. That was absolutely unacceptable. They have not been able to find themselves. And, I know the Phillies came to town. It was a series I wasn't, that whole week I wasn't able to go because of Bottle Rock, but
they took 1 out of 3.
Yeah, fine.
That's fine.
Again, another solid team that coming through that you're
the hottest
facing.
Team in baseball.
But you can't you're not able to make up ground against these teams that you really should be competitive with. And to your point, like, I think two things are happening. The run differential has got to be I haven't seen it, but it's got to be among the worst in baseball. And their horrific. ERA has to be just absolutely abysmal. So they've already kind of thrown up a quasi white flag. Like, usually you get into September and you're doing your call-ups and you're if you're not within so many games of maybe first place or a playoff, wild card or whatever, that's when you sell off everything and you just kind of call up your young guys and see what you have. That's the beauty of baseball at times. But I mean, I feel like they're already doing that with all these call-ups, and they're going to have to rely on they were already relying on so many young players, and now you've got a whole clubhouse full of them. And this was the year that they were, wow, we're going to be a competitive baseball team.
A's have the second worst run differential league at -101. I don't want to take a guess at what the Rockies is because that's the worst team in the league.
Yeah, I forgot about the Rockies.
The Rockies is because I have it pulled up and I'm like, they are literally telling, hey, White Sox, hold my beer.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they are 9-47.
They're 9-47, -175 run differential.
-175.
That's not good, right?
No, you're 56 games into the season.
This is also like the 4th straight year where it's like, yeah, the MLB has a historically bad team playing right now.
You're getting beat by more than 3 runs per game on average. On average, that is wild. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. It's not good for baseball to have teams like this, but also it feels like the A's, I talked about this yesterday. They've given up 5 grand slams, which is tied with the Yankees for the most on the season. All 5 came in like the first 22 days of May. They like from May 1st to May 22nd, they gave up 5 grand slams, and I don't think a single one of them is by their starting pitching. Maybe I'm wrong there, but it sure does feel like it's their bullpen. You go from a game that's like, hey, this game's close, it's 3-2, and you look up, it's like 7-3. What in the world just happened? Like, they just give up runs so fast. I don't even know what to say. It's really strange. And
then, usually you go through a stretch like this and you start worrying about your manager. And he just signed it. I had to remind myself his extension signed was in February, and it's a 3-year extension that runs through 2028.
Oh, he's going nowhere.
But I mean, look, I mean, I don't. It's not like he's making a grip of money as an A's manager. But here's the thing, man. I don't know that I could blame Mark Kotsay for any of their problems. He's not throwing the ball. I think. They're making all these call-ups. I don't think he's the problem, and I know it's easy for fans to point at him.
Yeah, and watching him walk down the left field line, because that's where the clubhouse is. That was the quintessential walk of shame. All right, we got to step aside. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. It's Sean Cunningham joining me from KCRA 3 today. We got Jesse Tapia behind the glass. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
He should have walked to the outfield, center field. I would not have
right
done
down the
that.
middle.
Yep. Take
Oh
your time.
hell yeah, that would
Take your
have been
time.
awesome. That would have been
That's what I would have done.
spectacular. Paul Jesperson. I pretty sure Paul Jesperson was like a Cal Classic legend. There's potential for a visitor to drop by today, like drop by the studio. If it happens, I'll let you know.
Like during the show?
Who? All right, we're back.
And we're back.
You know what? I think Kyle Madsen and we blame John Bull for everything.
Who's that?
He's a Kings fan and
a
member of the chat.
I was like, I thought there was like a front office guy that I didn't know.
No, John Bull's awesome. We just like to mess with him. Oh, there you go.
Someone asked my Starbucks order. Trenta black iced tea, no sweetener.
Trenta black iced tea, no sweetener?
Yeah. Some people will go because they'll go, oh, do you want the lemonade? I go, nope, just how it's supposed to go.
I love the black tea, but I do light water, so it's darker.
You just got great black tea.
Oh.
Chipotle.
Oh, really?
Oh my goodness. So good. Huh. So good.
I'm just drinking regular water today. I already had my my shake this morning. So,
what kind of shake?
It's got a couple of shots of espresso, some let me see, almond milk, a little bit of like creamer, and then yeah, can you? Do you have enough time though? Okay, got it. Protein and creatine.
Cool.
So. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Sean Cunningham from KCRA3. We have Jesse Tapia 1s and 2s. We are brought to you by Jiffy Lube, and we will take you up to noon where D'Lo and Casey will take over. Damian and Kenny will jump in. Oh no, Damian is gone today. It will be Kenny Caraway flying solo here on the Insiders.
They're in good hands. Kenny's capable.
He is capable. Yeah, more than capable.
More than capable.
I also think Jesse Tapia is going to have to hang out and talk a whole bunch. So it might be a good thing that we have Sean here and Jesse's getting to save his voice and his thoughts a little bit more today. Sean,
James,
we of course
was very Bryant Gumbel like.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking Kings basketball because we of course are affiliated with the Kings beat. We are we talk all the time on the podcast, but we're kind of at this moment where the Kings have to start deciding a direction, right? And I think both of us, strangely, are in the opinion that the first thing that they have to do is address the point guard position. Because if you don't have a point guard in the NBA, if you don't have someone that you can say, this is our guy, this is what we're doing, this is who we are as a group, you kind of you're rudderless. You don't have an identity, right? What do you think what are they going to do here to attack this point guard position? Because there isn't a ton of free agent point guards. There are point guards that may or may not be available that we keep mentioning or keep hearing about the Kings might have interest in. But where are you at with this? Because I think it's probably It's not just the biggest need. Like, if you're going to develop an identity, you have got to address this situation as quickly as possible.
Yeah, look, I'd love to be able to come on and say, I know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I know who they're going to target. That's the thing with the new front office. Like, what will they? And I think what they would say is that it doesn't necessarily need to happen this offseason. Like, you're building blocks to eventually get where you want to be. But see, and my pushback would be, and I would hope to have conversations later this summer, before even free agency gets going, and maybe hopefully before the draft, where like you're built in a certain way that I've argued I don't think you can hit a hard reset button. Um, I know fans might say they would want that, but I just don't feel that this team, the way they're built presently, and I was talking about baseball in the last segment about how you get to September, things aren't working, you sell off all your pieces. Well, basketball's different. Like, because of luxury tax and aprons and all these, it's not that easy just to sell off all your pieces for assets and things like that. So, and especially in a small market where I've always argued, and I know there's some that'll push back, but I've always argued that based on the history of the team, that there really isn't an appetite to see a team do a full reset, rebuild right now, especially with ticket prices being the way they are and things like that. So, because of the success that you had in the semi-recent future, where you did punch your ticket to a playoff appearance against that Warriors series, and you still have pieces that are in the prime of their career that you should want to build around. I don't think it's that hard. No, let me step back. It is hard, but I don't think it would be that uh, miraculous, if you will, to be able to find the right pieces to put around some of these and build a winner, a team that can sustain playoff success. Maybe not a champion, but a team that can have some postseason success and sustain it. I think we've talked about it on the podcast a lot, where I look at 2027 as there's a financial cliff there, where there's a lot of these contracts as currently situated that kind of fall off a cliff and they become a whole bunch of wealth of money. Maybe you could argue that might be the time to do it if things don't work. But I think you're situated where if you're Scott Perry, you got to be pretty excited about what lies ahead for you with some of the moves you can make. Now, can he go out there? And in my opinion, I've always said, if you're going to be a team that's worth a damn in this league, you better have a top 15 point guard. That's better than half the other starters in the league.
This is where we strangely agree.
Yeah,
like we do. Like and again, this is it's not disrespectful. I'm not trying. Like, the days of going out and signing Ty Lawson or signing Darren Collison or signing a mid tier to second, the final third of the league in point guards. You can't really have success that way.
Right. And it depends on how you define, in my opinion, one of those top tier point guards. But to me, like, you just, it equates to winning. It equates to culture. It equates to so much. It's the most important piece on the floor. And you can argue, yes, you have a player like Domantas Sabonis who ends up being a point guard, but we've seen what it looks like when you don't have a true point guard. And you need one in the worst way in Sacramento. So everyone knows that. How you go about getting it? Can you get a John Morant? Can you get a Darius Garland? A Trae Young? There are pieces that I like. There are pieces I don't like. I don't know what they like, what they don't like yet. And I don't know if they look at the need right away of having a true top 15 point guard or using a filler piece to eventually get that top 10, 15 point guard a year, a season beyond from now. Because sometimes it takes some of those building blocks to be able to trade in your car and get the one you really want.
No, I get that. But I think the problem is that you're going to do death by mid-level in the time that you're trying to build that.
Right.
And like, I for one, like, if again, people are like, hey, go get Drew Holiday, go get a guy like Chris Paul. Like, I would be fully on board with that.
With both of those?
If you had the guy that they were grooming to take over the position. The problem is you don't have that guy.
I don't know, man. So especially in the sense grooming, okay, that would insinuate that you've got somebody who's a draft pick who's on a rookie level contract, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, and this is just my own opinion here. I'm not saying that they have interest or zero interest in someone like Drew Holiday, but bringing in somebody of that age at that money who's going to make more than $30 million up until 28, and it goes from like, I think it's 34 to 37 in the final year.
Yeah.
That's just not the type of contract that you need to bring in to Sacramento, in my opinion. all respect to Drew Holiday. I think he's a hell of a player. I think he'd fit perfectly with this first year. I don't know about the beyond years, whatever that looks like. But I don't see financially you have to be super responsible. Chris Paul, different story. Super old. What's that accomplish?
Well, it doesn't accomplish anything if you don't have the other guy. The one, I guess, the one advantage to having, if you were to go get Drew Holiday, is the Kings don't have a first-round pick this year, but they do have one in 2026. They've got 2 in 2027. Maybe in one of those 2 years, you can get the young point guard that you need, and then Drew Holiday can spend a year or two, with him, helping him develop as a player. And again, like the one thing I will say about if the Kings were to go out and get Drew Holiday, is you're likely giving up a 35-year-old to get a 35-year-old. You're not just adding, like, I don't think there's going to be a way in which the Kings walk into next season and have Drew Holiday and DeMar DeRozan, 2 35, 36-year-olds on the roster at the same time. I don't think that that's going to be the case. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy. But number one, just like,
no, you're crazy.
Player-wise, those two would not work at all.
Well, the other piece of that too is like with respect to Devin Carter, it's whether or not you see him as a point guard or not. Combo guard, you don't. I know you don't have a very high
opinion of him
as a player at the moment.
Yeah.
There's a lot of question marks that are there for sure.
Yeah.
It's going to be very important offseason for him. It's going to be a very important season coming up for him. And who knows with this front office how they view Devin Carter. They did not draft him. In terms of at least Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong. So whatever his future is in Sacramento looks a little different, but he is on roster and he is a guy who has shown flashes, in my opinion. I like a lot of the stuff he brings, but he needs some seasoning for sure. My thing is I still think you're capable of going out and finding a top tier point guard or a near top tier point guard. But your bread is buttered, in my opinion, by way of trade. Like, look, I think you might have to check me here. I think Nikhil Alexander Walker. I think he's going to be a free agent.
He's an unrestricted free agent.
I think there's not a lot of,
but he's not a true point guard.
True, and like neither is someone like Tyler Hero. I've talked. I think I used in the last last podcast where he does rank if you put him in a point guard situation. Player efficiency wise, he's super high up there. He's somebody who's been kind of dangled in the past. This past offseason, there's a lot of rumors about him. Kind of a combo guard, but I think in my mind, he's a better option at point guard than anything that they have on the roster. Somebody like Darius Garland, John Morant, obviously those are you're now going for the stars,
a taller tier.
But that's what you have to do, and I think you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't try and go for some of those pieces, especially if they're available. But I do also understand that this front office just got here and you don't buy a Ferrari right out of the gate sometimes. But I would also argue, like, if you're going to do that and let's use the Drew Holiday example, since it's a report that's out there that has been out there and bandied about for the past several weeks. If you're going that way to use to use assets or whatever to land somebody like Drew Holiday at his stage in his career, you might as well go a little bit further and try and get the other piece that's 25 years old, already a star.
I'm with you. The one thing I think with Drew Holiday is that there's a way in which the Kings could work a deal where they're not giving up assets as much as they are giving up players. Like, again, you can get a Drew Holiday deal done with DeMar DeRozan and maybe a Devin Carter, right? So they're getting a first-round pick from last year, the number 13 overall pick or whatever he was. And you're getting, an aging player, but a player who, again, put up 22 points per game, and they're going to be without Jason Tatum for a good portion of the season and might be able to fill in and help you in some way in DeMar DeRozan. Maybe that works, but in that situation, the Kings, I don't think, are delving into their war chest of draft picks.
Right.
I just don't think you have to. And especially with DeMar DeRozan's contract falling off the books next year and only costing $10 million, that's a far cry from the $35 million that Drew Holiday would make. And when you're that far up in the luxury tax, saving $25 million in 1 year is like off the charts big for them. So I could see that be a deal. But again, the reason why you'd bring in a Drew Holiday is if you have a plan for what's next. And what's next has got to be drafting a point guard next season or going out and getting I don't know. Maybe there is a young, underutilized point guard that you could bring in to work with Drew Holiday in year 1, year 2, and year 3. He's ready to take over. Maybe it's possible that a guy like Trey Mann or something could step in, and you could have him. You could sign him to a low budget contract to have him work with Drew Holiday, and maybe you'd find something there. But the fact that you walk into an offseason, we talk about Devin Carter. Devin Carter right now is the 4th shooting guard on this team.
Right.
I mean, that's their entire team is shooting guards and centers. So, I mean, that's a problem. And that's something that Scott Perry's going to have to address. As far as, I mean, we keep mentioning names here. You've said Trey, you've said Jaw, some of the higher rank guys. LaMelo Ball, he's one of the names that Scott Perry has been attached to in the past as a fan of LaMelo Ball. Are you in or are you out on that idea?
I mean, I'd be in. I just don't think he's going to be available. I know there's a report out there that everyone's untouchable but Brandon Miller, and if that's the case, yeah, you kick the tires, you have a conversation.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that LaMelo Ball will be available.
Have you seen this contract though?
I've seen it.
It's extreme,
but it's also like he's a hell of a player, and he's young. He's got a tremendous amount of upside.
I agree with all of that.
Yeah, it's worth the to quote a great movie, Girl Next Door. The juice is worth the squeeze.
Oh, look at that!
Have fun with that, Chatty House.
That was a phenomenal movie.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that Brendan Nunez has not watched that movie.
No chance.
No chance. Absolutely at all. That our friend Brendan has watched that movie. LaMelo, 37 point. Well, let's just say 38, 41, 44, and 43, 46.4 million over the next 4 years.
Right. But again, I don't believe you. I don't believe he'll be available.
You don't believe
I think you keep him and Brandon Miller together. You that's what you build around. You don't build around just one player.
Yeah.
And you're not good enough. You like that's a team that did the reset button several times. You're not good enough. You've got 2 young stars or 2 young potential stars. You have to build around them and see what you have.
I just don't feel like they're ever going to get there, though. They're just so bad.
We could say the same thing about the Kings. I mean,
well, no, but at least the Kings have been to the playoffs
right.
in the last 3 years. But and the play-in, I mean, Charlotte, I mean, won 19 games again this year, and I mean, they're just horrifically bad.
But you at least have 2 players on your roster that is that unbottled potential or that bottled up potential.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. To where, with respect, outside of maybe Keegan Murray, a little bit of Keon Ellis, and a whole lot of Devin Carter, there's not a lot. You pretty much know what your entire roster is.
Mm-hmm.
Is there another step Malik Monk can get to? Absolutely. Is there another step that maybe Domantas Sabonis can get to? We've seen the evolution of his game a little bit, adding the 3-pointer this year. Sure. But you know what most of these guys are already.
Yeah.
Maybe Isaac Jones can be something, an NBA player. I'm not sure.
Keegan Murray definitely has room to grow.
Correct.
Keon Ellis has room to grow.
Right.
But outside of that, you're
looking at guys in Miller and LaMelo like all-stars, potential all-stars.
Yeah. Oh no, I think LaMelo. I mean, first of all, he is an all-star. He was an all-star.
Right.
He's only 23 years old. And you got to take some of the good with the bad with him. But at least he would be interesting. And
you think there's a lot of bad there? I think a lot of that's overblown.
No, his shot selection is god awful.
Well, he's on a terrible team. Put him with the likes of guys that are buckets, and that might not be a problem.
No, that's totally true. But we're talking about a guy who shoots 42% for his career. Like, his shot selection is bad. I mean, again, this last year, 11.2 3-point attempts per game.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I just shot 34%.
Look who he's playing with.
No, I agree, and they're bad. But I think that there is a dynamic scorer. I think there's a dynamic passer. I would love to see him in a situation where maybe he can find success. Plus, the other thing is, the kids love LaMelo Ball. I don't know what it is, but like, you go, I went to.
It's on TikTok, right? People love TikTok.
Yeah, I went to a high school volleyball tournament, and like half of the kids are wearing the LaMelo Ball look. Like, he is like the dude right now in the.
Well, Jared McCain too. Jared McCain is very popular amongst today's youth in the NBA. The
Utes of America. Again, no one got that but me and you, Sean.
I know.
It's fine.
My cousin Vinny, watch it.
That's right. Watch it. Brendan Nunez, watch it.
No
all right. We're gonna step aside. We're gonna take one more break here, and then we're gonna keep going with this Kings discussion because Sean is a big SNL guy, and I'm gonna ask him to fix it. Just fix it, Sean. Fix it. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a minute. Got to go out the glass. Go out the doors. Hang on one second. What's up, everybody? Anything going on, anybody? Anything going on out there? Yeah, Matt Morse. The Trailblazers aren't trading Scoot. Sacktown Tony, why did the Kings hire the wrong Mike Miller? They hired the Mike Miller who actually has coaching, like real coaching experience. Probably the better man for the job in this situation. Somebody else has some weird question earlier that I was going to address. I don't think yeah. These 3 Utes. 3 Utes or 2 Utes? I think it's 2 Utes. Because it's Ralph Macchio and somebody else. LaMelo is an NBA grifter, the baby daddy. That's an interesting. Did you say Utes? The Zion. Yeah, Zion is now out. That's getting ugly, and you don't want to be part of what's going on with ugly. Thank you. It did get cold in here. I don't know. It just kicks on whenever. Yeah, did you see the Zion news this morning? Yeah. No, thank you. Looks like Barbosa will be behind the bench. I don't know, John. He moved Leandro Barbosa up to the front of the bench last year. I'm not sure. Doug and Leandro are very close. Oh. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Sean Cunningham from KCR3 is joining us today. Great to have you in studio, dude.
It is great to be here. It's I have some thoughts about your men's room, though.
Oh. Okay, well, the men's room, first of all, it's not our men's room. It's a shared men's room.
Yeah, that's right. We share it with the building.
Okay.
And it used to be really, really great because it was only us here. And then all of a sudden the building, the suite right next door opened. And all of a sudden, like Kyle talked about, there's like a bunch of 6'5" to 6'7" dudes. Like if we were starting like a company basketball team, you'd be like, hey, join us.
What do you think I'm about to mention?
I don't know.
Jesse?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know.
Oh, the mats in front of the urinals?
No, but you're in the right area.
Oh.
The crazy differential in height between the 2 urinals that are in there. Like one is practically on the floor, and the other one, I'm 5'10" and a half.
For tall people.
Yeah. You almost have to get up on your tippy toes. So,
That's
just
funny.
just one of the things. I mean, this place is it's a palatial estate. I love this building.
It's
I say it every
amazing.
time I come in here. This is the nicest radio station I've ever been in, and I've been in a lot. This place is incredible. I have some thoughts about your bathroom.
It's weird that we don't have bathrooms inside the studio.
Yeah, that'd be nice. But like you said, like before the other company got here, like we were living golden.
Yeah. I almost wish we could just move the glass doors out like 10 feet and block everyone off, and so they can't use our bathroom and they have to go downstairs.
Well, you're a carpenter. You've done. I think you just go in there and make an adjustment.
Just,
I'd take you probably one weekend.
Yeah. I could probably throw in.
Do you not have that problem? Any of you? Which one do you? I had to make a decision as to which one, because I was like, as normal, you'd go to the one that's not on the floor because that's reserved for children or whatever. Whatever. It's kind of, but I walked up to it, I was like, ooh, maybe I'll go to the other one.
Well, I think it really does depend. Are you wearing pants or are you wearing shorts? I mean, that's what
you're wearing shorts tonight.
I'm wearing shorts, so I'm going to go to the tall one.
Flashback.
I'm going to go to the tall one.
Okay.
We don't want to have an incident, Sean.
No, never.
We don't want to have an incident like what happened one time. And
watch your shoes.
We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. Yep. Okay, let's just Sean, how did they fix it? Because
the bathroom?
No.
Oh.
We're gonna go speak to the office manager first.
The bathroom is a much smaller problem than what's facing the Sacramento Kings. Like, how do they fix this? Because they won 40. They won 40 this last year, but I feel like this is not a 40-win team right now. Like, as it's built, I don't think they would win 40 again if you brought everyone back. And I know they're not going to be able to bring everybody back, but this is a problem. Like, Scott Perry, he's got a ton of work in front of him, and it's not simple work. You have you've got 9 first-round picks over 7 years. So that's one thing. You've got a couple of second-round picks, but you don't have a lot of players, assets to trade. You don't have a lot of, you have some bloated contracts that are become very difficult to move this offseason. Like, where do you start?
Well, one of the things that I've understood that Scott Perry has done since taking over in the front office has meeting with everybody within the organization.
Everyone.
Everyone who has to that same approach. You do that with the league. You have to know what the market value is of every player on your league, on your squad, on your roster. You have to have a wish list. You have to, put everything together. I think what sometimes can be tough about building a team and building a successful organization, doesn't matter, even if it's sports, like sometimes not having an idea of what it is you need, and I have a hunch we're going to build around this person. Everyone goes in, you have differing opinions, whatever, but sometimes you don't know what truly you need because you have so many differing opinions.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious what the Kings need. And I think that's a huge, huge benefit.
So what's your biggest, you talked about the point guard already.
Guard. I think, I'd say point guard and rim protection, size, athleticism. That's always been a thing. That's not going to change. I don't think that changes going from Mike Brown to Doug Christie. I'd also argue 3-point shooting, especially knowing how Doug Christie really wants to get his guys to shoot more. I made this point after the trade. I said, I don't think they're a good 3-point shooting team.
When you realistically, Beam Team 1, when you take away Kevin Huerter, you take away Trey Lyles, who's an unrestricted free agent this offseason, you take away Harrison Barnes, who shot 39% like every year with the Kings. That's a lot of 3-point shooting that you lost.
Right.
And, Keon Ellis has backfilled some of that, but Malik Monk has not taken a step as a 3-point shooter. You also lost De'Aaron Fox, who was a bulk 3-point shooter. What do you got, Jesse?
Do you guys think that their thought process going into this offseason is to come out of it being good enough to be a playoff team potentially this year? Because you mentioned they have a lot of holes and a lot of things you need to add. And I feel like it's kind of unreasonable, I guess, to look at it and to expect them, I guess, to do it all in 1 year, where it's like one off season where it's like, all right, here they're back again. Let's run it back again,
No, and
this feels like it's more than just a one off season process.
Jesse actually said what I was trying to say in the last segment, which is Scott Perry's on the clock, but he just got here. It's his first year.
Yeah.
So he gets to stretch his legs a little bit and try and do things his way. The thing that flies in the face of that, and it's the point I was trying to make, is they're built differently currently, where you're built to where you're trying to compete this year, next year, 2027. So you have this window, if you will. And to me, because of the decisions that have been made, because of what's in front of you, you potentially do have something with the right move or two. And I would argue it's probably more like 3 or 4, but you could find yourself with a very competitive basketball team that could sustain playoff success. How fast can you put something like that together? Should you put it together? I think that's what we don't know, is how he approaches each one. Like, I don't think Scott Perry steps into this offseason and, Vivek Ranadive has a gun to his head saying, you need to make the playoffs. I think while that would be great, and that would be, the goal is to win a championship. Everyone will say that. They're not built that way right now. But having more of a realistic goal, like getting to the playoffs based off some of the success that you had, it just depends on, like, the way they're built, what they add, whatever their vision is. I think a lot of that still remains to be seen, because you don't talk about that in an introductory press conference. He might have a better idea of what that looks like today than he did when he sat before the media on his press conference, kind of winning over people and getting to know him, and overall getting an assessment of what he sees in front of him. But now that he has some pieces of the front office, like BJ Armstrong, some guys that have some familiarity from the previous regime, like Phil Jabour and Paul Johnson and Alvin Gentry, and then bringing in some of your own pieces. What do you do with your analytics staff? What's your scouting department look like? Things like that, like player personnel, what your G League team look like. I mean, there's so many things that are just moving plates and pieces, and you have to make it work. I think there's a lot of getting to know you, and you're all the while preparing for a draft, because even though you don't have a first round pick, that could change in the next week or two. That could change before the draft. So you have to be firing on all cylinders, and that's where things get a little bit difficult. Oh my gosh, we have a legend in the house.
We do have a legend in the house. I don't know if he's going to come in and talk to us, but if he wants to come in and talk to us, he can. It's possible that our friend Sean Cunningham might be able to coax him in here. But
that's my guy right there.
The man, the legend, Dusty Baker is in the studio out of nowhere. Sean, look, I think it's tough because they do have so much work to do. There's a lot of heavy lifting, and there's also so many different things that are going on right now that you're like, okay, like, I understand the California Classic not happening, because you just mentioned like so many things that have to be taken care of right now. Like, who's going to be your G League head coach? Is Q coming back, or is he not?
Right.
Who's gonna be your G League squad? And I know that's just G League, but you got draft stuff to worry about. You've got trade exceptions that are expiring. You got Sasha Vezenkovs that expires before July 1st, and you've got Chris Duarte's that expires right after July 1st. Those are like some of the tools that you have in your tool bag to try to improve your roster. And you have to really be focused on, like, hey, how do we build this thing out really quick? And I don't know, like, again, I think if anything, you need to swing for the fence, and you need to at least land one of the major pieces. And then I'm okay if they have player archetypes for, like, in place. Like, if you have, again, you might be able to bring Jake LaRavia back. You might not, but you need to have like 3 6'8" guys that may or may not be very good, but at least they show you what your team looks like with those players in place. And then you try to make trades from there.
Yeah.
And so I think for me, it's like, I don't envy the position that he's in, because there are, again, like, moving off of Zach LaVine's 2 years and 95 million, 96 million bucks is like really difficult. But I do think that they also have some pieces that are movable. I do think that if again, they decide to go away from a Malik Monk, like, that's an asset. Like, you can go get something from Malik Monk. If you decide to move off of DeMar DeRozan, he's not a negative asset, especially with his contract dropping to 10 million bucks in the third year. And, again, you'd have to buy him out. You wouldn't have him at 10 million bucks, but still, he's a reasonable contract. So I think that they're in a position where at least one big move that will sort of lead the pathway to, like, how do we get better, is sitting there, and you've got to make it.
Yeah. And you look at, we're talking about 3-point shooting and some of the things that you look for in size, athleticism, like, that is almost a barometer. Like, you have to be a hell of a player these days to not be a good shooter and be a roster player.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so those are the things where you're going out, you're always looking for size. You're not going out there drafting someone who can't shoot. And if he can't shoot, he better be elite in like 3 different categories. Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like they'll have an idea of what it is, whether or not they can accomplish it right away. You know, we always talk about it takes two to tango. You know, you can't just make a one-sided trade typically, but being the beneficiaries of a team, I mean, you know, Jesse would know as a Boston fan, and we mentioned it with Drew Holiday, but they're a team that I wonder if the calculus has changed, and it has to when Jason Tatum goes down, but all the while trying to get off some of that luxury tax.
Especially when you sell.
Whoa, boy.
The team got
Yeah.
sold.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it makes it really difficult. And again, we're watching like the Minnesota Timberwolves just lost in the playoffs. And Nickeil Alexander-Walker is an unrestricted free agent, but Julius Randle has a $30 million player option. Naz Reid has a $15 million player option. And they're already up against a cap. Like, there are going to be players available this summer, even if they're players that you've got to trade something for. And you got to look around the league. And, you know, I also think it's probably a trade that we don't even see.
Oh,
Like,
100%.
That, like, we always talk about all these potential players that might be available. And then all of a sudden it's someone that you didn't even think was even close to available. And that's the guy that you make a move for. So, yeah.
I joke about the two. Now I mean, just 3-4 teams. I mean, these trades are massive in terms of how many teams get involved. It's rare when you see just you and me making a deal. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, totally.
You need these third and fourth teams just to be able to make the numbers work.
Yeah, I know. And people keep bringing up, hey, how can you go get Darius Garland and Jared Allen? It's like, okay, like,
Not
first of all,
both.
the Cavs are really, really good.
Right.
Why would they do that?
Yeah.
Like, I get it, but even still, you also have to look at the teams that you're trading, and everyone has different motivations. And the Cavs' motivation is to get over the hump and be great. It's not to go back to being horrible and wasting a couple of years of Donovan Mitchell's career. So if you're going to get those two players, it's because you're trading other players to other teams that are going to then move to the Cavs. You're trading assets, you're trading first round picks, you're trading trade exceptions and all that stuff to get them what they're trying to get. They're not taking a huge step back. And that's why anytime you hear a trade, your first question should be, what is the motivation of the team that's making the trade? Why would they do something like this? And the answer is you're only trying to get better. Some teams are only trying to get better. Some teams are trying to get worse. Some teams are trying to get draft capital. Some teams are trying to get young players. Like, everybody has a motivation. And as of right now, I think the one thing I don't know about the Sacramento Kings is, as a trade partner, what is your motivation? And if it's just to be a playoff team, try to squeeze just a little bit more life out of this, I'm not sure that that's the best move. You got to be building for this year, but also for next and the year after.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree. The only thing I would add to that is, like you said, it's building. And if your desire is to get to the playoffs, that's part of the building step. But to your point, like, all right, if that's all you get, was it worth it? I would argue yes. I think based off where they're at and being the small market, you have to establish something.
Yeah.
And nobody goes. I don't say nobody because it kind of happened, I guess, with the Thunder. But no team typically goes overnight to being bad to good and going bad to great. Mike Brown, I know people got tired of hearing about it. Going good to great, it's incredibly hard. Like, winning in this league is hard. This is you can be built for regular season success. Get the one matchup in the playoffs, and you're done.
Mike Brown told us. He told us the whole time what the problem was. The problem is going from good to great.
Right.
And
I'd argue that good, okay, maybe. I'd say going from above average to great.
I don't know. The 48 one's pretty good.
It's fine. But I would argue, again, looking at that season, and I don't want to take away from it, but, you know, you're getting a lot of teams that aren't treating you as if you're a good team.
No, that's true.
Right?
Yep.
So you're the beneficiary of some of that. Nobody's like bringing their A game. No, I shouldn't say nobody. You're running into moments where they're not bringing their A game. You're running into now, again, you can't help what your competition looks like, but people did take you seriously this past year, and even the year before that when they
won 46.
Right.
Yeah, but again, the 46 win. First of all, the Kings overlooked like 5 of the worst teams in the league and got beat.
Yeah,
and then they lost another 4 games because they missed free throws in the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, but that's all circumstantial.
That was a 50-win team.
My whole thing, I guess what I'm trying to say is, there's a little bit of smoke and mirrors to some of the success that they had that year.
Of course,
right? And so, just because you were again, and the other part of that is, okay, you may be a good team, and you had, again, that's the difference between regular season success and playoff success. You get that playoff matchup, you may not be built to withstand a 7-game series, or built to where adjustments change, and you have to now deviate from who you are and what you do to make an adjustment on something that worked in a previous game or didn't work. And, and I think you had the right coach at the time for your team at that moment, but I don't know that you were necessarily built to totally be a contending playoff team.
Yeah. No, you're spot on. So, all right. I think we've got to go to break.
Okay.
When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. I do not believe we're going to do a handoff today, but we're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube, and we'll see you in just a minute. You want to go say hi to Dusty? He's in the control. I can see him. He's right here. We're just in case. What, on the Kings? Oh, go say hi. That's fine. Yeah, just go out. What? Yeah, I just don't know how long he's going to be here. I think he's just talking winery.
Hello, chat. What else we got?
Hello, Newman.
People mentioned, the American River days for Dusty Baker, Del Campo's finest. His son, by the way, Darren, big, massive. I mean, Dusty is too, but massive Kings fan.
Yeah.
Massive.
Yeah, we see him at Kings games all the time.
And he's making his own route with the Nationals.
Is he actually getting playing time?
I think he's back at AAA right now, but I haven't looked yet. I haven't looked in a while.
I know Kreidler's kid is back in the minors. It's a good baseball town.
What is Sacramento?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was doing a lot of because we got the NorCal regionals coming up in high school. The brackets come out on Sunday, so I was doing a lot of. I was actually doing quite a bit of high school baseball coverage lately. Franklin is really, really good.
Okay, so Darren is a pinch hitter, second baseman, designated hitter. 26 years old. He is currently in the minors. Last year, he played 9 games, 14 at-bats, had 7 hits, batted 500. Heyo. Couple of doubles. Good for him. Dusty's on the move.
Chatty House after party episode. What is that?
Right. It's
sounds like it happens at nighttime.
Yeah.
I'm usually in these streets in the nighttime.
Yeah. Oh. I don't think we're gonna get Dusty on the air. We would like to get Dusty on the air, but he's hanging out there. Oh no, well, Ryan Kreidler has he's got 38 at-bats for 44 plate appearances for the Tigers this year. He really struggles with the bat. He's batting 105. That's too bad. Davis kid. Went to UCLA, but Davis high.
Is Matt Manning what's he doing? Trying to look him up. Maybe he's back at
I got Matt Manning right here.
Sheldon High School.
Good
basketball player too, by the way.
Manning is not up in the bigs. He's in Detroit as well.
Yeah. When you mentioned Kreidler, that's what made me think of Matt.
I think he's still in the Tigers minor league system. Man, 6'6", 195.
Oh yeah. No, he was a solid basketball player. I got that song in my head, the Benson Boone song.
Who's the NBA security guy who his son is a outfielder?
NBA security guy?
Yeah, with the Kings.
Sean?
No,
not him.
No.
I don't
know. You know the NBA security that are always in the building.
Yeah. I didn't know that he had a son in the.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
You know who I'm talking about?
No.
Who's the tall guy, bald? Always wears a suit, always sitting in the dinner in the meal room with us late. I don't know. Yeah. That's funny. Dusty Baker's a big draw. Everyone's taking pictures with him now. How much time do we have, Jesse?
About 30 seconds.
And what's our off time?
I'll time it out with probably 56 still.
See your guy Charlie out there. He should be like, "Hey, come on ice." If anybody could make him do it, it'd be Charlie.
I think our guy John tried to work that out, but Dusty's like, yeah, no, it's not my thing.
Man, you know who I'm talking about. Like the NBA has specific security in the building.
Yeah,
maybe
usually in a suit.
Yeah,
I had no idea that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't.
His son got traded to the Yankees last year.
Nice, good organization.
From the Blue Jays, I believe. All right. Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Joining me today, KCRA3's Sean Cunningham.
Hello.
We've got Jesse Tapia behind the glass. And we've got D-Lo and Casey coming up here in just 17 minutes away from D-Lo and Casey, who will be on from noon to 4.
Be Casey and Friends show today.
Casey and Friends. I always like today, we always call this James and Friends when somebody like Sean drops by and hangs out. But it's been a good week. It's been a good week without Kyle. We miss Kyle. We'll see him.
It's been a damn good week without Kyle, huh, James?
No, but it's been like we've survived. We survived.
No, yeah, no, I got you. I think just me and Sean got that too. Yeah,
show the man some respect.
Yeah, you know, maybe we'll have another good week without Kyle next week.
No, I like Jesse. You've done a great job filling in all.
No,
week.
yeah, we've had fun this week.
It's been fun. So, Joe Brazil has other duties today, so he is not able to be here with us. But Joe's done a great job. He's on assignment too. Yeah, he's got music in the park tonight because he's still
concerts in the park.
Concerts in the park.
Right,
concerts in the park. Because he still works with.
Joe's a busy man here at Odyssey.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to that, by the way? At Chavez Park. It's off J Street. You know where Chavez Park is?
I don't think so. Yeah, I know where Chavez Park is. I mean, maybe I've been there for something, but
you went there for the King stuff.
Yeah. But no, because we live so far away, and if you're going to go down and hang out, it's tough to be down there. It is. It's a commitment to an evening, and if you're gonna have a few drinks, and you're like, okay, we got to get a hotel stay. And
go sober, James. You can, gosh.
No. It's Sean. Like Sean's ever gone to one of these events sober.
I do.
Not without a camera. You haven't. You got your camera, sure. Sure. We're trying to fix the Sacramento Kings, and I think what we've all figured out is that fixing the Sacramento Kings is virtually impossible. For our point of view, Sean, I think the one thing I want to. The Kings do have 9 first-round picks over the next 7 years. Once you get to July 1st, right? They've got 26 through 32. Their 2031 has a pick swap with San Antonio. They've got an extra unprotected pick from the San Antonio Spurs in 27. They got an extra unprotected pick from the Minnesota Timberwolves in 31. They've got all kinds of flexibility here.
Trade exceptions.
Yeah, $16.8 million trade exception, a $6-point-something million, $5.8 million trade exception. They've got a bunch of trade exceptions. They've got a mid-level exception of 14.1. But how much, going into this specific offseason, how much would you be willing to give up of that draft war chest, the 9 first-round picks? I mean, I know it's going to
what are you getting?
Vary by what type of player, but
right.
I mean, if it's John Morant, that's one thing. If it's Trae Young, I don't think you're giving him as much as Ja.
No, I wouldn't. I don't know that I can answer that for somebody like Scott Perry. He may have it. But if you're asking me, no, I wouldn't.
And if it's LaMelo, you're probably looking at a completely different cost as well.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 unprotected first-round picks. Maybe a little bit more to go with matching salaries and stuff. But
let's play. Okay, how many are willing to give up if it's just picks? And that's
okay. Well,
obviously
it's gonna have to be picks and salary, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, we can figure out a way to get to almost any one of these contracts. But let's just say DeMar DeRozan is the key point with any of the trades. You might have to throw in Valanciunas is $10 million, $11 million, Devin Carter, whatever, to get to the amount.
I mean,
that you need to.
You go Devin Carter, whatever. But in my mind, that's still a first-round pick. It's just a first-round pick that already has a name to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, it's now devalued to where it's like the.
Do you think it's devalued?
Yeah, I mean, after a year of being in the league, I mean, you're looking at.
It's not like he was a scrub. I mean, he.
No. But I mean, anytime a player is drafted, if they don't just step up and all of a sudden be a all rookie first team player, you're looking at like their value instantly devalues. It's like when you go buy a car, you lose 35%, 40% of the value of the car the second you drive it off the lot. It's the same thing.
True. I guess for me, and again, I mean, I think I put Ja Morant in a category completely by himself, where you tell me what that is, and I'm gonna try and make that work.
Okay.
There's conversations to be had about everybody else that's below that, right?
Yeah.
How do you get there? And to me, if I'm talking Devin Carter, like, I'm considering him a first round pick.
Okay. So here's how I would define Devin Carter. If you were to walk right now into a room filled with general managers and say,
that. They won't do it.
Yeah. I want a first round pick in this year's draft, who is the highest number that you would give up a first round pick for Devin Carter right now? I don't think a single general manager in the league raises his hand would give up a first round pick, even the 29th pick in the first round right now. Now he can rebuild that value. I'm not saying that he's just a wash. I'm saying that for today, everyone's like, okay, we don't really know who he is at the NBA level.
If you're going with maybe a rebuilding team, yeah, certainly not like a perennial playoff team. But I think if you find a team that's young enough, I think they would value him as a first round pick.
It's possible.
Yeah.
So I would say with Ja, I'm just gonna throw out, like, you probably have to go 4 first round picks, all unprotected, and you're probably going to have to give up 2 pick swaps.
Big number.
Okay. I mean, it could be 3 first round picks, but I think it's probably going to be 4.
Yeah.
Are you doing that?
I mean, I'm certainly having the conversation. Absolutely.
Okay. So we get to Trey. I think you're looking at between 2 and 3 first round picks.
You're also, if I'm making you're also talking to somebody who's not a Trae Young fan. So
okay. So you're out.
I'm out.
Okay, what about LaMelo?
I'm having a conversation for sure, but I'm not willing to do as much as it would for Ja Morant. Morant is in the top tier.
I'm with you. I think, again, you might have to give up. Like, for me, if they are going to budge off of him, I would say it would be it would be 2 first round picks, maybe a couple of seconds. I don't think you're going to go 3 first round picks, maybe 2 first round picks, a second, and a pick swap.
Yeah.
And then matching salaries. And again, the matching salaries are extreme. Like, that's a big number.
It sure is.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, he makes a ton of money. So it's not going to be simple. Who would you choose out of all of it? You would choose Ja?
Yeah, he's the one. I mean, this is a fantasy world for sure, but he'd be the one that had the most appeal to me if I'm trying to put him in Sacramento. Any of those pieces, that's the one. I mean, I also feel it's unrealistic.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's more attainable than someone like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and stuff like that. But if Memphis is truly willing to move off and wanting to move off, that he would be absolutely number one.
He'd be the top of the tier. And I'll say this too. I know a lot of people go, oh, other teams can throw in more. Like, some other team can give up more first round picks, whether it's OKC or it's, that's the team that always has all the picks. If it's Utah could give up more picks. I would make the argument that right now a lot of teams around the league are looking at the Kings very precariously and saying, hey, that team could implode and I want their first round picks. Again, I think the 2027 San Antonio Spurs unprotected first round pick, it has a lot of value today because a lot of people are like, okay, we're not sure. We know Victor Wembanyama is great, but we also look at Castle. We don't know what's going to happen with Fox. We're looking at that team that might be 2 years away, right?
Mm-hmm.
That might be 3 years away. They might not be the team that we think they're going to be until like 3 years from now. So I would take a 2027 unprotected pick. The Minnesota pick is looking a lot more valuable today than it was, because again, can they retain Anthony Edwards when push comes to shove? Will he still be the centerpiece of their team? Rudy Gobert probably won't be the centerpiece in 2031. Julius Randle
probably won't be there.
Yeah. So, like, what does that team look like? And so you're starting to look at those picks like, hey, they did get some really valuable picks from the Spurs when it comes to, draft capital they got for Fox.
It's the most attractive thing that they have in their chest is their draft capital.
Yeah.
And I think it appeals to every team in the league.
Yeah.
And will they be able to, will they do it this year? Will they do it next year? Will they break it up into pieces? I think it just depends on who you ask. I don't know that Scott Perry would agree that you have to do a swing for the fences move right out of the gate.
Gotcha.
And a lot of those moves would be swing for the. If you're using upwards of 2 first-round picks, that's, especially if they're unprotected, that's kind of a swing for the fences move. Anything north of that that's a risk.
No, I totally agree. I mean, it's got to be the right player. It's got to be the player with a certain amount of youth, with a certain length of contract. Like I'm not taking that big swing unless I know that player is going to be someone you can build around. And the other question is, like, do you balk at some of these players because you have Zach LaVine? Because I'm going to make I could make an argument right now that the best fit out of all the potential available point guards, which half of which probably aren't available, but the best fit is probably Drew Holiday, just because he plays defense and can control the pace of the game. Where like you put Trae Young, you put LaMelo, you put John Morant next to Zach LaVine, you're giving up 130 points a night. I mean, that's certainly not a Doug Christie roster. I mean, you need talent for sure, but at the same time, you got to play some defense, right? And a backcourt that neither player plays defense is going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find size. You got to find all the physicality. You need all that, and it depends on who you're building around. I think Doug. I think they look at it as. I think some people look at the size and physicality and say that's easier to find than a star level point guard. And how do you mix it? How do you mesh it? And it just hasn't worked that way. Scott Perry, the one thing he said at this press conference is he has to find the right pieces to put around Zach LaVine, because we all know the comments that he made about whether or not you can win with him, having those question marks. But that's the challenge in finding the pieces to put around him. And he's got almost a blank slate. I don't know if it's totally blank, but it's
next summer. It's really close. Like again, Valanciunas' contract falls off at $11 million. Again, you can just decline the final year of DeMar DeRozan. I don't think you'll have true cap space. You might have a little bit of cap space, but again, that's when Keegan Murray's extension would kick in. So it's gonna be difficult. Like you're tightrope walking here. We didn't even discuss Keon Ellis thing. We have no idea what Keon's gonna make. Like there's a lot of moving pieces here that Scott Perry has to do.
With Keon Ellis, though, do you still think? I mean, I told you avoiding restricted free agency just because I don't think that's good for anybody.
No, I think making him a restricted free agent's way to go.
You think so?
Yeah, unless you can lock him up to a deal. You can say, hey,
I'd rather do that.
We need you to make a lot less money. But what we're going to do, we're going to give you a 4-year extension on top of your current deal of $48 million. And so you're going to play this year for $2 million, and then you're going to get $48 million. They can even do like a signing bonus and give them like a bunch of money up front to make it work. But I would say that the Keon Ellis thing is that's the best case scenario. The second, if you can't get him to say, yeah, I'm signing on the dotted line on July 1st, then you got to go the other direction and you got to bail on him. Sean, it's been amazing having you here. Thanks for jumping in and hanging out. Amazing, Sean.
Huh.
Like, what are you talking about?
That's very nice.
You're the amazing Sean Cunningham from KCRA 3.
I guess so.
That's right. All right, we'll be back on Monday. Kyle Madsen will be back with us. It's been a fun week. Just kind of hanging out in the lead seat. Very different for me. But big shout out to Jesse Tapia, who's been amazing all week. Thank you to Joe Brazil, who's been spectacular. And thanks for Sean Cunningham for showing up and getting us through the last couple of hours of the Insiders on this week. So I'm James Ham. Thanks for tuning in to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
Thank you, Chatty House.
All right.
If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us. That would be spectacular. I don't know how many thumbs up we got for today, but yeah.
Bye, y'all.
We'll see you guys next week. Thank you. And if you guys want, like Sean and I might have a podcast some point this weekend, so we'll also, you might see that as well. So peace out.
Yep. Y'all hear me? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah. Man, don't be paying attention, man. I gotta get this out of my bag. So I'll just.
Wow, in front of the cameras. You don't even turn the chair around. Dame, like you're showing it off right now.
Jokes to yourself. I have to get this thing out, man. Relax. Pause. Oh man, they got it on the French Open. It's College World Series time. What we talking about?
Yeah, there's no softball right now. We got East Carolina versus Florida though for the men's.
Softball's this evening, ain't it? Oh no. Hold on.
Yeah, it's Friday. I said, here's the idea in case he says, oh no, we're gonna have a good time today.
Give me a second. I'm here now. Now, where is it's not that? It's definitely not that. Here it is.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey. And I was stalling because I can't find that. There they are. Hey. One more time. Hey. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Friday, May 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. Shout out to Damian Barley. He's not here right now.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Shout out to your man, King Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
And this is going to be difficult. Don't do anything. I'm going to find this. My main man, Jesse Tappy on the board.
What are you doing with him?
Yes, sir. Dame is out enjoying his best life as he should.
Where are we live from?
We are live. Hold on. Where are we live from? Oh, this one's tough. Let's see. Let's just keep going until we find it.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
No.
I feel like Macho Man was
get rid of that
a small package type of guy.
Here we are.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
Hey, while I'm here, I might need to just jack up this board real quick, get rid of a couple things while I'm here. Let me get rid of a couple things. Where's that Lake Show one so I can get rid of it while he's gone? That's gonna be my
Do you know how to get rid of stuff on there?
I'll click on buttons until I find out.
That's true. There's a trash can up there.
What's good, everybody, man? Like I said, Friday, D-Lo and KC. D-Lo is out on vacation, getting ready for Kendrick Lamar, getting ready for Janet Jackson, getting ready for Hamilton. Vegas Barling is who he is now, man.
I was texting him this morning, allegedly. He said he's getting on the PJ, so.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yeah, I understand that. I mean, literally, he's so rich. He could do the show from the PJ. They have Wi-Fi and all this other stuff.
Facts.
He's got his own, is it still broadband? Is that what it is? I don't know. But he's got his own internet system on the PJ. So he just decided not to. It's not that he couldn't. You know what I mean? It's not that he couldn't. So he's enjoying his best life. I'm here. I'm in the building. Jesse Tappy is in the building, and you already know what it is, man. Casey and friends pulling up on us, man. We've got a special guest. Well, we might have a couple special guests, but one special guest for sure pulling up in about 12 minutes or so. I'll keep that a secret real quick. We got my man Anthony Sain from the Anthony Sain Show. He's out in Memphis. He's going to break down everything that we need to know about potentially having John Moran on the market. And we're just going to talk about general basketball stuff. We got my main man, Coach JT. He going to pull up on us. We talking Kings. We talking general basketball stuff. And then, you know, we got Eddie Gonzalez. You know, we talking hoop. Then this is a basketball day. I know the 49ers made a trade. Kind of controversial. A lot of people in Philadelphia are like, we just sold them a lemon. Other people in San Francisco is like, no, he's back with Robert Saleh. So, it's going to be all good. What's his name? Brian Huff?
Bryce Huff.
Bryce Huff.
Bryce Huff.
Bryce Huff. Edge rusher. So, I know that's going on. We'll get to that on Monday after we break that down a little bit. There's a lot of basketball going on today. And Jesse, yeah, man.
Oh,
it ain't over.
We're all happy today.
It ain't over. It is not over. And you said we were going to have this situation like a handful of times. Yes. Saturday night is the biggest game for the Knicks in 25 years.
Hold on.
25 years.
That's fine, but we got to acknowledge the Knicks are not like this big franchise or like, oh, wow, it's the New York Knicks, the Boston Celtics. They're like, no, that's fine. You can't have 5 biggest games of the last 25 years in one postseason and be like the big dog.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I hear what you're saying.
What is your criteria for being a big dog?
The streets will tell you if you're a big dog or not.
This is the callback to yesterday, by the way.
The streets will tell you if you're a big dog. The Knicks are a big dog.
Why? Because Ben Stiller's there? Because Timothy Chalamet's there? Shout out Dune 1 and 2.
Let me ask you a question. And I'm not, you know how I feel. You know who I rock with. I have a good time at their expense damn near every year. But are you trying to tell me the Cowboys ain't a big dog?
No, the Cowboys are definitely a big dog, but they have way more history than the Knicks. The Knicks haven't won since 1973. Like the Cowboys.
Were the Cubs a big dog? Cubs were a big dog. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that.
I guess. Yeah, the Cubs won because, I think, all right.
And I think the Knicks fall in the category of the Cubs a little bit more than the Cowboys. Like, we're going on 30 years now with the Cowboys not doing anything pretty much. So they got the Knicks beat a little bit, but
I'll concede. You got me on the Cubs one. You can't go 89 years. What was it, Manny?
That was
crazy. 100, over 100. 89 with my team.
Well, I'm about to say you guys were a big dog.
Hey,
you guys were a big dog.
I was born in 96. As far as I'm concerned, we're the best team in all of sports.
Wow. What you guys got? 4?
4.
Giants got 3. Damn. Okay. But no, man, the Knicks matter. The Knicks matter. New York matters, and this is a big time game on Saturday. This is a big time game. First of all, for anybody that doesn't know what happened, Knicks won game 5 to bring it to 3-2 in their Eastern Conference Finals series against the Indiana Pacers, setting up game 6 Saturday night in Indianapolis, downtown Indianapolis. It's a big time game. Jesse, I think this game is for the series. I think this is a de facto game 7. It's hard to say that when you still have to go win another game if you're the Knicks. You lost the game 7 to this Pacers team last year in the Garden, so it's not inconceivable. But I really feel like this is the game. It almost feels like Thunder Warriors 2016, where, there was a game 7, but after they lost game 6, it was over for the Thunder.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. Like yesterday, the Knicks won. I'm not really moved by it yet, even with the performance that Tyrese and that starting 5 had. That was disgusting.
We'll
but
talk about that.
Yeah, but I still think it's anyone's series if the Knicks win game 6. It's just I don't know how much the Knicks are here in the Eastern Conference Finals and I buy them, but they haven't been consistent enough for my liking. Like they've stolen games and all that stuff, but like I don't know. Like I can't count on just everyone just kind of being there on game 7. Like maybe Brunson gets you 30 or whatever, and someone gets you 20, but I feel like I can't depend on those guys.
I understand.
And that's why I'm not saying they can't win the series, but that's why I can't just say, if they win game 6, then it's over.
I understand. We're going to pause the Knicks talk for just a second, and we got a special guest in the building. Matter of fact, go to that one right there because that one's pulled up. We got a special guest. We got a legend in the building. I'm going to tell you right now, he might talk a little basketball with us too because my man, he know hoop too. We've got the legend, Dusty Baker in the building. Come on, man. Dusty Baker.
All right.
The legend. Man, Dusty. I tell this to Dusty all the time because me and Darren, his son, we fostered a relationship in the last couple of years. And every time I see Dusty, I be like, Dusty, you was like my uncle, man. You was like my uncle when I was a young Giants fan, man, senior in 93 and all the way to 2002. So it's always an honor.
You know something? I tell people, like, I love my dad, and I could tell my dad almost anything.
Yeah.
But I could tell my uncle everything.
That's right.
And that's the thing about the uncles.
That's right. That's right.
Especially if they're cool.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Well, look, you're a baseball legend.
Yeah.
I want to talk baseball, but I know people talk to you baseball all the time. You know hoops.
I
You're
love
at
hoops.
all the Kings games.
I love hoops.
All the
I don't
Kings
go to
games.
all of them. My son goes all of them.
Okay.
I go to some
see
of
you
them.
all the time.
Yeah,
I see you all the time.
but my dad, he was the biggest Kings fan that there was.
Really?
Yeah, and I've been a season ticket holder, mostly for my dad because I wasn't here a lot of times.
Yeah.
Since 1985.
Okay.
And I was one of the original 12.
There we go.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see Doug Christie get the job because we go to the same post office. And I asked him, I said, man, when are they going to take that interim off coach that they introduce you every day?
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, maybe someday. And so now they can take that interim off. But what were you talking about the Knicks? Because, man.
So here's the thing, Dusty. I'm born and raised in Sacramento. I am a diehard Kings fan. Yeah. I love the Kings. But I like to call myself a Knicks supporter. Yeah. I really like the Knicks. I've always liked them.
I like the Knicks
I've
too.
always liked them.
Yeah.
See, he knows.
Since Clyde the Glide,
come on,
Willis
man.
Reed,
he knows.
Earl the Pearl. I knew.
The interesting thing was I was 8, 9, 10 years old. I was obviously like anybody else in the early 90s. I was a Jordan fan, right? Love the Bulls.
Oh yeah.
And I hated those Knicks teams. I
Bet
hated.
you did.
They used to beat the hell out of I hated those Knicks teams. But then I got older, and then I understood toughness and competitive. I was like, I kind of like John Starks. I wish we had a Charles Oakley, all this other stuff. So I kind of like the Knicks for that.
But you know something? That's how I was as a kid. I hated the Celtics and the Yankees because I was in Riverside at the time before I moved up here at 15.
Yeah.
And they used to beat the Dodgers all the time, the Yankees, and the Celtics used to beat the Lakers. But once I got into pro ball and got into coaching, I wanted to be just like them.
That's right.
Because I wanted to win
mold your teams like those.
Oh
those
yeah, I
teams.
wanted to win like every year. And I remember one of the greatest conversations that I had was with the late Bill Russell, and I've used this on my teams. And I asked Bill, I said, man, what was the secret of you guys' success? You know, I thought he was going to say determination, perseverance. He goes, we loved each other. I said, what? He says, yeah, we loved each other.
Yeah.
And I was like, I mean, that'll take you a long ways, which is how I see Okie City right now. You know, it seems like they love each other.
Yeah, that's facts.
Or Halliburton and Indiana.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I think the Knicks have that too, though.
Yeah, they do. And you know
Knicks,
something? We have seen some of the greatest basketball, I think, in the last decade, night after night after night.
Yeah.
And I cannot wait to get home. I don't want to be late at all. I want to be sitting in front of my TV with a little glass of scotch watching the basketball.
So Dusty, like I said, you're my man, and I hope you understand when I ask this. So, big Giants fan my whole life. 2002. I feel like it's a little easier to talk about it now because you are a world champion and you've been to the mountaintop. But I say all the time with 2002, it's like getting stitches. I got stitches above my eye, right? I've healed. Giants have won other World Series. I've seen you win a World Series. I was really happy about that. I've healed, but the scar is there forever, right? Talking about Knicks Pacers. And I think if the Knicks get game 6, I think that might be a little too much for the Pacers. And I kind of equate that.
But you know something? I kind of, when I was looking at John Starks the other day, and you know, they kept showing his face and showing how, I guess he missed a couple free throws at the end there.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I know how you feel, John. You know, because I like John.
Yeah.
And, you know, people a lot of times say, hey, Dustin, you know, great career, but you should have left Russell Ortiz in there. A great career, should have this and that. I said, hey, man, I was reading something the other day that said if I had until after the game to decide, I might have done something different too.
Right.
But at the time, you do what you think.
Yeah.
You do what you think is right. And you know, as a manager, it was a lot easier as a player because I can have a direct impact on the outcome of the game as a player. As a manager, I'm depending on you to make me look good or bad. And
that makes it even more nerve-wracking.
Yeah, for real.
For sure.
And you talking about nerve-wracking. See, I just came from Rochester, New York, watching Darren play. It was freezing. I'm talking 47 every day. I saw the sun one day out of a week, and that was the day I was leaving. Hey, man, to be a parent, I was thinking about my dad. To be a parent and watching your son play or daughter play, man, that was more nerve-wracking than any games that I've ever been in.
My son, he's 12 years old, plays baseball, plays the travel baseball, and I'm a mess.
Anytime a ball's hit to him, you're like, come on, son, or up with bases loaded.
Yeah. Oh, man. It happened the other day.
What happened?
They were in the last inning. Even this was just like a scrimmage game against another all-star team in golf. Yeah. And last inning, and he was in the hole, 2 outs. I was like, man, guy in front of him, get a hit so he can get up and get a chance to hit the game winner. So then the guy in front of him did get a hit. And then he comes up to the plate, and I'm like, oh, it actually happened. Like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
You willed it.
All right. Now we're actually here. See what happens. It's the game-winning RBI single in the left center. Yeah, man.
Oh, hey, man. You know something? I told my son, going back to the last out of the game, Billy Williams, I was a rookie. He told me, Dusty, see how many times I love Billy Williams with the Cubs.
Yeah.
And we're born on the same day. So,
when's your birthday?
June 15th.
Oh, it's coming up.
Yeah, coming up. I'll be 76.
There we go. Come on, man.
And so Billy told me, Dusty, try to go through your career and never make the last out of a ball game. I was like, I'll try that.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I did it, but it was always on my mind.
Right. That's a mindset to have.
Yeah. And I told that to my son the other day. He goes, Dad, I was up last, man, and I didn't make the last out.
There we go.
I said, go ahead, son.
I'm gonna tell my son that. I'm gonna play him this and be like, this is what a Hall of Famer said. Try and keep this in your mind.
I'm just passing on knowledge. I didn't make it up.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Just pass it on down, man.
All right, man. We got to cut out of here.
Yeah, Dusty, you are the man. I see this every time I see him, but you're the man. I thank you as a lifelong Giants fan for just, number one, what you did bringing success to San Francisco.
Yeah.
But like you just did just now, you taught me the game.
Yeah.
There were things that I would watch and the strategy that you would have, and I learned the game by watching you manage the game and watching how you dealt with some of the players and stuff like that. I saw some last night. They had a little 15-minute video on Bonds and Kent.
Ooh,
and the way you handled that. It was just that I coach now too, and I'm like,
this is you know something though, before I leave, I just want to give a shout out to all the bad dudes that I grew up with here in Sacramento. Because I'm telling you, we had we had like 20-something guys in the big leagues at the same time years ago. And we were all proud of like, hey, homie, you got to pick it up, man.
Yeah.
You know, we had Jerry Manuel, we had Rolling Off with Jerry Royster, and before us, slightly before us, Bob Oliver, Derek Lee's dad, Leron Lee. I mean, Larry Boa.
They play baseball out here.
Dude, we played some baseball.
They play baseball out here.
Yes,
man.
we did play some baseball. We was proud.
Yeah.
We were proud of being, from Sacramento.
Yes, sir. Dusty, you are the man. I appreciate you. Tell Darren I said what's up.
I sure
Tell
will.
Darren he need to come on here too, man. We need to talk to him too, man.
Well, as soon as he get back home.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right.
No doubt.
All right.
Appreciate
Later.
you, Dusty, man. What sign? We're going to keep it rolling, right, Jesse? Okay. Appreciate you, Dusty. Yeah. Man, come on. That was a treat, man. No, I'm on right now. Yeah, we on. It's good seeing you, man. John, appreciate you. Let's talk. Absolutely. Got you. Text me. Oh, man. Come on, man. This is like the dope part of this job. One of the dope parts of my job. Dusty Baker. Come on, man. I used to watch this guy every day coach my favorite team for, what was that, 9-10 years?
Yeah.
Every single day. Some of my great memories as a Giants fan, pretty much all of them outside of like the World Series that they won, are with that guy.
Yeah, no, Dusty came in here about 11:30 earlier or whatever. And he's in the studio talking with me, and I'm texting my dad. I just talked to Dusty Baker for like 10 minutes or whatever. It was cool. Yeah.
Cool dude too. Like the nice, as you guys can see, man, the nicest guy. I see him and Darren a lot of the times when I go to the Kings games, and I'll walk by and say what's up to Darren and Dusty, what's up, man? And then I always tell him, like, just in case he doesn't remember me, I'll be like, I'm a big time Giants fan. You was like my uncle. You was like uncle. And I'm almost, shout out to Scooter, I'm almost never wearing a Giants hat when I see him. And he goes, oh, yeah, I could tell by the hat that you wear that you're a big Giants fan. Yeah. I was like, Dusty, don't do that to me, dog. Don't do that to me. We get a good laugh out of that, man. But, Yeah, man, that was awesome.
Yeah, that's awesome, Casey. We got to talk to Dusty Baker today.
Man, oh man.
Hold on. How pissed off do you think Damian Barling's going to be that he's gone again? And we got like another top tier guest. Dang, we're not doing this on purpose. Look, I'm gonna look to the camera. We're not doing this on purpose. We're not.
Well,
this is an accident.
Coming up in the next segment, we've got Doug Christie here on D-Lo. No, we don't have Doug. We don't have Doug.
Like, this is not on purpose, bro. I promise.
Poor Dave, man. Poor Dave. This is just, we got to make it up to him somehow, some way. Man.
I don't think we do. Go take another vacation next week, bro. We might have like Vince Carter or something. Wait, is that Vince Carter walking in the building? Vince, you want to talk to us?
Shout out to my boy Dave, man. We're gonna let her ride a little bit, man. Man, I got to come down off that high, man, talking to Dusty Baker. But we got to talk hoop. Like we said, the Knicks forcing the game 6. I wanted to tell him. I'm glad I did. Maybe I was doing too much. Maybe because I talked to him like he really and I could really talk to him, but I don't want to open up no wounds. But I wanted to say 2002 World Series, game 6, they lose that game. Me, as a Giants fan, there was still a game 7 left.
Yeah.
I said, we just lost the World Series. When they lost game 6, I said, we just lost the World Series. And I equate that to what's going on with the Knicks and the Pacers. I do think anything can happen in a game 7, but I just have a feeling if I'm a Pacers player, if I'm a Pacers fan, if you don't close this out on Saturday, it's over. It's over. I can't imagine them going back to the Garden for a game 7 after losing game 6 in Indiana and winning that game 7.
So are we just assuming that Tyrese and them just fold in game 7 then?
I think, well, so here's
I'd be pretty shocked if Indiana just lost 3 in a row, just given how they've been playing their best basketball. It seems like Tyrese is having his moment.
Yeah.
Pascal Siakam has been the perfect number 2 on this team. Sometimes stepped up as a number 1 when they've needed it. I'd just be pretty shocked if it just went down that way.
So here's the deal, and there's no rule to this, right? But if you go through some of these game 7s that we've seen when the team had the chance to close it in 6. I talked about 2016 Thunder Warriors. The Thunder were up in like the first quarter, second quarter of that game 7. And then all it took was one little run by the Warriors and it made them fold. The other game that I was thinking about, this one, it was, oh man, I just had it on my brain. But it's not, sorry everybody. Sorry, Dusty. Game 7, Giants Angels 2002. Giants took the lead. I think they were up 2-0 at the start of that game. But all it took was one little situation, and it's tough. It's tough.
I see it like it happens and stuff like that, but I don't know, just going off of what we've seen from these two teams, for myself at least, I think it'd be anyone's game still in game 7. Like the atmosphere will be insane. Like we know it's MSG and all that stuff, but yeah, I don't think if Indiana loses game 6, they're done. But like I see what you're saying too.
And Indy, it could happen that way. It could happen with Indiana winning that game 7. I think those teams are pretty close. I think they're pretty close, and because of that, anything can happen in any one of these games. As a Knicks supporter,
here we go again.
I'm on guard for game 6. I'm on guard. I'm like, so what I talked about with the game 7 about like, Thunder were up early and then it took a little bit of a run and the Warriors ran away. I'm on guard for that for the Knicks in game 6. Oh yeah, first quarter, like you're up 2 after one quarter. That's good. The Pacers could easily get a 16-5 run, and then you just it's on and popping at that point.
Yeah, I think game 6 will be close. Like I'm not down on the Knicks team or whatever. I don't think they're better than this Pacers team, but I think it'll be close in game 6. You'll get the Knicks, whatever. I assume you'll get their best shot.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if that's going to be everyone stepping up or it's just Brunson and Towns going for 30 that night, whatever it may be. But I think it'll be a close matchup, and I think Indiana closes it out just because like I said, Tyrese has just shown up every moment that they've needed so far this postseason.
Yeah, and he's
Whether
gonna
it's
have to show
closing
up.
out the Bucks, the Cavs, whoever.
He's gonna have to show up after what we saw in Game 5.
Yeah,
Now,
that was awful.
This is the thing. And we'll get into this conversation with a couple of different people, but I don't think Tyrese is a superstar. Like I reserve that for certain people, right? But if you think Tyrese is a superstar, that cannot happen last night. And if I'm gonna, I love Ant. I think Ant is a superstar. What did I do after Game 4 and Game 5? I said that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You can't just not put up any shots. If I'm gonna have that same energy for a guy that I do believe is a superstar in Anthony Edwards, I gotta have that same. You can't just not shoot the ball. That was ridiculous.
I'm one who does think he is a superstar. Does Jason Tatum do that?
Does Jason Tatum do that? I
Where he's
don't
just
think
kind
he-
of
I don't feel like
maybe
he
it's not the
does
shots,
he?
but like he'll have a game where, like, let's be real, where it's just kind of like he's not shooting well. Maybe it's just more so crunch time or whatever people talk about. But like I feel like what we saw from Tyrese Halliburton is what people say Jason Tatum does too as well. Where it's like he's either on or he's just off.
I give
Could not be
grace-
similar, but
I give grace to missing shots to a certain degree, right? Like you.
wait, hold on. Let's show. I sent you the link. I sent you the link. What do you mean? I sent you the link. I sent you the link at 12:04.
We've got another special guest ready to pop up on us, man. I
don't want to catch no heat. I don't know if that's for the Celtics or whatever just happened right now. If I sent you the link.
We've got another special guest. Cheryl In Elk Grove is pulling up. We'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll
with
resend
her.
that one then.
But if you're missing shots, if you're 3 of 19, I can live with that. That has no bearing on, more times than not, on whether or not you're a superstar. If you're 3 of 9, 3 of 8, what did Tyrese go last night? I'm about to pull this up right now. He took
2 of 7. 2 of 7,
shots.
yeah.
You should be taking 7 shots a half.
At the very least.
What are we doing? I have no tolerance for that, whether it's Tyrese Halliburton or Anthony Edwards. I have no tolerance for that. Like, your team needs you. This is a closeout situation. I need you to put up the shots. I think we see Tyrese aggressive in Game 6. I don't think we see no 7-shot performance in Game 6. He's gonna put them up.
And that's why I think this, like, for me, I think he's going to show up, and that's why I think he's a superstar now. That's why I think he'll have it.
The superstars don't do that. We don't have that. And I think Ant is a superstar, and that's an excuse.
He's a young superstar. He's an up and coming superstar. We got to get that out of his game.
We don't have, like, SGA. SGA ain't putting up 7 shots ever. SGA getting them up. He's getting them up. Jokic is getting them up. Luka's getting them up. I think for the most part, even Tatum's getting them up, right? He just might miss them.
2 of 15, but yeah,
he getting them up. Like that's
a fair point. Like, I'm not gonna jump back off the Tyrese as a superstar train or whatever, but like you can't take 7 shots.
Yeah,
and if you do, you have to answer it back in Game 6.
And I think he will. Yes, sir. So, man, that first segment was crazy, man. Dusty Baker pulled up on my boy, man. That's crazy. That is crazy, man. Shout out Dusty. Big ups to him. Hopefully we talk to him more in the future. Hopefully talk to Darren too. He said Darren, might pull up on us, man. So we're gonna shout out to the Bakers, man. Shout out to the Bakers. And he's got a winery that we talk about as well. So we'll be talking about that in the future. But the show's jam-packed. You heard it here. The cat's out of the bag. Cheryl In Elk Grove will be coming up on D-Lo and KC on the next segment here on WFAN, The Fan.
I'm sorry, Cheryl. I'll send it again. I'm sorry.
New York here. We talking Knicks. We talking basketball. Anthony Sain, he's going to pull up on us. My man, Coach JT's pulling up on us. And then, I want to talk to you. I want to hear from you. There's still some Kings things I want to talk about at some point, too. Eddie Gonzalez is pulling up. Jam-packed Friday. KC and Friends. It's D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Yeah, Leezy in the house too. Oh man, let me see what's going on. Let's see. Hold on. Hey Jesse, did you do Ymail or Gmail? It's Ymail. Yeah, Ymail. Yep. Got a question. Maybe the chat can answer it. No, that's a dumb question. Never mind. Hey, Russ Dog, man. Hey, shout out Dusty, man. I told Dusty, I saw him before the show. He's like, when you go on? I said, about 12. I said, pull up on me, Dusty. So I'm gonna come through. Came through, man. Shout out Dusty. You're right, Zabo. You're right. No such thing as a dumb question, but no. That's what I'm saying. Hey. Oh man. Michigan Wolverines, what's up, man? Young Sav, what up, boy? It's not pause worthy, but I answered my own question while I was thinking about it.
Cheryl, by the way, if you're watching, you should have the link now. My apologies.
Cheryl In Elk Grove, you should be good. Click on the link. And this one is 43, right? Yep. That actually works out. Like, hey, hold on, Weezy. I mean, look, I'm not a Knicks fan. I am a Knicks supporter. I want them to win. I root for the Knicks for any team but the Kings. To me, a Knicks fan would 100% against anybody be rooting for the Knicks. That's not how I am. But they play the Kings. You know I'm rocking with the Kings. There's a difference. I rock with the Knicks, though. I got paraphernalia. I rock with the Knicks. Don't get it twisted. But I'm a Kings fan. Okay, all right. Who the hell are you? All right, man. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 on this Friday afternoon. This hot Friday afternoon. I wish I had my notepad because there's something I got to talk about probably a little later. We got a lot of people coming through, a lot of guests coming through. So Jesse, remind me when we're clear. There's something we got to talk about. I should remember. Just say, what were you going to talk about at 12:30?
I'm literally going to write down later on something we got to talk about.
Yeah, no doubt. But we got guests lined up for like the next 2 hours. Casey and friends. And oh boy. She nixed out today. Cheryl In Elk Grove is in the building. She got the Knicks towel on the chair. Now look, that Knicks towel, that's like 99, 2000. That's what Spreewell had. That's not because, I went to the store today and got that. That's what Spreewell had. That lets you know how long she's been rocking with the Knicks. Cheryl, what's going on?
Oh, yeah. What's going on?
I like that hat. You going to let me get that hat?
No, you guys been talking mess about the Knicks. Jesse.
Who you guys?
Talking about.
I don't talk mess.
Jesse, you were talking mess. We are going to Game 7. So be ready on Monday.
All I've ever told is the truth.
What?
All I've ever done is tell the truth about the Knicks.
Jesse.
They haven't won since 1973. They've had 5 biggest
Jesse,
games.
let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the future. Let's talk about what happened last night and what's going to happen tomorrow.
All right, let's start with last night. What did you see? I'll tell you what I saw. Brunson was doing his thing. Brunson didn't want to go home. He was aggressive. But what about my boy? Yeah, that's your boy, JB. That's my boy. I like Brunson too. That's my dog. But what about my guy, Cat? What about my guy, Cat? Cat let him know what time it was. Now, Cat seems like the type of big man that you like. Somebody that's going to get in there and play like a big man.
With one exception. I went back and I watched the game. Unfortunately, I was at an event and I had to have my phone in my hand the whole time. So I watched it again last night. The thing that I'm concerned about and what I have called over to the Knicks camp about is those fouls that he's getting. If you're going to do these little sloppy fouls, let's make it work. What happened to Cat that used to make him hurt? So if you're going to do a foul, you're going to get it anyway, knock him down. Let's hit him in the stomach. Let's do what they're doing to him. They're hanging on his back and they are not calling anything. So
we do not condone violence on this show.
What did Jesse say?
We do not condone violence on this show.
This is the playoffs. This is basketball. That you know, there's no violence, Jesse.
Did you guys see
we're trying to get the ball.
Did you guys see Chuck and Shaq asking him about his fouls yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, only God only knows. It's not gonna work.
Jesse, you know what?
Now, let me ask you, Cheryl. I know the way that you like basketball played, especially playoff basketball. You just said, "Hey, Cat, knock somebody on their ass."
Exactly.
Who do you think that needs to be on Indiana? Like, who does he need to knock down?
Well, he needs to knock down Nesmith, and he needs to knock down Turner. Those two. And I think if we get Nesmith, he's not well. Something's wrong with him. Remember, he got hurt back in the third game. And so I think we should just go on and take him out a little bit.
Right,
and Turner, he's just going to have to knock him
hold on, wait a minute. Let's not go by what you just said. Take him out. What
I mean, just let him hurt a little bit. Let him hurt a little bit.
Cheryl said the Knicks got to sweep the leg on Saturday.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, look what they're doing to him, Jesse. Are you looking at what they're doing to him? And Jalen, look what they're doing to poor Jalen. They are pulling his shirt every time. I mean, he has messed up his ankle. I don't know how many times he's had to have that thing retaped. I mean, it's unbelievable. And you get close to Tyrese, it's a foul. You just get near it. This is basketball. This is the playoffs. So there's supposed to be hard fouls out here. Let's go. We're not talking about dribbling, double dribbling, all that, traveling. Forget that mess. We are playing basketball. Let's play.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, you got Jalen. I think he's going to do his thing. You got Cat. I think he's going to do his thing. Who else on the Knicks needs to step up if they're going to get this win on Saturday?
Bridges has to step up. He's got to start hitting those threes. Hart's got to stay off that floor. And he's been doing good picking up some stuff, but we've got to get that offensive thing going on with those offensive rebounds. OG's got to pick it up. Everybody's got to be hitting. Everybody.
Sure.
And defense is the key. What, Jesse?
Question for me. Sorry. Do you think that Jalen Brunson flops a lot?
No. Who told you that? What are you talking about?
This is what the streets are saying.
Jesse, what streets are you talking to? Because I don't know.
Dr. David in the chat house. That's one.
David? Who is David?
National TV as well.
No. He is not floppy. No, he's not.
Okay.
No.
Well, you heard it from her. We got a couple minutes left. I know the Knicks are near and dear to your heart, Mom. So, do you believe that Saturday, Game 6 is the season? Whereas if Indiana wins, series is over. But if the Knicks win, that it's a wrap. They're not going to lose no Game 7 at home. Do you think that Game 6 is that vital?
Yes. We're not going to lose for one. Now, we had some upsets. Now, understand, not just the playing on the court was the issue. We had people not in place. Spike Lee missed 2 games. We had Fat Joe. I haven't seen him. I don't know where he is. And so we have people that are normally on the sidelines that are not there. We've had some characters showing up that have been there that we don't even know who they are. And then, you know, I have to accept some responsibility on 2 of the games. I didn't get there until 10 minutes after the game started. So now, you know, we got to do what we got to do.
You don't mean the garden. You were just saying just watching on TV.
Right at my seat where I need to be. So tomorrow, everybody's going to be in place. Everybody will be where they're supposed to be. And then it's going to be up to the players to do what they need to do on the court. But we have to do defense. We really do, because we need to just cut them at the ankles. You've got to. I mean, this team, I'm going to give Indiana a little bit. You know, they're fast paced. They like to run. We can't slow down. We've got to play their game. And, you know, we've got to play defense. We got to get Turner. We really have to get Turner and Nesmith. Get those two, and we're it's a done.
And they need to be knocked. They need to be knocked down, potentially knocked out, is what you're saying.
Well, if you're going to make a foul, make it work. Make it count.
I don't hate that, by the way.
I'm not trying to talk about technicals. I'm not talking about any of that. But if we need to go technical, well, you know, we have to. But I mean, just let them be noticed. These little floppy little fouls that he's getting are ridiculous. I mean, slap somebody down, you know, do something to make it be a foul.
Okay, I hear you. Real quick before you leave, do you think anybody, whether it's the Knicks or Pacers, can beat the Oklahoma City Thunder? SGA, MVP, took down my man Ant-Man. Like, do you think anybody has a chance against OKC?
Oh, don't even talk to me about Ant-Man.
Well, what's wrong with Ant-Man?
Ant-Man, I don't know what's wrong with. That's the question. What's wrong with Ant-Man? I don't know what the problem is. I don't know if he's ready for the big stage. I don't know. Because like you said earlier, that game he played, that was ridiculous. That was totally crazy. I don't know what that's about. And another thing I just want to say quickly that I don't agree with. I don't like when these coaches pull these people out the third quarter just because they're losing a little bit. They're going to pull them out the whole fourth quarter. No, you stay in there and fight till the end. And Ant-Man, all of them have done that. They did that last night with Indiana. They pulled them out. No, you're getting paid to play to the end. So, but in reference to your question, if the Knicks, when they make it as the Eastern Conference winners, I believe it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be rough. And get ready for 7 games. Just get ready for 7 games. It's going to come down to 7, and the Knicks are going to take it.
Knicks are going to beat OKC.
Yes.
First time since 1973.
If the Knicks, you get no more lemon cakes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Wow. I like to push buttons. I'm sorry.
Real
well,
quick,
Jesse,
Mom,
if it's been that long, do you think we're going to get all the way there and not take it?
That's a good point.
History says yes, Cheryl.
Oh no.
I don't know. I don't know what Jesse's reading. I don't know if he's been talking to Elon Musk and had some of what Elon had.
No.
I'm just saying, we need to have an offline conversation. We need to talk.
I'm gonna run out of here.
Mom, no, we got a commercial break. You got 10 seconds. If the Knicks win the NBA Finals, the NBA championship, are you going to the parade?
Yes, I will be there.
All right, you heard it here first. Cheryl In Elk Grove will be Cheryl in Manhattan if the Knicks win the NBA championship. No doubt. Okay. Appreciate you, Mom. We'll be ready on Saturday to watch this game and see what happens. All right, we'll be ready.
All right, I'm ready. Let's go.
Right. Sounds good. We got my main man, Anthony Sain, coming through to D-Lo and KC when we return on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Good stuff, Cheryl. Good stuff. And what's up, man?
My boy, what's up with you, man?
Not much, man. We on a commercial break right now, man.
So, yeah, it's all good.
Yes, sir, man. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Had a little fun today. My man D-Lo, he's out on vacation, and
okay.
Yeah, my mom, she's a big Knicks fan, and
yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
my mama sound kind of crazy, baby. That's mama though.
That's how she's been since the day I learned about basketball. She's like, knock somebody on their ass. That's what you got to do. They can't call them all. I was like, wait, what? She be good in the grindhouse.
Yeah, exactly. Thunder did it for a long time. We were fouling the hell out of teams back in the day. Yeah.
No doubt, man. No doubt, man. We got a little while before we come back. Man, how's everything been going with you, man?
Everything been good, bro. Everything been real good.
I can do it. I see you out there doing your thing, man, for sure. For sure.
Appreciate it, bro. Trying to, man.
Yeah.
I live in an upside down ass market, bro.
Well, yeah, I know. I know. Well, the interesting thing. So let me ask you this real quick. Like I said, we're not on the air yet, so you can say what you need to say.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it seemed like a brother like yourself in Memphis to be appreciated the way you should be.
Think, huh?
That's what I would think. That's what I would think. You know what I mean? Speaking for the culture, speaking for the community, speaking for some of these players, man. So I haven't talked to you about it. I think the players are cool with you. I think everybody else might be tripping off you sometimes.
Yeah, the players pretty much fool with me, but they come in programmed not to fool with the media at all. So they've got their own internal media company, and you got a team with no vets, man. You can easily convince players that they're not supposed to talk to nobody but mainstream media. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I got Jalen Wells on the show through his dad. Me and his dad made a connection.
That's what's up. Jalen Wells from Stack, man. Shout out.
Yeah,
shout out Jalen, man. You're a good dude, man. It's funny. One of his trainers, fitness trainers, he coached me when I was 10, 11 years old, and now I send my son to him, and he coached Jalen too. And he would always talk. He tells my son all the time. He's like, man, if you would have seen Jalen at your age and like 13 years old, like this ain't no NBA player. Like he's cool, but NBA player.
Yeah.
What he was, he just kept working. Jalen just work. He was quiet, didn't say nothing. He just kept working. And
you're a silent killer, man.
Yeah. He a hell of a ball player. Oh, here we go. We coming right back in.
Okay.
Back here on D-Lo and KC. D-Lo on a much-deserved vacation. About to go see Kendrick. Damn, the GNX story. You about to go see Kendrick and SZA in Vegas. Shout out to him. But yeah, I'm flying solo, but you already know what it is, man. It's KC and Friends on this Friday afternoon in Sacramento. And one of my guys, man, Anthony Sain, man, I found him on Twitter a few years back, man. Great follow. Host of the Anthony Sain Show. And look, so the bio says the underground king, the UGK of sports media. And you'll like this, Jesse. You'll like this. He says he's the tribal chief of Grizz Twitter. You know what I mean? I don't know if we talk. We big time wrestling over here on this show. Big time.
Well, you know, Memphis is one of the pillars of professional wrestling. I don't know a lot of people know that, but everybody came through Memphis. Before there was NXT, there was Memphis Wrestling, and that was the breeding ground for the stars. You know, the guys who the up and coming guys in WWE that would come through Memphis to run a stint. And Jerry Lawler pretty much was the guy that was in charge of getting guys ready and all those type of things. So, like I said, Memphis is definitely a wrestling city, man. And we throw wrestling into some of everything that we do, even with the grindhouse, the grit and grind stuff. Yeah. You know, we had 4 or 5 wrestling nights in one season. So Memphis is just a wrestling city, man, for sure.
My co-host D-Lo, he has the most wrestling knowledge I've ever seen. And my cousin Ace in New York, I used to always think he did. He got knowledge. But D-Lo know he's an encyclopedia about wrestling. And we've talked about this. I promise you we're gonna talk basketball soon, guys. Don't worry about it. But I got a wrestling guy on here. I got to talk to him. We've talked about this in the last 6 months or so. And we're like, man, we kind of out, bro. Like, I don't like what they're doing right now. I'm not a fan. I don't think Cody can carry the company like they're trying to make
Facts.
him. And
he's a heel, man. Like, everything about him is heel, but they're making him be baby. And it's like, it needs to be he. And it's crazy because I know this is a basketball pod, a basketball show.
That's what we do. You good.
But good. If you really think about the whole thing with Cody, right? It's kind of like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. How Kobe's dad was an NBA player, but Kobe emulated Michael Jordan instead of trying to be like his dad. That's Cody Rhodes, his dad is the legendary Dustin Rhodes, but he emulates Ric Flair. Like everything about him is Ric Flair, bro. And if he ever went heel, he would be an incredible heel. But him as a babyface has a lid on it to me, and I don't think he'll ever get past it for sure.
So,
but I think his best run is when he goes heel.
So the guys, Jesse and D'Lo, I don't think Cody got it. I don't think he has it. Like I see him as, and I have this joke about KO too. I'm like KO, he cool, but like this, we talking about carrying the company. And I said I think Cody's more a KO than he is a Roman. Yeah. But they say
his brother with a list. His brother with a list, man. I'm pulling for him, but I just don't see it, bro. I don't see it.
But they say the same thing you say. They say they number one, they think he can carry it right now, but they say let him turn heel, and then you're gonna see the best Cody. And I'm like,
yeah, for sure, I agree.
All right, but I don't know, man. I don't know if they got Punk, obviously. Roman as this de facto baby face type deal. I don't know. I'm not really feeling that. I like the tribal chief. I like that version of Roman. But I don't know if they got somebody that can carry. You know who he's not ready yet, but they might have to force him into the action. I think he's got everything you need. Because to me, you got to be able to get on that mic and talk that talk too. I think maybe in a year or so, Jacob Fatu, Sacramento's own. I think Fatu got it. I think Fatu got it.
He's pretty good, man. I'm gonna tell you, as a black man who grew up, watching Memphis wrestling and just, rooting for any black guy that came along. They got two dudes coming up in the lower ranks, man, who I don't see how the WWE could fumble these two dudes, but I know it's coming. Because Trick Williams and Obafemi. Yeah, exactly. With him. Like I see him like, all right, I'm concerned about these two dudes, but Trick Williams and Obafemi, man, them dudes got their juice.
I like Trick. I'm not familiar with other. I don't know.
Look up Obafemi, man. He's kind of got like a M'Baku type gimmick is what he does. But like I don't want to scare you away because he ain't got a bone in his nose. Like he ain't like they ain't doing like that with him. But he's like he's like this guy who has like African. He says he has African roots and he calls himself an African king. And he has I think the accent is fake though. I don't think the accent is real. But he's just like a big ass African black dude, and he's pretty good. But it's not like an Ahmed Johnson. It's kind of hard. You got to see it, bro.
Yeah, that's the street saying he the truth. He the truth. I'm gonna tap in. I'm gonna tap in. Trick, Trick is the truth too. But like they messed up Carmelo already, man. They gonna have to.
Yeah,
I don't know how they messed that up because he the truth. He the truth.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
We could talk wrestling all day, and then like I said, if D'Lo was here, we'd definitely be talking wrestling all day. But I wanted to holler at you for a number of different reasons. Number one. Just this basketball season is going up right now with the playoffs and some of the series. We'll get into that. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Memphis Grizzlies and what's going on with them because number one, when Jenkins was fired, one of the things that I do when I hear news and stuff like that, you hear from the Nationals and stuff like that, but being in this business, I've realized by hearing some of the things people say about the Kings when I cover them every day, it's like, y'all way off. Like, y'all don't know the context of what's going on.
Yeah.
When Taylor Jenkins got fired, first thing I did, I tapped in with you. I tapped in to Memphis Radio. I was like, what's really going on? And it was almost a consensus. I think it might have been you who I heard it from was like, yeah, it's about time.
Yeah.
It should happen. It's like, well, y'all got like 2 weeks left in the season. But everybody was like, oh, this should have happened. So what kind of went down with that whole thing with Taylor Jenkins?
Well, man, the Grizzlies have had a very tumultuous past 2 or 3 years, right? You had a team who number 2 seed in the West. This is the same year that you lost Steven Adams for the year. You lost Brandon Clark. You had the whole job finding the West comments. You had the Shannon Sharp getting into it with Josh's dad fight thing. All these things happened. This crazy season with the number 2 seed. We ended up getting put out by the Lakers in the first round. And then going into that offseason, you go get, you will get a Marcus Smart added to the team. You lose Dylan Brooks. You lose Tyus Jones. Like I said, you go get Marcus Smart, and you go into the season. This is also the year that Ja had the suspensions, right? Where he was suspended for the 8 games, and he got in trouble during the offseason. And you knew you were going into the season with 25 games short of John Morant, right? So you go into this season, everybody gets hurt, and you really can't fire anybody. You don't really know what Taylor Jenkins is at that point because you have this year that's, it's nothing where you lose everybody. And then you know, Ja gets he's including Ja being hurt for the year, right? He being injured for the year. So Grizzlies general manager Zach Kleiman, he goes out and he finds who's the current Grizzlies coach now, Tuomas Iasalo or Isalo, however you want to pronounce it. And he finds him and he basically does a stealth hiring of his next head coach. He hires him as he had Taylor Jenkins Zach Kleiman fires Taylor Jenkins' whole coaching staff, says, hey, go hire another staff. Taylor Jenkins hires his staff, and then Zach Kleiman comes in and he hires his future coach in Tomas Isalo to be the lead assistant. But that wasn't a Taylor Jenkins hire. Now, I'll ask you and I'll ask anybody who's watching, if my boss allows me to hire a team, then he hires another guy that's the head of my team, that pretty much tells me that I'm probably on the hot seat or I'm not that guy. So throughout the season, there was a lot of tension, a lot of animosity, a lot of pettiness between Coach Jenkins and the front office, and it was as clear as day. One of the number one things, something I spotted very early in the season, was how we were using Zach Edey. How they were using Zach Edey totally different than the way that Zach Kleiman was proclaiming he would be used when he was drafted on draft night. Zach Edey was giddy about the Zach Edey drafting, and how he wanted to use him, how he wanted to zag where other teams were zigging, and all these different things about Zach Edey, how teams are going to have to adapt to us, etc. And it just wasn't happening on the court. And it just made me pose the question, is this just two men in power being petty towards each other, right? And it ended up, some of those things started coming out. And some of those things started coming out in the media that was one of the main points, that it seems like Taylor Jenkins was using Zach Edey in a way to infuriate Grizzlies GM, Zach Kleiman. So the timing was super odd, and it was crazy because you put an interim head coach in a situation where you're setting them up to fail. And it's a lot different than the other interim situations, because with the Grizzlies, when we fired our coach, a lot of it had to do with the style of play. Like the GM didn't like the style of play. John Morant didn't seem to like the style of play that was having one of the worst statistical season he's had in his career. Having him off the ball, all these type of things. When you guys let go of your coach, right, and Doug Christie came and took over, Doug Christie was able to pretty much do the stuff you guys had been doing on both sides of the ball. He wasn't asked to come in and do something different. Right. But the Grizzlies clearly had schematic issues on the team. And Coach Isalo you can't expect him to come in and re-implement a new offense and do defense in 9 games or whatever. So he just basically came in like a true substitute coach. Guys, do what you know. Let's take some of the goofy stuff out, like not setting screens, which is part of the new Taylor Jenkins offense we had. For some reason, these guys got into the lab and said, hey, this is not set screens at all. And we just drafted a 7'3" screening machine. But this is not set screens at all. I don't know if you know that or not, but our original offense that we were running in the beginning of the season involved 0 screening, like none. And John Morant had the lowest statistical points ever. This is a guy who ate when he had Steven Adams as his big man, right? So, like I said, it put Coach Isalo in a weird situation. But if you do your research, just kind of look at him, look at what he's done overseas, look at his philosophy when it comes down to coaching. I'm a fan of what the potential he can have. Pace is something he's big about. Screen setting is something he's big about. Point of attack defense, multiple defenders on the court at one time is something he's big about. And I'm excited to what he can possibly do with the clean slate, training camp, all these type of things, being able to implement his own offense and defense. I'm looking forward to all those things here in Memphis. But it's crazy. I should have said this before we started. We did this back in 2020. The last time time I came on your show was 2020, right after the pandemic, right when I want to say it was right after the bubble, right after the playoffs. And we had this conversation. And we were 2 teams that were on the come up. Yeah. And here we are 5 years later. We had our come up, and now it seems like we got to build back up again. Right? Yeah, so here we are, man. Hey, look at us. Look at us, man. Yeah.
It seems like that's the NBA, man. That's how things go in the NBA, man. Jerry Reynolds, longtime just ambassador, coach, GM, everything of the Sacramento Kings. He always has the phrase that one of our co-hosts talks about. He says, if you have a 5-year plan in the NBA, then you don't have a plan. Like, that's not how it works. So one of the questions, and I think I know the answer after just hearing you speak a little bit, but one of the questions that a lot of people have here in Sacramento is some people are kind of big game. They think the Kings should be big game hunting, and they should be hunting for a point guard. And John Morant's name has come up because some people think, he might be on the trading block. He might be available. I'll ask you, you're close to it, boots on the ground. Mm-hmm. Do you think John Morant is available for the right price?
No, not at all. First of all, I don't think there's a right price for Ja. I think if the Grizzlies were to trade John Morant, there's no way they can do that deal and get equal value. I think we would end up giving him away at a very bad number. Or when I say number, I mean what's coming back in the trade. Memphis is a small market, and not just a small market, probably the smallest, one of the smallest markets in the NBA. And John Morant, regardless of the injuries, regardless of the off-the-court stuff, regardless of all these things you can say negatively about him, he's still a mega, massive draw in the NBA. And for a small market team, those type of guys don't come around often, bro. You know what I mean? And you know that. I mean, you guys are relatively a small market in the NBA as well. So those type of guys just don't come around. You're talking about a guy who can still drop a shoe and it sells out in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? Who can go to on a road game and there's a crowd of people waiting to see him after the game to get an interview. A guy who can get in front of a microphone and drop a line that goes viral. Like all these type of things, the highlights, the marketability, the viral videos on Twitter, and how all these things are what come with Ja. And I think that for a city like Memphis, I think that Zach Kleiman as well as the owner Robert Perry understand the value of a guy like that. I don't think there's something that you trade for a Jalen Suggs, or that's not something you just. Those type of guys don't come around often, man. And I just think that, like, I liken it to a situation in Portland, where Portland was never going to win anybody's championship with Damian Lillard as your best player and building around him. That was never going to happen, right? But Portland kept Damian Lillard probably well past the time they need to keep him, just because Damian Lillard kept that city relevant. He kept that organization relevant. They could fill up an arena with Damian Lillard on that team. It's the same type of thing with John Morant. Regardless of basketball, how he affects the wins and losses, a guy like that on your team that keeps your organization relevant, it's not somebody you just trade away, for whatever.
Anthony Sain, host of the Anthony Sain Show. He's talking to us about basketball, Memphis right now, and everything that's going on there. And I agree with you. Like we live in the same type of place where I'm a big believer of the Dame Lillard comp was great. Even if it is maybe time, like in your heart, it's probably time basketball wise to move on. And you ride that thing till the wheels fall off.
But you know another thing too, though, man. I'll say this too, and it's so crazy, bro. We live in this microwave timeline of the NBA where I think me and you are about the same age. I'm 45. I think you're somewhere close to me.
You're 42 in a month, so yeah.
Exactly. I thought you were in your 40s for sure. All right, so we grew up watching the Utah Jazz. I'm gonna use them as an example, right? Utah Jazz didn't win anybody's championship, bro. But Stockton and Malone were a duo for my entire childhood. Seems like they were together, right? Even into my adulthood. Like they were together for like 17 years. Never won anybody's championship, right? You tell me somebody in Utah that would rather have this crap they're doing now, like tanking for whoever, over having a team that never won anything. It was a really good team for a long time. Right. And the thing I'm trying to say is, you look at a guy like John Morant, or you look at a guy like whoever, bro. I can't even think of another example off the top of my head.
I mean,
but
it's like Trae Young, Giannis. Giannis is on that level too. Because
we look at guys that are like 25, 26 years old, and we're talking about. I'll give you a better example: the Boston Celtics, right? They were trying to break that team up every year for the last 5 or 6 years before they ultimately won the championship. And you're talking about dudes that were 22, 23. 24, 25 years old, talking about what they haven't been able to do, and it's the time to break this team up. And I remember watching Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen not being good enough to come out of the East until they were like 27, 28 years old. And like the way that we think guys is like need to be broken up or getting rid of or moved off of, we're just not nearly as patient with these guys as we used to be, man. And we're about to see this Oklahoma City team do something that historically hadn't happened in a long time, and that's a team that's this young with a core that's this young win a championship. But that's clearly not the norm. But we want to break these guys up and move off of them when they're 24, 25 years old, and I think it's insane. I've always thought that's absolutely crazy.
I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I'm a big Pat Riley fan. I like Pat Riley. I like the way he goes about business. And one of the things I always remember when LeBron was about to leave Miami and he had the I think it was the end of season press conference, and he was just like, and he saw the writing on the wall. He knew LeBron was going to leave and all this other stuff. And I'll never forget Pat Riley said, like, you can't win every year. And just because it gets difficult and you didn't win doesn't mean you just quit and try to find something better. Like, and I believe that. I believe that's you said it perfectly. Utah, for that was a decade of Stockton Malone. They didn't win, but you don't just give up on it and say, oh, it's time to move on. And I think that happens a lot in all these sports, football, basketball, and baseball, where if you don't get it done in 2 years, you got to start looking for what's next or moving on. And that's players.
But just imagine if Boston bought into that crap. Like if Boston was like, you know what? I don't think the Jays get along. Let's break this up. Would never won a championship, man. And they won it in dominant fashion. They looked incredible. And the only thing that's really breaking them up is, the aprons. You know what I mean? The aprons about to break everybody up. You know what I mean?
The aprons is crazy. Now I was once. I'm not gonna be fake on here. I was, because our producer Jesse's a big Celtics fan. And I was one that said, I'm not sure about Tatum and Brown after about 3 years and I'm not getting it done. I thought they shared the same space on the floor and it was too much taking turns. Like nobody was really like taking command of that team.
So did Jordan and Pip though, bro. You know what I
mean? Well, Jordan, it was Jordan, right?
Yeah.
Was, sometimes it's Tatum, sometimes it's Brown. And, it's really Brown's team. If Tatum is it. Nah, they figured it out. But one of the things I thought was an issue, and this sounds like hate because I really like his game. I really do like his game and what his approach is. I thought you had to get Marcus Smart out of there because Marcus Smart thought it was his team. And it was like, well, all right, Marcus, I know you got that personality. You're that leader or what. I get that. But
he was a big bro to them. He was there before those guys.
Right. And they needed Big Bro probably had to leave for, I think it's Tatum, for Tatum to step up and say, all right, now it's mine. And that's what happened. I think that's what happened. And that's not.
We don't mention Marcus Smart too much around here, though. But go ahead.
You said what?
Said we don't mention Marcus Smart too much here.
Really?
That was a horrible experiment for us, man. We went out because there's something I have conversations with Grizzly fans about too. Because like we really feel the way about Oklahoma City winning the championship. That was Lil Bro for real. Like that was Lil Bro team, and they're about to be a dynasty possibly, but until the aprons come for them too. But it's freaking aprons, man. But anyway, people, I hear people in our fan base say things like, the Thunder, they went out and they got Isaiah Hartenstein, right? They went out and they got Alex Caruso. When the Grizzlies went out and got Marcus Smart, that's a bigger name and a bigger talent than either one of those guys coming in. You know what I mean? They made the move. They added the vet to the roster, but it just did not work out, bro. Whether it was personality-wise, whether it was injuries or psychologically where Marcus Smart was, that whole experiment with us was absolutely terrible. So, yeah. But it's not a knock on him. I think it's a great player. I was pulling for it to work the whole time, but it just did not work here.
It's just a bad situation.
Yeah.
I'll ask you something else because, like I said, here in Sacramento, we're trying to survive. we don't have a star, a young star, or nothing like that. We just lost Fox. We're watching Halliburton do what he does. Like not sold on Sabonis. Definitely a lot of people are not sold on Levine. They're trying to like, man, where can we get somebody that can help us and can give us hope for the future? And there's a question that I want to ask you because I've said, I think you got to move on from this guy if you're Memphis. And that's Triple J. And the money that Triple J may be looking at, and we're jaded. I think he's a good basketball player. I don't think he's worth the 250, maybe 300 he might be getting. I'd move on from Triple J and see what I could get for him. But you're closer to the situation. How important is he to what Memphis is trying to do?
I think that all goes back to the conversation we had a few minutes ago about how we rush these guys and what they're supposed to be, what they're going to be, and make these definitive answers right. Jaren Jackson Jr. is 25 years old, 2-time All-Star, Defensive Player of the Year. I think 4-time All-Defensive Team player, led the Grizzlies in scoring this year. In what planet are we talking about getting rid of that guy? Like what? Like why? Like at 25 years old, that's his resume, right? Like on what planet is that guy not, a good player, right? And but I understand all the criticisms of Jaren. Jaren is a guy who does not rebound the ball well at all. Still in big moments has foul issues, right? I think so many things with the Grizzlies go back to legacy issues with this organization. The way he's been used. They've never used Jaren as a screener, whether that's for a pick and pop or a pick and roll. They
didn't believe in screens, I guess.
Right. Now that's new. That whole thing, that was a this year thing, right? But I'm saying in years past, we never developed any type of Jaren two-man game. And that's something I think Coach Isolo has to do. But Jaren is still a guy that at the age he is now is still a lump of clay, a guy who still has the skills to be an elite level player. And he's one of those guys now. Even with the guys who weren't eligible for all NBA teams, I think Jaren came in pretty much 17th place, right? You add in the guys who would have been there outside of injury, you're still talking about a top 20, top 30 player in the league in Jaren Jackson Jr. at 25 years old. He's a guy that he's definitely a max player, a super max player. I went on several rants about that here in Memphis, how Jaren Jackson Jr. is one of my favorite players in the league. Just a great individual human, just a great human being, great citizen of the city of Memphis. But paying those supermax deals are for a very high upper echelon players in the league, and I don't think it's for many bigs in the league, except for the Nikola Jokic's of the world. You know, those type of guys are guys who I look at as being a supermax. A supermax guy to me it should also be attached to marketability. I'm big about marketability in the league, man. Can you fill seats? Are people coming to see you on road games? Can you sell a sneaker? Those are the guys to me that are supermax players. It's not for the Rudy Goberts of the world. It's not for Jaren Jackson Jr. It's not for a lot of guys who may be eligible for. It's not for Jaylen Brown. You know what I mean? Jaylen Brown, even though he's a Finals MVP, even though he's a great player, I think the supermax deal is for an elite level of player, unless the supermax part of it is something that doesn't affect the salary cap, where that's a side money or something like that, right? Where it's not affecting the salary cap. So I don't think Jaren should make that type of money. Something I'm going to talk about on my show next week. I'm on vacation right now, but something I'm definitely going to talk about next week is the possibility of Jaren Jackson Jr. This is something I didn't even know exists, man. These NBA nerds find out loopholes in the CBA all the time. Every year is some new rule that they found, some little loophole to stretch out money. I had no clue that you could renegotiate the final year of a contract for a player in the NBA. I had no clue that was a thing. And they said that they did the same thing with Lauri Markkanen, right? But the Grizzlies can, in essence, max out Jaren's last year of his contract if they're able to get under our salary cap. And there are several paths we can go about doing that, right? So I think the likely thing that will happen is you extend Jaren's. Is this new to you? You heard this before?
I did. I think that's what the Kings did with Sabonis. So that's how they were able to.
I had never heard of this before this year.
I hadn't heard it before Sabonis, but
right.
I think
so
that's how they were able to get him an extension.
The rumor is that the Grizzlies are going to try to extend Jaren's final season of his contract, renegotiate that final year to a higher number, and then give him an extension off of that number. And I think the advantage to that would be if they're able to do that with Jaren, it allows him to reach free agency again faster, but still get a max deal. You can max him out, and he's back in free agency again before he turns 30, and will be an even more escalated number than if he's extended next season. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think that's something that could be advantageous to him. Definitely something that could help the Grizzlies to not have to worry about him being a supermax player. That's another thing too, man. Hey, I've been on vacation this week, so I ain't been running my mouth, man. I know I'm tearing up your mic over here, man. But it's one more thing I have to say. It's one more. People talk about pet peeves and rule changes in the NBA. The 65-game rule is the pettiest, dumbest thing that the NBA has done in a while, and I'm gonna say why. Yeah. It one thing, it puts guys like Jaren Jackson Jr. in categories they should not be in. It puts guys like Jalen Williams, and Jalen Williams is a hell of a player. He's a modern day Scottie Pippen type player, but he's not one of the top 15 players in the league, and that's what you're saying he is if he makes an All NBA team. But what that 65-game rule does is takes away the common sense of a voter. If I'm a voter, if I know a guy's been out a lot, leave it to the voters' discretion whether they want to vote these guys in or not. And don't make a hard rule where a guy has to play 65 games. Jaren Jackson Jr. had an ankle injury, came back super early from that injury to try to make that 65-game threshold, and it affected the Grizzlies season. It affected his play when he was coming back. And I think the crazy thing is, if you're just going to be real about this, people did not like the way that Joel Embiid was winning awards, including MVP, and playing 50-something games a year. And they did this whole thing to be petty towards him. And it is ugly, and it's hurt guys like it's hurt guys like Luka Doncic. You know what I mean? Who I don't think they intended that rule to affect. And it's just making things so dumb, man. Just get rid of that. Leave it up to the voters' discretion. And it's always worked out the best way. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's a great point by you. I hadn't thought about that, man. Anthony said we got to do this more often.
Way more often, bro. You got to come on our show too.
And I appreciate you. I appreciate.
I'm off our teams at the house, man. We ain't got nothing to do, man. But talk. Come on, man.
I know you was on vacation, man. So I appreciate you.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. I'm feeling good, man. My show goes 5 days a week, starting Monday, June 2nd. Check it out, man. Wherever y'all are, man. Big small markets in the building, man. Sacramento Kings, Memphis Grizzlies, man. Hey, I'm not a king, but I am the underground king of Memphis sports media, man. So rock with me, man. And the tribal chief of Grizzlies. I don't do X, man. I don't even know what X is, man. I don't fool with no X's, bro. So it's here and now, man. Twitter. I don't fool with all that.
Man, hey, man, I appreciate you, big dog. And like I said, we will do this more often.
For sure, man. We got to. Appreciate it. Shout out to my boy, your light-skinned co-host, man. Hey.
Hold it down. Hold it down, man. Yes, sir, man. It's ESPN 1320. We'll be right back, man, on D-Lo and KC. And appreciate you, big dog, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to tap in, man. Like I said, during the offseason, we talk all kind of NBA hoop, all that other stuff.
Man, let's do it, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Take care, big dog.
You too. All right, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, man. He knows stuff, man. I would listen to some of the things he'd have to say on the radio out there, and he knows stuff. Come on, man. Come on. Yeah, let's lift that truck in here now, boy. Let's go, boy. Let's go, man. You can use those headphones. I brought some too. Okay, you good. But yeah, I need that trucker, boy. Yeah. It's lit. Let me see. Come on, man. That's what we doing, man. Yes, sir. You know the vibes. The boy in here now, man. We're gonna put this right here and shout at the camera, man. So the people can see. What's up with you, dog?
Chilling, man.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Oh, man. Hold on. Let me pull you up in here. There we go, man. Coach JT in the building, man. Come on, man. Coach JT in the house. He's going to rock with me for a little while, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Lazy, Jesse. Appreciate y'all. Good seeing you boys.
Sir. Hey, once again, we'll talk about it at another point during the broadcast as well. But look, me and my boy JT tonight, our place. Come on, man. Pull up.
Yes, please do.
It's lit. We talking about a Friday night extravaganza going down tonight. We having a good time tonight.
Christian,
I don't know if y'all can hear me out there. I hope so.
Yeah, you're good. It's the other Mike Miller, Christian.
Good.
Can somebody confirm if we got former player Memphis coach Mike Miller as assistant coach or the other Mike Miller? We got
TJ, what up?
The other Mike Miller.
Yeah.
Not the player. The player.
Yo, chat going crazy. Appreciate y'all. Here go Drew. Here we go.
Oh, what's good, Drew?
Here go Drew.
No, not at all. But I mean,
yeah, man, y'all slide tonight, man. Me and Kenny, grown up stuff. Our place, event space, man. 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Tap in with us, man. Come through, chill, grown ups, lay back, have a good time. John Bull, what's cracking?
Nah, we're good. We had to fix that. It was up when Dusty was here.
Got you.
Bless you.
You got control of that, Jesse? Or
yeah, I got your board on the computer.
Got you.
Technology, you know.
Yes, sir.
Playback legend. Might have to do something for the finals, man.
Yeah.
Might have to do something for the finals.
We can get to the building and chill. Have a good time.
I have to do something for the finals. Oh, I was even saying on the playback joint.
Oh, playback. No, yeah, we got that. Yeah.
The killer for me is with a little 2-year-old running around. How do I keep a 2-year-old out of the way for 3 hours?
Can't do it. Jazz, what up, sis?
Oh, here we go. Back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. A little housekeeping real quick. My man Dusty Baker, the legend Dusty Baker, came through earlier in the show. And I got to give a shout out because he's got a winery now. Baker Family Wines. I'm tapped in. You should be too. Shout out to Baker Family Wines, Dusty Baker's Winery, Sacramento legend, Major League Baseball legend. It's my guy, man. So shout out to Dusty for pulling up on us earlier, pulling up on us right now.
Yo.
Come on, man. Coach JT in the building, live here on D-Lo and KC. What's up, man? How you doing?
What up? I'm sick. I missed him. I'm in the car. I'm like, bro didn't tell me that. I know I can tell on your face too. I was like, man, but I'm getting there. Oh, he's like, I gotta go. I was like, oh man, I was sick, but definitely shout out to Dusty.
I walked through the door to Odyssey Studios today, and I said, I saw it from a distance. I didn't wear my glasses today, so I didn't know what was going on. I was like, that looked like Dusty Baker.
Man,
is that Dusty Baker? Yeah, he was. Yeah. So I saw him and I said, we were talking. He's like, when do you go on? I said, at noon. I said, come on through, Dusty. He said, I'm gonna come through. And sure enough, he pulled up, man. So that was awesome.
Hey, mad love, man. That was awesome. Inspiration.
I heard you were telling me a story the other day, and I think your mom, shout out Lucy, that's my girl. She was telling me the story of how it took one time for you to get hit in baseball and you were done. That's how that went down.
I finished the season after I came back, but we talked. Yeah, it was with the bat. That's Parkway
crazy.
Little League behind
that's
behind the screen, and some boy just felt it was okay to let go of the bat.
Oh,
and I was just like, man, right square in the face, right there in the face, man. Lucky for him, my sister didn't get to him though. The twin came up.
I think you would have been a good baseball player,
bro. I loved it. Parkway, I was first base, outfield. Ricky Henderson was an idol back then. I was one of the ones or go play center. I'm catching balls in left and right field. They was like, pause that moment. Quickly. Yes, sir.
Yo, Jesse, where you at? Jesse, was good?
You got to be quicker than that.
Was good?
He caught it, but hey.
Yeah,
I got it quickly.
I catch it all the time.
I got it quickly.
He got it. It's fine.
I got it quickly.
Wow.
I don't know. You did. Hold on.
This is family.
I got it quickly, though.
He did say he.
You got to be quicker than that.
You know what? After further review, it's a flag. Yeah, it's a flag. It's right. You can't pause it out. You got to pause it before.
Bro, but yeah, it was crazy, bro. But again, baseball was it. I mean, we was outside.
Yeah.
Baseball, whatever, basketball stuff, and it was, man, first base, outfield, just playing. I mean, that was it. Ricky Henderson was the idol.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you could steal bases, play first, run. That's all you got to do. And it was just like, man, that was it. Until then, I was like, ooh, kind of hurt.
That's how it is, man. The real reason this came up is because I talked about it. My son, he took a fastball straight to the eye, dotted him on the eye, and I was like worried. I was like, man, he probably don't want to play no more.
Scary.
And that was like never a second thought for him. He back out there, he wear the goggles or whatever.
Yeah.
But that was never a thought for him to like stop playing. Like I asked him, I was like, did you ever like think that you were done playing? He's like, no, I just wanted to get back out there. Like I wanted to make sure I was healthy so I could get back out there. I was like, that's great, because I don't know how I would have reacted to getting hit in the face. I remember when I was pitching one time, Airport Little League, shout out. I was pitching and fastball came right back and kind of hit me on the side of the head. It wasn't super flush.
Yeah.
But I felt it. I had to come out. I was crying and stuff like that. And it didn't really faze me. I was like, no, I'm still playing. But obviously I never forgot it. I don't think I was the same pitcher anymore.
Well, I
was thinking about
that was
no
for me.
Comebackers.
I did blackout. I know I woke back up, was bleeding, and they took me to the hospital stuff. But I ended up finishing the season. It was all-stars, played a lot of good guys over there. But it's like after that, but then also going to high school now, it's like you really gotta choose your main sports you want to play. So I was also playing soccer too. So I was playing soccer, basketball stuff. So that was but I do gotta say this, Miss Cheryl from Elk Grove.
Oh yeah.
Miss Cheryl from Elk Grove. So I know we've known each other a long time.
Yeah.
I would hate for her to hear what she talked about us when we played against each other in high school and college.
What you think she would say?
She probably talked about us bad.
Well, I don't know if she talked about you guys, but you know what she would say.
Cause we was
say knock him on his ass.
We was treating you that way. I know that. I was like, so I know she was like JT. Oh, Kennedy McClatchy, Sac City, CRC. I was like, I didn't know she felt that way.
Yeah, no. And look, this family, JT, this family. I done known JT 20, almost 30 years now. My mom had known him and his dad for longer than that.
That's crazy.
But yeah, you play sex. You play especially when it was Kennedy.
Mom was
especially when it was Kennedy.
I could believe it.
Like, hey, you play Kennedy tonight. You already know. Knock them down. They won't get back up.
That's wild.
Look, Dave, knock Dave down. Knock him down.
That's crazy. Like, shout out to Miles, man. She was intense. I love her to death. She repping. I'm like, okay, man, come on now. Like all this Knicks stuff, but love her to death. But I said, what did she say about us in high school?
Did I ever tell you the story about why I didn't go to Kennedy?
I told somebody else the other day. I said, my man lived 2 blocks away. he want to take it. He want to come. I don't know. I said his
Well-
mom said, nope, you ain't going.
Well-
35. She went to Burbank, did she?
Yeah.
3,500.
That's so that the whole time, like I said, I might have told this on the air, but I'll say it again. I lived on Florin and
On the
Haven
corner.
side. That was one light from Kennedy. I literally
It should have been a Cougar.
all the time during the summer would walk down to Kennedy, go work on my game on their hoops out there. Like it was in my backyard damn near.
Man.
And when it was time for high schools, my mom was like, "Oh, you're not going to Kennedy." And at the time, Kennedy, it was a little wild every now and then, but it was a good mix, I think. But it was a little wild.
Rockin'.
Yeah, some of the Meadowview kids that would come through, it get a little wild. So I was like, yeah, my mom, she probably just trying to protect me and, make sure,
Man.
nothing happens, to her baby in high school. She knew Mr. Withrow, RIP, Frank Withrow, the legend. She knew him at McClatchy, and he was like, hey, bring him over here.
Yeah.
So I went over to McClatchy. Took 2 buses every day. Like it was a mess to get over there.
Yeah.
But shout out to the 81 and the 62. I would take that every day. But I was like, she just, she was just looking out for a baby boy. She was just looking out. And I believe this all up until about 2-3 years ago. And I was telling somebody, I was with her and I told somebody why I didn't go to Kennedy. I was like, yeah, my mom, she wasn't really comfortable with me being over there. It was kind of rough, and she just wasn't sure. She wasn't really comfortable. And she overheard me, and she said, "That's not why I didn't send you to Kennedy."
Not at all.
I said, "Well, why didn't you send me to Kennedy?" She said, "I went to Burbank. There was no way I was going to root for no green and gold. It wasn't happening.
Loyal to the soil.
It wasn't happening. And I knew you was playing hoop, so yeah, I was not going to be rooting for no green and gold. I'd rather you go to McClatchy than to go to Kennedy."
It's all right, though.
And that's how it happened. I said, "I thought you cared about me this whole time." She's like, "I care, but that wasn't the issue."
She was a ride or die. Shout out to Mom Dukes.
That's how it was. Man, so many things I want to talk to you
Let's
about.
get to it.
In the world of hoop.
Yeah.
Let's start with the teams that are still playing right now.
Okay.
Knicks, Pacers. Knicks win game 5. Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, phenomenal to keep their season alive. I'm of the belief, Jay, that game 6 is the series. I believe if the Knicks get game 6, that'll be too much for the Pacers to go into Madison Square Garden. I know they did it last year, but last year ain't this year. It'll be too much for them to go into game 7 in the Garden with a trip to the finals on the line and win that game. Obviously, if the Pacers win, the series is over. So that's why I win game 6, the series is over. So that's why I'm looking at it as game 6 is the de facto game 7. This is it right here for the series. You feel the same way?
I have to agree, but also to an extent, I heard you and Jesse on the way up, man. Y'all was giving Halliburton a little something about the superstar last game.
Should.
But I feel though
he should.
Honestly, we're basketball players, right? Think about it. We're up 3-1. It might not be my night tonight. I'm just not feeling it. I'm going to go back to the crib. That home energy is going to be there for us. I think if it had a decent start, Hallie probably went a little more aggressive and try to close him out. But you could tell that he hit the cruise control button, bro.
Well,
you can just tell.
That's not what a superstar is supposed to do.
But they do that.
I was like, can you do that though? Like if you're gonna be a superstar though, like you can't really take a night off like that. Like you could, like we were talking about Tatum, and it was like Tatum might go 5 of 20 or whatever and have a bad night, but at least he got the 20. Can you go 2 of 7 though?
Jay,
in the playoffs?
So what you think though? Because my thing isn't missed shots. It's just not being present in the game at all.
Yeah.
I can't have that from my superstar.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a difference between like, hey, I'm aggressive and I'm just missing, or my bad, you couldn't even.
No, it was better. I can hear him a little bit. It's better. Here we go.
But like, is it one of those things where there is a difference between I'm just not on tonight and I'm not even being aggressive?
There is a difference, but like I said, man, I think in the moment, and again, them playing these now back one day off games, man, I get a break plus travel. It's not a break. I'm off, but I'm really traveling. Fatigue is a factor. I'm like, I'm gonna start. If I got it tonight, I'm gonna go for it. Knowing I'm up 3-1 in this situation right now, I really think he was like, okay, you know what? Somebody else can carry us. I'll try to close.
Yeah.
But after a while, I was just like, he's cruising. He knows he's going back to the crib. I'm gonna get a little more rest because if you extend all that energy, the way New York played, you can tell their backs against the wall. They didn't have any options or whatever like that. They're still behind the 8 ball. I think Hallie, you could tell he's like, man, I'm going to the crib. It's gonna be loud in there. We're gonna turn up. If if I don't have it tonight, I'm just gonna do enough. If we can get there, if not, I'm gonna let this one go. Like you said on the way up, tomorrow I can guarantee you though, the aggressiveness he will play with from the jump is gonna be totally different than we did last night.
I agree with that. I think he's gonna be turned up, and we're not gonna see a 7 field goal attempt performance. But I believe, and everybody's got their own criteria. Superstars don't get that. You don't do that. Well, you can't do that.
The superstars, yes.
That's what I'm saying. And that's the conversation that's going on is, and I think Anthony Edwards is a superstar. I believe in him. I thought it was ridiculous that he had however many shots he had in game 4, and in game 5, they just didn't even show up.
And
that has me looking at you different.
But I think his maturity is the issue. Like I said right there, yes, he has the capability. So you talked about this. You sent me some stuff. I did my homework too. So again, superstar, right? So winning for me, you need to be able to.
This is your criteria for what a superstar is.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got to win. Those big moments, big games, big moment, you perform at the highest level when needed or when called upon. You create those plays and impact memory. Superstars are people we talk about down the line, years down the line. That's why I say right now, even Halle, he's not there. He's not a superstar yet. However, he has these opportunities to make these memories and these plays to get to a superstar status. But also, I guess the only thing I had a question was, for how long of a time frame they be at that level to be a superstar? It's rarely we see a one and done superstar. They either have a nice lengthy resume with accolades and winning, because how many losing superstars do you have in the NBA or have had, like really, that don't win? Or are they called superstars? I don't know.
That's a good question. We'll see. And like I said, everybody has their own criteria, but now you're getting to, like, I didn't call him a superstar. I'm not going to say I can't push that button and say he's a superstar because the winning isn't there. But you see it. You deal with the kids. You've got nephews. LaMelo Ball is a big time star when you talk about popularity and checking out all those other boxes. The only thing he hasn't been able to check off is the winning. So I bring LaMelo back up to say, how much do you have to win? Like if you don't have a championship, but you keep losing in second round or even in conference finals, like, would you say they're a superstar? Would you say Trae Young is a superstar?
No.
Okay.
I don't say LaMelo. He's, again, they're in an era now where they're lucky to have the machine behind them, which is social media. If we were just watching, I'm not going to see. I mean, I may see him play locally here, but even superstar, somebody you would go travel to go see play. I'm going to LA. I'm gonna go see Brown when I'm in LA.
How many of those are in the league?
Like I said, that handful.
I said you could maybe count it on one hand.
Yeah, I think so too. A handful, like I said, but no social media. We watching just the game. LaMelo, okay, it's cool, but it's like if we don't get the tattoos on him, everybody likes his shoes, colorways, market. That's what's put him up there as far as notoriety wise. But I'm based on basketball though,
and his skill. Like, he put up the numbers and stuff. They just don't win.
But I think and again, this has stopped me. I'm not going to date myself, but again, the style of play, but does it translate to winning basketball? Since he's been doing it though, except for the high school run with the best team overseas, didn't win, you know what I mean? Like, it's been about himself.
The one thing I'll say about that's a little unfair is Charlotte just ain't no good.
That too.
I don't think if Tyrese Halliburton was there, they'd be this winning team. Like, they're just
not good. I bet they'd win more games.
They might win more games. Also, Tyrese probably plays more games than LaMelo too. Well, not probably.
And
he does play more games too. So that plays a factor as well. But I don't even know if they'd be a playing team. LaMelo made the play-in one time. Like, I think that's what they would be. You need talent. You need, coaching and leadership and all this other stuff. So I could make the argument, I'm not trying to, but I could make the argument that LaMelo's situation is a no-win situation, regardless of how good he is, or if he's like, I'm going to be a leader this year. Like, you don't have the players,
the support around you.
Yeah,
but I mean, but he's not available to. I think that's the biggest part.
That's the problem,
because they've had some, I would say great, but decent, right? They've had okay to get a play in or something to AFC, but he's never played a full how many games I mean, that's the parts, like, you're never available. And you're getting paid the most money on everybody on the team. It's like, that's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
I'm paying you the most and you don't play enough to help us win. Man.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough.
For sure. But back to Tyrese
Yeah.
in this series and the way he played.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think he's going to show up and play a really good game in Game 6. Here's what I think the Knicks really have to do that the Celtics didn't do in their Game 6 against the Knicks. Bring the Pacers into deep waters. Bring this to a fourth quarter where it's a single-digit game or you're leading if you're New York. And now you start to put some real pressure on Indiana. And they've got to find a way to stay close or obviously lead if you can.
Yep.
But do you think that's the X factor for the Knicks to try and keep that pressure on Indiana as long as possible in Game 6?
Definitely in Game 6, and it's on the road. Like you said, that place is going to be a madhouse. So if Indiana gets rolling early, they're never going to be quiet.
Yeah.
They're never going to be quiet. The energy is going to be so high, but also it'll make, again, the home, I believe the role players will play even though they played a good game last night on the road. The other night, they played better. I think as a unit, they'll be ready to go, and they can feed off that energy. Even if they are fatigued or tired or whatever, they have that six man of the fans behind them playing from above. If they get behind, yes, I do believe that could get a little shaky for them because you still got some young guys, a little bit of experience, but I say you got some young guys with not having to have a closeout game to go to the championship. Yeah, so I do think that'll be a factor. And this is where, like we said, this is where Siakam and Hallie really put their stamp on who they are, regardless. And shout out to Siakam, the ultimate team guy. But also, man, if you want people to really stay awake, let them know you still you got something in you.
Right.
They both need to have that type of finish and type mentality. We are the guys. We're the leaders right now because it's gonna be needed, right? It could become close, 2-3 possession game. Some guys, I will say, Indiana, they let anybody take the last shot somewhat, but this game, like now, your two got to bring you home just to make everybody feel comfortable, lock in, and have to be so tight. Like, oh, my two guys got us. But I think again, this game could be where it's Halliburton or Siakam, like big game night. And a shout out to Hallie though. Everybody, some people talking about he doesn't score 20 points and 10 assists is magnificent.
Absolutely.
He's accounted for over 40 points, like overall.
Yeah.
That's what you want, but that's what everybody's eating. That means you're scoring the ball. Bro, that's efficient basketball. Get it done.
And speaking of efficient basketball, I want to ask you, we got my man Coach JT rocking with me here for a little while here on D-Lo and KC. I want to ask you, what do you think about Jalen Brunson and the style of play the Knicks play? Because a lot of people have been real critical of that as the playoffs have gone on, talking about he shoots the ball dominant, doesn't pass. There's possessions when they don't pass. And I'm like, I don't want to say I don't trip off that at all, because I do want to see the ball moving or whatever, but this guy got you here playing this type of basketball. Like sometimes you gotta ride that wave. But even I watching the game sometimes pass the ball.
Yeah, I mean,
pass the rock. What you think about Jalen Brunson?
Similar skill set. He's playing in a different era. He would have been good when we were growing up.
Right.
80s, 90s, the ISO. Right now, the game, as you can see by most teams, is up and down, floor spacing. And it's like, again, at the lead guard position like that, not having over 4 or 5 assists, I don't think it's just the way your team is built too. Those guys, they want to run, I think. I think OG wants to get up. He doesn't want to play half-court offense. He don't want it like Josh Hart, Briggs, all they want to get him down. But in the half-court set, they know, like, man, this is going to be tough. As they said, we're corner boys. We're spot-up boys.
Right.
Because he takes a lot of tough shots, and I think the wear and tear, again, still the body blows and all that stuff like that is going to be a factor, bro. You can just tell. I mean, the best thing is when he gets in foul trouble and has to sit.
Well, that's crazy. The numbers. I know you saw the numbers yesterday, where his on-off net rating is crazy. It's something like when he's on the court, they're minus 11.8. When he's off, it's like plus 18.6 or something crazy.
But that goes like the flow of the game, right? You up and down. If you want to shoot those threes, you want to get. I don't want to dribble the ball and shoot my three. I want to get up in the corner in the wing, catch and shoot it. But when it's a push, dribble. They're like, man, this is, But when we're off the court, oh man, because Cat is more aggressive, but also they give the ball up. It moves a lot better without the ball, and it's just like, okay, what extent do you take less points?
Yeah.
I think he, he's still going to get his. You can close, but early in the game, he needs to get other guys involved so they can make it a close game at the end.
Yeah.
If he's trying to score every time down, the flow's not there for their team offensively. I'll say that.
I like the way he played last night. I don't think I'll look up the FGAs real quick, but I don't think it was much different than normal. He still got his shots up. Like he took. Well, it was a lot different than normal. He only took 18 shots.
He sat the bench a long time.
Yeah.
And they were winning by a decent amount early, so the coach just left him there.
He was 12 of 18.
So think about this:
4 of 7 from beyond the arc, 32 points. He did shoot the ball less.
It's a weird stat, I guess, but they're 0-3 when he plays 35 minutes plus in this series, and 2-0 when he plays 33 and less.
Well, so okay, I'm glad you brought that up too, because
but like I don't know,
Tibbs is looking a little funny right now because I don't know how. And I'm not saying he's great. I didn't watch every Knicks game all year or nothing like that. But just in the last 3 games, I don't know how you can watch DeLon Wright, Landry Shamet, and say they just should never play. Like he wasn't playing them before. I'm not saying they should get like super minutes, but how can you just not play them at all? And then you see the production that they've had in these last 3 games. And like you should give them a look. You should give them 5 to 7 minutes maybe every game to see what they've got going on. I don't know how you just go through 2 playoff series where they just don't play.
And they're not rookies or second-year players. Shamet has been proven to make some big shots in big games and be a good defender, but also space the floor.
Yeah.
And to see him, but he basically was forced into this predicament because if they'd have been winning like these games, they probably still wouldn't have been playing.
No.
Which again would have hurt them in the long run. I think in the championship they make it. But yes, it's like he's been forced to it, but it's actually been benefiting him to do that because Shamet been coming in hooping.
Yeah.
Right?
You bring
another
energy,
defender.
Another guy to stretch the floor.
It allows your guys to get a break though.
Exactly.
It allows your guys to get a little bit of rest to where they can play a little bit better.
Yeah.
Fatigue is setting in. You can just tell, man. He's like, and Tibbs has that face like just he's looking like, okay, all right. It's like, come on, man. You got a little bit of depth.
Yeah.
Everybody saying you're not deep.
At what point do you just call it bad coaching philosophy? Because he's done this with every team. And it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's always like, Tibbs don't play his guys. It's like, no, this is actually like an issue.
Right. I look at what Tibbs has done here in New York, and he said there's been some pluses and minuses, right? But the fact, like I said, I look at Shamet, I look at DeLon Wright, and you can't find 4 minutes a half for these guys. Like how can you just say they're just unplayable? That's a bad job by him.
Like end of quarters, right? Okay, I know I got the long TV timeout, 2 minutes left. Every quarter, 1 or 2 guys got to come out and alternate and rotate those guys in to get a little break, even if you're riding your main guys. But yeah, ultimately, I would say if he was to lose this series, though, he's out of there.
Ooh,
he's gone.
Ooh.
I believe so because of the investment they put in, how much money they spent. Like just, I would think so. Even though last year they were hurt a little bit, but I still think based upon what he's doing now, some people are gonna look at that like, man, you've got some capable guys on your team that you're not playing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's crazy because you built like your team to beat the Celtics, but you built your team to beat the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. Like they're not around anymore. Like at this point, I think for what you were supposed to do in the offseason, like you just expect to be in the finals.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with either one of you guys.
I don't know if I would, but I don't hate that because like the expectations, like they're there.
So I would put it to you like this: even if he didn't get fired, it'd probably be maybe a Mike Brown situation where, hey, you better win. You better win like to start this season. We're not having no slow start because if we have a slow start,
you out of there, buddy.
We got to make that move. We're not making. Well, Coach JT's not making any move. He's gonna stay here with us.
I'm here.
We're gonna come here. We're gonna talk some more Kings. We got to talk about just what they can do moving forward in this upcoming summer. We'll get into all that.
Got to do it.
It's D-Lo and KC. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station.
Yes, sir.
Coach JT's here, y'all, man. You can ask him anything. Ask him anything.
What up,
he might
man?
Not answer, but
shout out to my brother, man. I think he's tuning in from Jamaica, man.
Oh, big ups,
big
man.
Bro, man. Shout out to the family. I know we right time now, Kenny. We can give this shout out to this everybody who's going through some times right now. I gotta say it. It's been rough on a lot of people in our city and just every 2 people we know in our circles, right? Just going through some losses, man. So shout out to y'all. Just praying for everybody. You know what I'm saying? Just really, man, it's been on my heart too. I know we just all that stuff, man.
Yeah.
Value this thing we call life, bro. I'm so glad to get back in here. So
yes, sir.
Take advantage, bro. But also, man, everybody who's taking losses, man, praying for everybody, no matter where you at.
Straight up, man. I agree, man. It's a crazy crazy time right now. I mean, every time it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like we can pinpoint things at any time and point, but yeah, just pray for your people.
Yeah,
pray for others.
Hug on your people for
Hug
sure.
on
Hey,
your
that's
people
it for sure, man. That's it, bro.
Yeah, straight
that's
up.
it, man. That's it, man. For real. Scott Perry on his drafting. RJ Barrett Knox. Man, Scott Perry. I'm praying for an overhaul. I'll say that. We need some new blood in there.
Okay, hold that thought.
Okay. We'll keep that. Okay, Lise, I got you. We'll come back to it. RJ Barrett Knox. I got my little list together too of potential. I did some homework last night. My boy gave me the prerequisites, my syllabus, so I'm ready. I got my little sheet. It's on today.
Shout out Leezy. Leezy.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring pizza today? That's what the people need to know.
That fella be working.
Pepperoni.
Just brought his dumb laptop.
Oh my gosh, bro!
Did you bring your laptop to order pizza?
Yeah. What can I do with that? How does that help me out?
Shout out, Leezy.
This dude, man. I'll tell you.
That man be. I thought I was everywhere. That man be everywhere.
These be making moves.
Shout out to the women's PBA too, man, in the Bay. Last weekend had a fundraiser.
Yeah, I saw you out
there.
there.
Got to meet the glove.
Yeah, man.
The legend himself.
It was somebody else. Oh, you talked to Kenny Thomas.
Yep, KT. Talked to him, man. Some dope people for Team Amon Ross doing the league. It's fire, man. Year 4 coming up. It's gonna be dope.
There we go. Yeah, big ups.
No pizza.
More than a minute.
Good.
Oh, 30 seconds. Don't listen to me. What's that other one there? Oh, okay. See, that's how I'm learning to read this thing. Oh man, I didn't even get my picture with Dusty. That's a bad job.
Bro, I was trying to get here.
Bad job by me.
Hey, you can hear it in his voice. All right, Kenny, I go. You can hear it.
Here we go. You heard the man, D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. My main man, D-Lo, enjoying some R&R, much deserved. Big ups to him. I got my man, Coach JT, rocking with me right now. It's part of D-Lo and KC, aka KC and Friends today. We just got done talking about the Knicks Pacer series, a little bit about Superstar. We might tap back into that Superstar discussion real quick. I want to talk to you about the Kings for sure.
Yes, sir.
But I gotta ask you. We're talking Knicks, we're talking Pacers, we're talking Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, what he could do. Does any of it matter if they go up against the Oklahoma City Thunder? Do you look at them as being unbeatable with what's left in the NBA?
Let me not say no, because I'm coming. The defensive side of the game that the Knicks bring, if they got the opportunity, that'll be the biggest resistance. If the Pacers they're very similar. They're like a younger OKC style or less aggressive, but the Knicks could be some type of maybe slow them down a little bit.
Yeah.
Resistance for them. But at the end, I still have them winning just to how they play, how locked in they are, how in sync they are, how unselfish and how defined to everybody's roles they are. They're comfortable in their roles and they thrive in it. People say it's not entertaining, but for me, it's good basketball to watch. I know where my main bucket guy is. I know who does this. Caruso come in. It's like, man, they're a well-oiled machine, bro. And they get after it, bro. You can't. I mean, they have fun too, though, bro. Like, let's keep it real. They have so much fun playing the game.
They have a good time. I've said all the time it's boring, but it's not them. It's not them. It ain't the basketball. The basketball is just fine. I love watching SGA play. The basketball is not the boring part. The boring part is that boring ass arena. That's just a sound stage. That's all they do is they just when it's time to applaud, they applaud. Other than that,
hey man,
hey, look,
that
hey,
thing
Oklahoma
is
City.
Rocking, though. As far as
it's rocking, it's loud.
It's loud.
There's two different things. Indiana rocking. The Garden is rocking.
Okay.
The Thunder is just loud. It's just like they turn the volume up on people screaming.
They got the machines ready for them.
But shout out to them though. They got a championship squad that they're rooting for, man. And shout out to them.
Yeah. Shout out to Shea too, though, man. I gotta give it.
I'm a big SGA fan. Yeah, I love it.
Way to be consistent, just overall through the years. But I will say this though, he speaks super well. The dude represents his team well, his brand, his business well. But he also puts on the court every night though. Now he's one person though. Again, we may not. I mean, is he a superstar to you?
Yes.
Because like you said, every night he bringing it.
Yes.
Whether
He's
he
a
missing,
superstar.
whether he making.
What he does on the floor, obviously he's the MVP.
Right.
He checks all the other boxes as far as the popularity.
I think so
popularity with the youth, his style, all this other stuff. Like that's a superstar.
Bro, it's real swaggy.
I just think the word superstar gets thrown around too much. And maybe I take it too literal. But there's just not a lot of them. Like there's not a lot of them.
But it shouldn't be though.
No,
it shouldn't be.
And that's what I said. They throw it around. Oh, this guy's a superstar. He's a budding superstar and all. No, he could get there, but I'm just talking about a general player. But he could get there, but he's not there now. And it's okay to say that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton is obviously the one on the minds of everybody. I don't think he's a superstar, but that's fine.
But he can walk that line.
Yeah, he's on his way. Like if he continues to do what he's doing, it'll be undeniable for sure. But I don't think he's there yet. That's okay. That doesn't mean he'll never get there. And then also, because you're a superstar now, doesn't make you a forever superstar. You know, you've got to continue to win. You've got to continue to be somebody that people
pay to see or recognize
for sure. Just first name basis, all this other stuff. So
yes, sir.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. I think Shea is a superstar though. All right.
Home team time.
Sacramento Kings.
Let's do it.
Whew. A lot going on. All right. Where do we start? First and foremost, I said the other day, it is clear to me that this organization needs to lock in. Scott Perry, Doug Christie. They need to lock in on finding a point guard. And not just any point guard. No disrespect to the man. No Trey Jones or anything like that. But I need a bona fide starting point guard in this league. I need you to, if you can, either go find that guy, go get that guy. And that should be priority number one for this team. Do you see it the same way, or do you think they've got other issues that they need to take care of first?
I think even before we decide point guard, what style of basketball we're going to play. Last year, when we got DeRozan, I think I was in here, I was saying 2 left-handed players on the court with Fox and Sabonis. You got a mid-range player in DeRozan, corner 3 guy. The spacing is going to be terrible. And it was terrible. Even though DeMar's kept shooting more shots, but the NBA is a 4-out-1-in league right now. Dunker spot, even your 4 or your 5-man stretches the floor. What are we doing? I think we gotta identify that first. And then yes, because you still need a point guard, but we gotta have what style of play we're gonna play, bro. Point guard, okay, you said no. What Jones did you say? Because I have this is my short list of point guards, right? Based upon maybe money, experience, longevity, I don't know. But one, I'm gonna say Fred, but he's gonna cost too much. He's gonna be too expensive, I think.
I like Fred though.
But he's gonna be. I looked at his, cost a lot.
Yeah.
The other 2, I got Tyus Jones. I got Dennis Schroeder if you can peel him from Detroit.
Okay.
And then Spencer Dinwiddie, low budget. All these are low cost guys. I think they could solidify themselves as being the first 2. Really, Tyus and Dennis Schroeder. I think you might be able to manage because we don't want a point guard that wants to score 30, right? But he needs better run a show, make shots, and play a little bit of defense from the point guard.
I don't know if Tice does that though. I like all those players.
He's a smaller point too. So yeah, but I'm thinking about budget wise.
I like all those players.
Yeah.
Like I like all 4 of those guys as basketball players and as point guards in this league. I worry a little bit about a guy like Tyus.
Mm-hmm.
You just mentioned smaller. What do we do defensively? So I worry about that. Schroeder, same way. I think Schroeder low-key a dog, though. I like Schroeder. Spencer looks for a shot a lot. So how does he mesh? But I like Spencer too.
It's just tough because availability. I'm looking, like I said, I'm doing homework.
Yeah.
Nobody's available, or it sucks because basically we had our point guards with us.
Yeah.
We traded away the ones that one of the 2 that should have been the long stay here for us to keep that spot solidified. Right?
Let's go back in history real quick because I don't change my tune on this, even though it may be wrong or whatever. I don't think it is, but I don't change my tune. I got to keep it a stack with everybody all the time.
All right.
When presented with the situation of who should you keep, Fox or Halliburton? I always say Fox was the better player. I would have kept De'Aaron Fox. What train were you on at that time?
Man, that's tough because he's a bucket. But I mean, I would have to say Halliburton at that point in time because Fox's value was high still. And you had a year or two younger guy, cheaper, but also he's a true point guard. I know we got in that phase, though, where we wanted scoring point guards. But for us, is again, push tempo, NBA space and pace. Yeah. Like Halliburton thrives in that type of, and we could get up and down. And he loved doing that, like wholeheartedly. We'd have to change nothing of him. And I think, again, you get Fox out of here, you go get at that time, it could have been a better two guard. You may have won it, right? A better wing player to pair with a guy who loves to give the ball up.
Right.
But also, if Tyrese could score 17 points a game and 9 assists, that's what we want because that's what the style of game is. And it was just like, man, at that time, I think that was the move because we could have got something back for Fox or kept some picks. I have no idea, but then we could flip that into something if handled correctly.
Oh, that's a whole other thing.
Right.
Well, I tell you, man, I'm going to try not to, but every day I'll be hearing something new. I think about something new.
Yeah.
Where Monty Manere was just awful. Awful. But I won't go down that road, at least not right now. Yeah, I mean, Halliburton was that point, that point guard that you needed. That he's probably a little bit easier to build around because of he was
Just
a
how
true point guard. And you know how I am. I like the point guards that can shoot the ball.
Right.
De'Aaron Fox, while he's gotten better, I don't think he's ever going to be
the shooter,
a sniper,
right?
That Tyrese can be. So, and I always feel like it's something else that you've got to make up for with the team building when you've got a guard that can't shoot. You got to make sure your two guard really can shoot or your three really can shoot,
right? Because
now teams are just going to sag off the PG.
Yeah.
So, that.
But again, I think that goes to the style of play, though, right? Because like we said, we know, and even Hallie and Fox are shooting more. But again, as somebody in the chat was saying that they don't shoot, he can't get by anybody. But it's a pick and roll league. You pick and roll, get the mismatch switch, and you try to get paint touches for they're kicking off for threes or layups or dunks.
Agreed.
That's what the game is played right now. So if Hallie's my guy, and you got a big screen like Sabonis, the pick and roll is automatic right there.
Yeah.
Pick and dive, whatever, pop out, and you surround them with shooters. It can be so simple, but you got to get that type of team together, but it does emphasize the point of the guy and the ball in their hands. But also, I think the empowerment, which I think Indiana does well, 2-3 other guys, man, that can still come off that pick and roll. Nimhart, like those guys, they've been entrusted or confidence too, and how, but that's their MO. That is their model. That's who they are, and you can tell no matter where they go, it's pick and roll with mostly 3 or 4 guards. Everybody's gonna fan out. We're gonna get layups, threes, and that's it. And they stick to it.
Facts. Got my man Coach JT in here breaking down the game of basketball. You hear him talk, man. You know what time it is. I'm gonna give you my list of guys real quick because I'm going big fish hunt, man. I need a big fish.
All right.
You know what I mean? So tell me which guy you would take for this Kings team. Point guards. I'm gonna stop saying John Morant because we talked to our guy Anthony Sain, and that John ain't happening.
Cancel that.
And he's right. He's right. Like,
but that ticket though, you can afford that.
They'll move other people before they move Ja.
Yeah,
that would be my thought. Like,
no, I'm saying, could we afford that here? Like, could we afford him?
Yeah,
salary?
you could. I mean, there's creative ways you got to do it. Maybe you have to get a third team involved or whatever. But you can get one of these guys. If you got the right people working with you.
Gotcha.
But I'll ask you, and we take Ja off the table. Drew Holiday.
Heard you say that.
LaMelo Ball.
No.
Trae Young.
I'm being biased, personal. I mean,
you can say no to all 3 of them.
No, if I would go, I mean, let's pick. If I had to pick, I would pick Drew Holiday.
Okay.
Just somebody that's going to settle us down, run the show. But again, that's based on do we need scoring? I don't know. I have to see him with it. But even LaMelo and Trae,
we don't know what Scott Perry and Doug Christie want, but what would you want?
Okay, so I mean,
how would you play?
Honestly, though, really keep it real. I'll go Trae Young. Trae, even though my heart want to say Drew, but right now, like, guards do need to guard.
Yeah,
he can't guard, but he needs to be a threat on the court because he's just gonna space the floor for everybody else. And he's a passer.
Yeah,
he's one of the best passers in the NBA for the last few years. His assists are up, are decent every year, so like they're pretty high. And like I said, he's a threat though, right? Matchup problem. You got to guard him across half court. That space and pace. Okay, yeah, let's get up the court. He passes, and that's why I said that's where, man, like Zach LaVine can flourish. Lob threats, running the rim, like stuff like that would fit Trey pretty good. And again, I'll pay to see him play. You know, our superstar status.
Yeah.
Trey Young in the building. I'm there.
Oh, for sure.
Because I know some logo threes going, some behind the back.
Nice Trey. Nice Trey.
I'm there. If Trey Young in the building.
Let me make a little bit of a case for LaMelo Ball.
Okay.
The measurables, he's like 6'8", runs the point. Fantastic passer. He's an elite passer, elite level passer. He can score at a high rate. Still very young. I can make the argument he maybe needs a change of scenery, maybe needs some guidance, like a Doug Christie or Scott Perry to kind of help him grow up. And maybe the injury concerns are behind him. He's going to play on a relatively consistent basis. I think he's got all the tools. I think he's the most talented of everybody we've named. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say he's the most talented, but for me, his gameplay, I guess because he's on the team he's on, it seems like it doesn't impact winning.
Yeah.
So it's just like I can't see that. I mean, I would have to see him. The
youngest of everybody we've talked about too. So when you talk about, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good.
That. But when you talk about trying to maybe even build for the future.
So that was going to say too, though. Yeah. So we just want to wait around for him to pan out. But he's been in the league how long right now? 5 years already?
Probably so. Probably, I think 5 years.
So change the scenery, but again, as people know, right, as bad as they do our city and our team, him in Sacramento, he's like, man, what the heck?
We'll be in California though,
and he'll be in LA every weekend. I'm going home.
Maybe,
going home.
But we saw Kuzma talk about that when he was like, when they were talking about a couple years ago when they were like, you might go to Sacramento. He's like, but that's cool. Like, I'm not tripping. Like, it's a 45-minute.
But flight. I need you to embed yourself in the city though. For the team purposes, though, don't have your mind on going to LA, going home. I think LaMelo is such that type of status wise.
Yeah.
Like, I think that could be another distraction for him as far as that goes when we need somebody to really, again, dig in, lead, and be consistent and play games, though. I just like,
Well, let me just tell you this. One day, maybe we'll break it all down off the air, or I don't know. This franchise needs leadership in a major way.
Yeah.
Major way. I think Scott Perry might be that type of guy. Doug Christie, we know he is that type of guy. But this franchise, hear me when I say this, Sacramento, this franchise needs leadership more than anything.
Right. I was listening to something or talking to somebody. Just those tough conversations need to be had from the inside. Some people probably been there for years. Appreciate your help. Thank you, your service. However, you got to turn a new leaf because if not, like you said, and I hear your boy, shout out to Dame all the time. He's like, man, somebody's an inside is not for us. You got to really try to give us, me and you, the city, we deserve a fair shot at this now, man. We've been fans forever. Yeah. Let's get a clean house and start from something, man. Make this happen, bro. That's the biggest thing for me, bro.
John Bull brings something up in the chat. He says, not sure the GM of a franchise can ever hold enough power to fix the leadership problem this franchise has. How does Scott Perry fix it, I guess? And just what's been missing, like, as for the reason why this team hasn't been able to?
Hire Coach JT and Kenny.
That's right.
Why can't anyone really shift it?
Let me break it down. Let me break it down where I think I see it. I think a lot of people, the narrative, and I push back on it a little bit. I'm not saying people are wrong, so to speak, because I'm not there. I don't know. And there's people who are there who say certain things. So I don't want to, they would have better knowledge than me. But from the people I talk to, looking at things the way I look at it, I think Vivek is 100% willing to concede power to somebody to be a leader. You just have to be good at your job. And for the last decade, he continues. I'm not even going to say they. He's in control of it. Vivek is. He continues to hire these people who aren't good at their job.
So what does that tell you about Vivek then?
Number one, he came in as an owner and was listening to the wrong people.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, the second hire of Vlade Divac, he chose the wrong guy.
Mm-hmm.
Number three, I think it was more listening to the wrong people again when you hired Monty McNair, because he did the search firm and all this other stuff, and people were telling you this is the way that you got to go and all this other stuff. He listened to it. He made the wrong decision, and he made the wrong decision as well, trying to have Wes Wilcox there and having almost dual GMs. Like that was ridiculous.
So it starts from the top, like you guys said all the time, right? So really within himself. So we're stuck with somebody who's kind of.
He's got to make the right hire.
Yeah.
But the point is, if he makes the right hire, I think everything will be fine. I don't think you have to worry about Vivek and Meddling. I've said this for a long time. If the person is doing their job correctly, I don't think you got to deal with them. That's just my belief. I haven't had no conversations with him or anybody like that, but I'm just reading how people are. If Scott Perry comes in here, makes the right hires, does whatever he needs to do, makes the right moves or whatever, I don't think you're gonna have to deal with Vivek.
How do we know it's the right hire? Is it based on winning solely only?
Yes.
Okay. So
For me,
as somebody and as a coach too, you're hired to get fired, you're hired to find your next job. So you never know till you're given the opportunity though. So yeah, we can go through the interview process. I think this dude's the right guy, and it just doesn't work. You could strike out like that every time and be doing it honestly like the right way, and just never get the guy or the person who is going to be successful based upon whatever. And that's the tough part about it. We haven't been successful.
That's the name of the game. Like you got to win. Like you could be the nicest guy, and your approach can be however your approach is. Bottom line, I think, is you got to win. Like that's why people get caught up in they didn't like Scott Perry being hired the way he was because he didn't go through a search and all this other stuff. He went through a search with Monty McNair. That didn't work. Would that make people feel better? Because he went through a search and, extensive search and interviewed a bunch of people and you got Monty McNair. That didn't work for you. Me personally, I don't care about that. I care about wins and losses. Shout out Melvin and Baby Boy. Guns and butter. All right. That's what I'm worried about. Wins and losses.
Yeah.
And however you get there is how you get there. That's not my concern. And I think that's where Vivek is at right now with making these hires for the team. If he believes Scott Perry is that guy, you go out there, you get him, you let him do what he needs to do to win. To win. That's my mindset on that. And Scott Perry's got to be the right hire. He's got to be the right hire. He's got to be the right hire. He's got to make the right moves. And if you win, it'll be all good.
How soon do you think this is going to take place? This is your estimated time. Do we have another year or two to just let it happen?
Well, that also depends on like what you consider winning. I think they can make the playoffs next year. I think they can. Now, are they a championship contender next year? Absolutely not. Like I don't see a world where that happens. But I see them being a player. I see them with the possibility of being a playoff team next year.
They got to have a point guard to do so for me. Sure.
You
got to have a point guard to do
that,
though. Yeah.
Not as is.
Okay.
Not as is. Like you've got to make the correct moves.
Got to have a PG.
But you make a couple of the correct moves here. You make one or two moves. I don't think it needs to be a drastic overhaul of the roster. But you make one or two moves that fit. I think you can make the playoffs next year. And you use that as a stepping stone to maybe, find, the next guy, talking about player, that's going to lead you to another level, a championship level.
For sure.
To be a potential contender, I think they're years away from
I didn't go. Hey, I just want to get back to the playoffs.
I think they can make the playoffs next year.
Yeah, I think, like I said, John Bull
with making the right moves.
Yeah, want to make a couple of changes, 1 and 3 spot. But again, for me, it's our identity, though, man. We have to find out what style of team we have to adapt to what the NBA is right now. We can't have a 5-man that doesn't shoot the outside shot, 3-ball consistently.
Yeah,
I mean, that's just what it is, man. The game's up and down. Scoring is up, right? It's about offense, right? It's about tempo and pace. And as you see, the Lakers' tempo didn't work for them. That it's an up and down game. So we can't play half court basketball. We got to be able to run and gun, man. And
I think when you talk about the style of play, I think you look at your leader, your two leaders in this case.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Doug Christie and you look at Scott Perry.
Mm-hmm.
They've outlined the type of basketball that they want to play.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know how this goes. You can play this hard-nosed defensive brand of basketball and still get up and down the floor. Like you can do that. You don't. It's not the '90s. The '90s Knicks no more. Where if you're a hard-nosed defensive team, that means you walk it up on. Like no, you can play defense and get out and run and gun. And I think when you look at Doug Christie and the way that he believes basketball should be played and winning basketball can play. Remember, Doug Christie played with the greatest show on court.
Right.
So he's tough as nails on defense, but he knows let's get up and down this floor. Let's have a high-paced offense. I think that's the way they're gonna approach building this team.
Yeah, I think so.
And finding that point guard. Now, they may have to bend a little bit because Trae Young, who I'm with you, I'd love to see Trae Young here in Sacramento. He's not this hard-nosed defensive guy. So you may not, especially in the first year, be able to get everybody and every type of player that you want, but you can lay the groundwork for what you want with some of these guys.
Get something serviceable, but also I think it resolves to that wing position, right? You need athletic wings who can play above the rim, shoot a three ball, and get downhill. And I think that's some, like I said, I had a couple like John Collins will cost too much maybe, but he's there, like, right? Bobby Portis is older, he's a stretch 4. You have to get that type of team together to be able to, one, compete on defense too, though, right? We see a lot of, sometimes we get cooked on defense at that 4 spot from a bigger guard, a bigger forward. So
now you're a believer that Keegan should play the 3.
Yes, definitely. Him at the 4.
My reservations.
Ooh,
I don't think he moves well enough a lot of the time.
Because usually the 3 is supposed to be your most athletic player, right?
He's
Traditionally,
stiff.
Traditionally.
Pause.
That's no.
Hey,
Review it. I'm throwing mine. Hey,
Joe came in here. The other
got him.
Secondary ref came in, was distracting me. I didn't even see. I just heard pause right now. JT, you gotta go to the flag, JT. What do you say?
Man, I don't even want to repeat it.
Chatty House.
It's Friday.
Alert me.
I don't even want to repeat it. I don't even repeat it.
I don't think.
You had Joe distracting me like it was Eddie Guerrero right now. You got that down.
Zabo says not on this show. Not on this show. Maybe he is. I don't want to rule it out, but offensively, I don't think he has enough wiggle in his game. Defensively, I don't think he can. So when I think about my 3, I'm thinking of like a guy like Jalen McDaniels.
Yeah,
he can guard 1 through 3.
He can guard, or even somebody can guard 2, 3, 4, right? Guard those positions.
I don't think he can guard 2.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what we need. Somebody who can guard 2, 3, 4.
But you think Keegan? I don't think he can guard 2. I saw a little too much last year, where he was up. And I'm not trying to hold this against him, but up against Anthony Edwards, and Anthony Edwards was like, blow by session.
Well, I think they put Keegan on the platform to he's an all league defender. No, he's not. He's not an all league. He's a consistent defender. However, he's a good defender. But you're asking him to go score 17 a night. Or 14 to 17 a night also, right? Shoot all these threes from the first year, but also come back and guard 3 through 4 every night in the Western. That's tough. But also, he's not the super athlete that, like I said, Jay McDaniels, those wings really are. So, yeah, he's had a little bit of disadvantage, but he's capable. But when you're actually do both and then turmoil this year, I think it was messing with him, though, too. He didn't look comfortable at all.
There was a lot going on for him personally. Yeah, so. Jay, man, I appreciate you, big dog.
Yes,
it's always
sir.
a good time when you pull up on me, man.
Appreciate y'all.
And we're going to have a good time
tonight, man. Y'all pull up on us for real.
Absolutely.
Our place event space. Me and KC, you're going to have a good time, man. Friends and family, come out, hang out, man.
We always gotta make sure everybody knows where to find you, man. Where can they find everything you got going on?
94 feet with CoachJT.com, man. Everything's on the website. You can buy merch. You can look at episodes, man. You can support the brand, all that stuff like that. Be on the lookout, man. Big 3's coming up. Got some big 3 going on again.
Yeah. Are they coming to SAC this year?
No, I'm
back to Oakland.
I'm gonna start not even Oakland this year. What? So they going to LA, they going to H-Town, Dallas, all the other spots. So we got to get them to SAC, man. We got to get a team in SAC. Somebody get a team. Q.
Come on, Q.
We got enough people. We'll show up. We'll show out. It'll be dope, man. Bring the big 3 to SAC. But man, I appreciate y'all again. 94 feet with CoachJT.com. Appreciate y'all support though. Real talk, man. It's been 4 years already, man. A lot of love for y'all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Always, man. You heard him, man. It's D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. We got Eddie Gonzalez pulling up on us, man. More hoop talk. We'll be back on Sacramento's #1 sports station.
Peace.
Great stuff, Jay.
Appreciate you, man. Tons of fun. Way to get to it, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, y'all hold tight. I'll be right back.
Pretty good. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. doubt, man. Chatty House was good, man. Appreciate y'all today too, man. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's all good. I already had it planned that it wasn't gonna happen, but I was like, oh, I forgot he's here if he wanted to come on. Yeah. Shout out to the Chatty House, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Securing, Filthy, John Bull, Johnny, Zay, Kyle, all the people, even Stephen Brown.
It's gonna be me and Casey the third hour, so that means we're gonna talk about something we know, like, oh, D'Lo's gonna hate this.
Oh, we're gonna bump it or dump it in the third hour. Jesse's gonna be the one to make the decisions. He's gonna make the decisions. Hey, get your boy, man. Get your boy. No flag. No, get your boy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Take a lap, Stephen Brown. Show some respect. Show some respect. We'll run the rest of the Friday.
This dude is wild. There I go. Russ Dog, appreciate you, man. Russ Dog asked me something the other day. Oh, guess we'll never know. Shout out D-Lo and KC. Well, just shout out to myself, I guess that's the case. Yeah, man. As we here on this, it's a D-Lo and KC Friday, man. We've had Dusty Baker, we've had Cheryl In Elk Grove, we had my man Anthony Sain, we had my man Coach JT. It's been a D-Lo and KC Friday. Eddie Gonzalez gonna pull up on us. I'm pretty sure.
It's still hilarious that Dusty Baker pulled up like when D'Lo wasn't here. Like, I'm sorry, like that's our guy and all that, but it is hilarious.
I can't wait to tell him this story. This was hilarious.
You think he knows already?
No.
You think he's going to Vegas? Ha. Stupid D'Lo or Jesse and Casey have to be at work. Blah blah blah. So yeah, talk to Dusty Baker for a bit today.
Just pulled up. And look, I love it here at Odyssey. I do. Oh, nobody just pull up at the audio.
Yeah, that was completely unplanned. Like that was not supposed to happen.
That don't really happen. You know how you'll have certain shows or something like you never know who's gonna come up to the Odyssey studio. That don't really happen here. We're all the way out in the middle of nowhere, damn near. Don't really happen like that. Well, yeah, it happened today when Dame was gone.
Yeah, literally. Securing asked if anyone got a pick or Zebra PT says we didn't get a pick. Like we got him on the show. We'll be all right. That was the point.
Somebody screenshot him being on the show. They'll be good.
And then make sure you Photoshop D'Lo, please.
Dr. David, you know the vibes. You know what you got to do. All right, man. So, like I said, I think Eddie will be here.
Link has been sent.
All right, we'll see what
happens.
Not
2:20 yet, though. He's just on time.
True. In the meantime, we've been talking a lot about the Kings, what they need to do, where they need to go. I'll go back to the question, and we'll talk about this more throughout the day. But you heard what Anthony had to say, Jesse. Ja's out. Like, Ja's not an option. And I agree with him. Like, Ja's not getting traded, especially with the new coach, all this other stuff. He's more, if he gets traded, I think it'll be a trade deadline situation where everything's all bad. He gets traded at the deadline. In the summer, nah, Ja ain't going nowhere. And that's if he even gets traded. I don't even know if he gets traded at all. Now you're looking at Drew, Trey, LaMelo. You were Trey the whole time, right?
Yeah, I've been Trey.
Okay.
I gotta say, dude, I hate the Drew Holiday thing.
Ooh.
I hate it.
Okay.
You're gonna need something offensively, and I don't think you're gonna get enough from Drew Holiday. I don't think it makes you a playoff team, and you'll be happy if you get out the play-in. If it's that,
So
that's
Drew's cooked.
Drew is not cooked, but he's not. It's not a match for him and the Kings, I don't think. Drew would be great on a contending team that doesn't really need much offensive. Drew would need you to set the offense, kind of set the table and stuff, and play defense and all that. But if he's here to be the third guy and like you need 15 points per game out of him, or even 30, like offensively he wasn't great this year. I just don't see the fit.
I like Drew Holiday. I always have. I like this game. I've always felt like he's a little, I don't want to say overrated, but like people talk about like the Bucks and they're like, oh, they should have never let go of Drew Holiday. Bucks team was finished. That particular Bucks team was finished. Like Drew Holiday could have stayed there and they would have lost in the first round probably.
Drew's a piece that takes you over the top. Yeah. Like he was exactly that for the Celtics. Like Porzingis kind of made him unstoppable in the sense where like we got this 7-footer who can take threes or just kind of post up and all that. Yeah. But Drew was what got him over the top and what made him a championship team. Like he's not like your second guy or anything like that. Right now, he's not your third.
Right. And then if he's
even this year on Boston, he was probably like with everyone healthy, probably like the fifth option offensively, sixth. If you want to just throw Pritchard out there when they're out there and all that stuff.
Well, the killer with that too is if you're saying like, yeah, in a great situation, like he's not your first or second, maybe your third or fourth, you don't even have a 1 or 2 here.
Yeah, that's the thing because if you're trading DeMar for Drew, you still need another scorer. Then at that point,
yeah, and I don't know. I think I'm all in on Trey. I think I'm all in on Trey. It brings its own problems. I think I'm all in on Trey. We might have to talk to somebody in Atlanta because we could just stop all this like we're doing with John Morant. If we talk to somebody in Atlanta and they're like, no, he's not getting traded. Don't worry about it. They're like, okay, well, we can stop dreaming about it. But right now, I'm kind of dreaming about Trey Young being a Sacramento King. I'm ready for that. I'm ready to pull the trigger there, man.
Securing the bag says Trey, Levine, and Domas getting torched for 150. Can we get an average defense maybe? Keegan and throw in insert player. I don't know.
Move Keegan. You find your. I don't know if you could even afford him. I'm just throwing out a name. You find your Bobby Portis or your John Collins. Put him at the 4. So now you got Keegan at the 3. Sure. I mean, I don't know if there's a perfect situation. This is another situation we talk about where somebody's gonna have warts. You know, somebody's not gonna be the perfect guy for you. If you bring in Trey, you're lacking a little bit on perimeter defense. That's an issue. If you bring in Drew Holiday, he's going to be on defense. He's going to, help you out on defense in theory, but now you have a problem scoring. So LaMelo, he's too young and immature and doesn't play enough games. Like somebody's always going to have some issues you got to have.
I think the direction they want to head is just kind of not towards a rebuild and all that. But to me, like what they got now and like we're talking about Trey, John, LaMelo, and all that stuff. And like Anthony said today, Ja's probably not happening or whatever. He's kind of defending like that's not happening. Right. And it's like this team to me screams a rebuild. Like they need it badly. Like that's the logical next step. And I'm not talking about tanking or anything like that, but you see what you can get for Zach LaVine. And I don't want to trade guys off for nothing or anything like that, but more so maybe you just don't try to go for the playoffs and top 6, but I don't know. You kind of just build up your assets and just restart a bit.
Oh, that's the thing, isn't it?
But that's the thing. Like they're not. It seems like they're not headed that way.
No, and I am of the I hear what you're saying. I am of the belief of you build up your assets, but you still try and get somebody in here to win games, and get back to the postseason, and you build on that. You know what I'm saying? Like you build on, hey. Scott Perry's here. Doug Christie's in charge. This is a functional franchise. You see, we were able to get to the first round next year. Now, the next summer, you're talking to agents, you're talking to players, and you're saying, you see, I'm here now. Talking about I'm Scott Perry. I'm here now. So, come to Sacramento and help us build this thing. I just, because of the contracts they have, I mean, they're going to have to give Keegan Murray money. They're not even taking off the books at this point. They're adding another almost $30 million a year to the book.
Honestly, if it's me, like Keegan, here's what we want to offer you and stuff like that. But if you don't want to take this deal, that's cool. We'll see what you get on the market and restricted free agency and go from there, maybe. Because I don't know what the future is for this team. Like, I'm not saying don't pay Keegan Murray or anything like that. He's a great player and all that stuff, but like if it's at a point where it's like you got to pay Keegan and just kind of do all this, like maybe you let him hit restricted free agency and just kind of see what the market is at that point.
That's a play as well. That is a play.
So I don't buy the Keegan will be Phil disrespected, blah blah blah. Like
yeah,
you got him on team control.
Who's his agent? Find that one out. Who is Keegan Murray with?
Aldrin J throws this one in here. How do you feel about Darius Garland?
Aldrin J keeps saying Darius Garland, and I keep ignoring it because number one, plan on talking about that later. But number two,
never mind. Aldrin J go to hell. Just kidding. Shout out.
But number two, I saw a situation, and this isn't the end all be all, but I saw betting odds on his next team, and the Kings are not in the top 5. The odds on favorite is the Magic, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. They need a point guard.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense. They're talking about Jalen Suggs potentially being involved. And if you get a team like the Magic involved in trying to get Darius Garland, I don't think you have a shot if you're the Kings. Because
when I don't imagine you trading DeMar DeRozan for Darius Garland either. I don't think that's what Cleveland wants.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I would love Darius Garland. I would. I think he's great. I just don't think he's a realistic candidate, at least today. These things change. These things are fluid, especially with the summer that's upon us here in the NBA. It may seem like there's no way you can get him. A week later, different reports come out. And it's like, hey, this guy's a little bit more gettable than you realize. So maybe that changes with Darius Garland, but I don't know if we got him. Yeah, I don't know if we got a chance for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird offseason because we're talking like these are big money guys right here, like top players. And it's like if you don't land one of them, then what's the plan?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue that you have. So we're here. I'll ask you some of these NBA thoughts that I had. Number one was the Darius Garland situation. And like I said, they talked about the framework of that deal being Garland and Jalen Suggs. If you're the Kings, can you try to get in there? And like one of the things I think they should do to kind of build assets is try to be a facilitator, help facilitate things.
What are you trying to take away from that though?
Maybe a second rounder or so. Like if you could move on from, I don't know. I don't really even know what you had. I'm not saying you should, but if you had a Valanciunas, that may be one of those teams wanted. Valanciunas, take back, you clear some salary, take back a pick, a conditional first round pick, something like that.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know how I feel about the center position.
Well, I mean,
if that's our guy, that's our guy.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm rebuild mode, but I think you can work with Domantas Sabonis as your third player. But like I said, I don't see how realistic it is to bring in one of these top point guards. And it's like, all right, yeah, we got Zach, Trey, or insert player, and Domas. And now you move forward. Like, those are tough deals to make.
Yeah, Domas.
And there's more questions than not still. Like, Scott Perry's got to look at Devin Carter. And I didn't draft you. You barely played last season. And James had said some things yesterday during the stream.
He did.
So it's like, you got to figure out what you want to do there. Keon Ellis, I guess he's coming off. You got to get him his deal first, but is he coming off the bench again? Are you trying to start him and maybe go with the 3-guard lineup? Like there's a lot of questions here.
I think we're kind of on the same page here, but I know a lot of people are surprised when this is brought up. But I think Domas is just as untradeable as Zach LaVine. People say Zach LaVine is.
I don't think so. Domas brings more to the table, I feel. Like Domas, he's still all NBA a couple of seasons ago. It's like he's still top rebounder in the league. However many is 8-7 assists. Like he still brings something that many teams can use, I feel.
For sure.
It's just
for sure.
It's just
for $45 million. What team? And I don't mean, I'm not trying to crap on him. I want him here in Sacramento. I think he can help the Kings. I think it is situational. I think it does matter.
Like if Domas here is a third guy, perfect. But it's just I don't think that's going to be the case, and I don't like him as the first or second.
Who do you think is saying, yo, we're a $45, $47 million Domantas Sabonis away from getting to another level?
I mean, off the top of my head, that's tough. I'm not sure, but I don't find that he's just as untradeable as Zach LaVine. Like, I'd have to go through everyone, like every team's roster and stuff, but I'm sure there's a team that just kind of needs that connector where it's like we got our scores, but we're just lacking that one thing that we need on offense. We're just make everything flow, you know?
And once again, this isn't Domas the player for me. It's not Domas the player because I think while he has his shortcomings or whatever, I think he's perfectly fine as a player. Once again, are people saying we're going to spend $47 million for Domantas Sabonis?
Cap's going up.
Cap is going up. Cap is going up. I think that'd be a tough sell. Securin says, I think Domas will be great on the Grizzlies. They got Zach Edey at like $8 million a year.
Yeah, he just made a rookie team.
I'm not saying he's better than Domas either.
Well, no, not that, but it's just kind of like, do you want to pay more? Like, just pay more at that position. Like, how comfortable are you with Zach Edey is basically the point.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You got Brandon Clark. You got a couple other guys. I'm not saying he's as untradeable as Zach LaVine, because Zach LaVine has a stigma now in the league, it feels like, where I think he's being underrated a little bit because of the contract and all this other stuff. But I think that's a tough move to make. Like, I'll put it to you this way. If it was that easy, I'd move Domas this summer.
What would you look back for Domas in a trade in return? Maybe that makes it a little bit easier.
We
talked about way back, a month or two ago, the Nick Claxton, and I don't remember who the Nets role player was.
Just a couple
first round picks, but I don't know if the Nets are looking for Domantas Sabonis right now.
Oh, okay. Let me see. How do we put this? I want a point guard. I would want a point guard. I would want a starting point guard. Any of these teams that we talked about with their point guards, the LaMelos, Trey,
but Darius Garland. Darius Garland?
Yeah.
Because I think that's like, they're not taking back DeMar, I don't think, but maybe you can convince them on a Domas.
I'm trying to think of how that works for Cleveland. Domas with Evan Mobley. They got no point guard at that point. And Donovan Mitchell. I wouldn't do that if I was Cleveland.
Well, I will say too, Cleveland, like before, like last offseason, there was questions like I think between Garland and Mitchell, how much they fit. So I don't think it'd be the craziest thing for them to move on either. Like I'm sure it was thought in their front office last offseason.
Yeah. Do you think Cleveland gets better trading Garland for Sabonis? Because now
you're at least the same, I think.
The money's still the issue, and now you're a second apron team.
You're at least the same. Like, I don't know what Jared Allen and Domas fit together, so you kind of move that around.
But I move Jared Allen in a separate deal.
But I don't hate it. I don't think they're taking a massive step back or anything like that, or even really a step back. Like I said, Domas is great and all that. It's just for the Sacramento Kings, just not working right now. Like that, the whole Kings thing between him and Fox that blew up. So I just think it's time for a rebuild.
I think he works. Not winning, like they didn't win last year, nothing. But I think the situation in Sacramento and his style of play and all, I think it works right here in Sacramento. I think that's the best fit for him right now. Now you've got to find different players, but he's valued here.
Does the postseason stuff bother you at all?
No, not really. I mean, the postseason doesn't bother me as much as the playing game.
Well, that's the playing game and then the Warriors series. Because like he did average 17 and whatever, but for what Domas was that season, that was not up to a standard in that playoff series.
No, but I do think if he got into a playoff series, he'd play better. That one game against Dallas was just dreadful, absolutely dreadful. Hell, Anthony Davis is on his way to tying up the series. What is he now? He's 10-4 or 10-5 against Anthony Davis. Domas is.
Yeah, Anthony Davis had a good year.
Hey, he's about to tie up the series. So,
Aaron making the playoffs. Aaron Mick says Cleveland is bad in the playoffs, so they're going to get Domas. We're just trying, man. All right, we're trying. Not every deal's going to work. Damn it.
What do you think about Domas in Portland? I say no. A lot of people are talking about Domas in Portland.
I don't hate that kind of team. You got a lot of scores there. It's just You need that connector.
But you got Donovan Clingan on the rookie deal.
I'm cool off Donovan Clingan. Like I can believe in a Zach Edey and that potential, but like,
well, they the same type of player on the same damn deal.
I don't know. It's just a matter of preferences, I guess. If I'm the Portland, yeah, I'll take Domantas Sabonis. Well, because Portland's a team too. Like, let's actually talk about Portland. Like Portland, like they weren't great or anything like that, but they showed promise. And it's kind of all right. You're kind of close there. I think Domas can be something like you trade for Domantas Sabonis and the young guys that have kind of been brought along. Like that could work. Where I could see that being a fit actually. Again, we have to look at their roster and see what you're sending back for Sacramento. But
I think
Anthony Simons has been thrown in here.
Jeremy Grant. I mean, I don't hate it. I'm trying to think about it from a Portland point of view, and I'm like, and
I think from
especially with like the aprons and stuff like that. Why would I add that much salary for
a
guarantee of being a championship contender?
Would you send Jeremy Grant this way?
What if I was Portland?
Yeah,
probably because I've got
everyone else.
I've got Kamara there.
You don't really have anyone else on big money contracts, right?
No. Trying to think. Ayton, I guess you still got Ayton's contract. But if you're moving Simons as well, like you now you got a bunch of cap room. So I've got a bunch of cap room with guys that are capable. Why would I add to that by bringing in Sabonis? Who? Well, because Sabonis is good, but Sabonis ain't going. I don't think he's gonna get me to championship status.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's just you're still developing. If you're Portland, you're not going from what they were last season to championship contender the next with Domantas Sabonis, but you're expecting growth from Shaedon Sharpe and the guys they got there. And Domantas Sabonis is probably someone who's going to be really good, probably in his prime for the next 4 seasons at most, maybe 5. So you kind of just develop and slowly work your way back up and all that, and hope one of those guards, like whether it be Scoot, Shaedon, or whoever, develop into a star. And it's like, all right, now we got it now in year 2 or something like that.
I do like the idea of Rush Dog has been saying. I do like the idea of getting a guy like Anthony Simons. He's not as much of a playmaker for others as I would probably like. He's more of a scoring point. So that would be my hesitation. But I like Anthony Simons as a basketball player. And if you're able to get him back and maybe give him the opportunity to be a starting point guard, he's still super young too. I want to say he might be under 25 or something like that. But yeah, I like that idea. I like Jeremy Grant.
Well, yeah, it feels like they've been trying to, or there's been rumors of them moving Jeremy Grant for the last few seasons. So I think that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that'd fill a need here in Sacramento.
So you believe, and I agree with you. I understand the logic. The move isn't necessarily to move on from DeMar as much as you got to find a taker for one of those 2 big contracts.
Honestly, if I'm trading Domas, like, I guess my brain's just stuck on rebuild. I'd look for picks as well or whatever. Like, I think you could maybe get a first with Jeremy. You think you get a first with Jeremy Grant? Because it's kind of, we're taking your contract and we're sending something to you that's supposed to help elevate.
Yeah, maybe.
Like if I'm trading Domas, like I want picks back, I think. Okay. Like that's what I'm concerned about. Like first, if I can get a couple first round picks for Domantas Sabonis, then that's kind of like, all right, do that. If you like sell me on Jeremy Grant, which we were talking about here,
you got to get the money. You got to
get the money. It's like it's kind of like the Nick Claxton deal we were talking about. Like I didn't hate that deal.
Yeah.
Like Nick Claxton's a really good player and all that stuff. I can't remember who the role player was, but if that guy could knock down a 3, then sure, we got the 2 first round picks. But again, I don't think that's where their minds are at right now, the Kings.
No, I don't think that's where their mind is at either. Also, because I just think you'd have a hard time finding suitors. I think so. Like I don't. Domas's stock is a little down right now. It hasn't plummeted, but around the league, I feel like it's a little down. Like after last year, you think somebody's like, no, we need to get Domas in here.
We need to free Domas out of Sacramento. You think anyone's saying that? You think we can sell him on that? Hey, we don't know what the hell we're doing. Look at me. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Reverse psychology here for Scott Perry. Maybe. I think Domas also likes it here too. I don't think Domas wants out of Sacramento. So
Yeah,
if
it's
he
less
talks
about
with Scott and Doug, I think he's going to talk about being committed to turning this thing around and helping things get better.
Yeah, and I can say only say something. I'm not out on Domas, the basketball player, but this team needs a rebuild, I think.
Yeah, I'm not out on Domas, the basketball player, as well, man. I think, especially here in Sacramento, I would want his contract to be a little different. It's a little rich, but I think he's still a very, very good ball player, one of the top centers in the game.
Yeah, don't think he's franchise putting that out there as well, but like, he's still a really good ball player.
Yeah, and I think for what I want to do with this team, like, hey, I want to win. I want to see if they can turn some things around. I think he could help with that. I think he's beneficial to trying to turn things around and kind of fix these guys, man.
You get a Trae Young in here, then all right, let's talk then.
Trae Young
but
is.
I guess
Trae
I don't
Young,
see how realistic that is.
Trae Young.
And I know people keep complaining about defense, and I
Yeah,
get it.
I know.
I get it. But
gotta get these buckets, man.
Exactly. I'm not saying top offense, worse defense, but maybe you can be the Pacers and get those buckets, and you're the 15th ranked defense or something like that.
And get
like that's on
savvy.
Scott Perry as well. Like Trae's not a great defender; he's a horrible defender. Call it whatever you want, but you got to bring in other guys that make up for that.
Get savvy. Nobody saw Neesmith as being this great acquisition by the Pacers. Nobody saw Nembhard being this great acquisition for the Pacers. You look at a guy like Deuce McBride, for the Knicks. He's playable, in big time playoff games. Find your Deuce McBride. You're in Sacramento. Some would say Keon Ellis is already that, but maybe find another one. Find two. Like you've got to find, some guys. Lou Dort was an undrafted.
He was undrafted.
An undrafted guy out of Arizona State. So you got to do your homework. You got to get a little lucky, and you bring in a Trae Young or anybody else. You got to build around them. You got to find a way to build around them. So just because you make that move doesn't mean that's just the end all be all for your job as a GM, for Scott Perry, or a coach for Doug Christie. You got to keep finding these guys. So yeah. The baby daddy says, no more Trae Young. Stop.
Nope. Now we're going to talk about it even more and how you told me to stop.
No, you heard him. The baby daddy says no more Trae Young.
No, when we're back, your top 5 Trae Young moments, all right? We're going to get top 5 Trae Young moments. The baby daddy, whatever your name is, right? That's the baby daddy?
Yeah,
the baby daddy. Yeah. I want yours. You're going to be first next segment.
It's your boy, KC. It's your boy, Jesse Tapia. We are locked in all the way the rest of the way till 4 o'clock. You can hit us up, man. You call us up, TC. I know he talked about he wanted to call earlier. TC, tap in. Anybody tap in on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. We'll have more talk. We got Bump It or Dump It coming up. Jesse Tapia edition, Bump It or Dump It. We've got that coming up on D-Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, so I think the idea is that you're kind of hoping that you sell ATL on the picks and they go with the young guys that they got.
I got you. What up, Joe? I got you. We can make that happen. Trae Young week. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. It's too hot for allergies, but my nose is stuffed. Oh, Coach Molly. Yeah, I guess you're right. I need to take some Flonase, man. That worked wonders when I first used Flonase for the first time. I see you cooking. I see you cooking, Kyle. I don't know, like, what would you say if you want to move on past it? Would you say pumps? Would it be bump? I guess it'd be bump. I don't know. But I see the vision. Maybe we can work on something. I did not listen to that new clips. Not yet. Huh? Facts. Oh my gosh. Well, what am I supposed to do? Whoa. Hey. Chill. Hey, get your boy.
Yeah, Drew. What's Drew?
Get your boy, man.
Shout out to the chat house.
Big ups to the chatty house.
Maybe if he wants to come back and then want to pay him for whatever price, maybe. Call us again in a month, Trey.
Huh?
Say call us again in a month, Trey, when we got things figured out.
Yeah. We back here. Oh. He tricked me. I'm watching. Do you have PTI on?
No, I've got Alabama versus Miami.
This guy, I see. This guy, I don't know if he hit a walk-off or what, but he just took the longest trip around the bases. It took him, I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Is this the Rays Astro thing?
Huh?
The Rays Astro thing they're talking about right now?
Well, yeah, but this wasn't the Rays Astros because they're asking how did this six RBI performance feel, and then they showed this clip of this guy who I don't even know how to explain the trip around the bases that he just took. This was I've never seen anything like this.
Not a walk-off, but like maybe a go-ahead home run?
I think it was a walk-off. It better have been a walk-off. That was crazy. Let's see if I can find, because you guys got to see this. I don't know the guy's name.
Also, whoever it was, if you're the pitcher the next day, don't hit him.
Well, he might get hit after this. After what I saw, he might get hit. Oh man, I don't know how to find it. I really don't know how to find it. I wish I could find it on, because the walk-off was crazy. It was crazy. The whole team came out of the dugout.
Shout out YouTube TV. I can rewind it.
Yeah. See if you can rewind it, and if you can figure out.
This looks like it's like in a one of the like South American leagues. Yeah, Latin leagues or something like that. Yeah. No, I've seen this. That's Junior Caminero. He plays for the Rays, I think, or something like that. He's like a rookie.
Look at him. You see him at first?
Yeah, I've seen this before. No, that's their bag. They all celebrate.
Well, this is crazy.
Yeah, they all celebrate. No, it's fire.
This is look at him. He just stands on third base for a second.
Nah. Look at the crowd's going crazy.
He's walking now.
There's somehow 50 players on his team standing outside. Nah, that's fire. That's fire.
I think the people got to see this one. See if you can.
I'll try to pull it up.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, and I'm all for a nice little celebration and all this other stuff. And I'm not even saying this one was bad. I'm not even saying it was bad or anything. It was just crazy. I've never seen
need that
this
in
one
the MLB.
before.
Yeah, I'll pull it up right now.
It's the home run. I guess I'm assuming it was top of the ninth because I don't think it was a walk-off. But yeah,
it's top of the ninth.
Yeah, because the infielders are just standing there still. So it was top of the ninth. Here we go. Jesse's got it pulled up. Top of the ninth. And who's that? What's my man's name?
Junior
again?
Caminero.
Junior Caminero hits a.
Oh, let's see. Hold on. Let me fast forward. We'll have to watch the whole thing.
It's 5-5 in the top of the ninth. I don't know what league this is, but yeah, he hits. There is a bomb, center field, way back. It is gone. LE takes the lead. Caminero. Just got out
his
the
helmet.
box.
His helmet is already off. Actually, yeah.
All 50 players have come down the first base line.
Look at the mascots in there.
He hasn't hit first base yet. Now he's standing on first base.
I didn't even know had his helmet still with him.
Yeah, now he kind of jogs and
Look at 16 wants to punch him in his face.
gets the second base. The pitcher's sitting there. This whole time, we're about 30 seconds in. He's hyped. Now watch him get to third base. And he stomps on and then he just stops. Just stops on third base. Hugs the third base coach. Starts walking down the third base line.
It's a little. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little extra, but I love it. Look at this. Is like literally like he just hit his first home run. Like he's telling him hit home plate. Look at that. That's the bat boy right there. You could tell.
This is hilarious.
That was fire.
This is hilarious. I've never seen that before.
John Bull says this would get a baseball thrown at your head in the MLB and like 200 old screaming about the breaking the rules of baseball. Hey, Madison Bumgarner would hit that guy for the rest of his life.
Mad Bum. Oh my gosh. He wouldn't even be on his. He might be retired now, and he would come out of retirement just to hit Junior.
Yeah.
Now,
that was fire.
I'm not saying that was wrong. That was pretty dope, but that was crazy.
Also, shout out to the neutral sides, like it's college football for the baseball league right there.
Yeah, I like that. Look, the WBC is fire. The WBC, and especially the games in Miami.
Yeah.
Oh,
Shohei versus Mike Trout with all that on the line was a moment.
Oh man, Mike Trout, superstar.
What are you doing, bro? Like it's different. It's baseball. Yes. Yes.
I think he is too. I think
not by
he
the
is
criteria,
too.
but he's like one of the greatest of all time. So like by that definition, he's not Bryce Harper. He's not that kind of superstar.
That's
like
what I'm saying.
Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like I was at the A's Philly series, like 2 out of 3 games. Like every time Bryce Harper came up, I had the camera out.
You stop?
Yeah, every time.
Now I would do that with Mike Trout, but he don't play.
Which is like I said, I don't know. I've never seen Mike Trout play either.
So is Mike Trout LaMelo Ball?
No, wait, hey, whoa,
Look, his teams don't win nothing. Mike Trout ain't even been in the playoffs.
He's Nikola Jokic.
Excuse me?
Nikola
Jokic has won an NBA championship.
Baseball's different.
He's been in the playoffs routinely. What's Mike Trout's playoff resume looking like?
You know it's baseball and it's different. You can't do it because Anthony Rendon don't even want to play baseball. We got one guy who don't even want to be here.
Just never make the playoffs.
Casey,
come on.
If I'm Mike Trout, brother, like I'm hitting 350. I'm literally got all the greatest stats of all time. What do you want me to do? Albert Pujols is 38.
He ain't Nikola Jokic. That is disrespectful.
Baseball's different. Baseball's different. That's a total team sport right there. Like what more do you want Mike Trout to do?
Make the playoffs.
They have
2 more rounds. They have 2 more rounds nowadays.
Yeah.
It's damn near like the NBA.
Nah, it's different. Now he gets hurt. Like it's just before, like now he's always hurt. It is what it is. His career's just kind of like this is what it's become. But before that, like I can't blame Mike Trout for the Angels' issues.
Oh my gosh!
Like
hold on.
Baby Daddy brings up a good. They had Trout and Shohei, and like you couldn't win with Trout and Shohei. Like that just shows you how cursed that franchise was.
All right, man. Look, this sounds a little disrespectful. I'm not trying to disrespect him.
You're gonna disrespect Mike Trout so bad right now.
You seen his numbers?
Let me pull him up.
I ain't even gonna say him. I want you to see him first because I want to see your.
Well, he's not Barry Bonds.
I want to see your facial expression when you see these numbers. Now I go with the traditional average home run and RBIs. Oh man, Oh man, might be old Yeller time.
She'll do that.
He's 33. I didn't even realize he was that old.
Oh yeah, he's been in the league for a minute. He came out the same year as Bryce, no?
Might be old Yeller time. I'm just
career 297. Yeah, 3-time MVP, 11-time All-Star, 2-time All-Star MVP, Rookie of the Year, 9-time Silver Slugger.
Damn. He's played.
He's got 3 MVPs.
He's got 12 postseason at bats.
That's not his fault.
Oh, he got to wear some of that. He got to wear. But before we get into that, you see what he's doing this year?
He's barely played though. He just came back, I think, for the first time since like April 30th.
He's Okay, he's not LaMelo Ball. He's better at baseball.
He's a much better player.
He's better at baseball than LaMelo is at basketball.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to say that. But let's start from 2020. 53 games played, 36, 119, 82, 29, and so far 29 this year.
Well, that's fine. But that's how he's ending his career. That's how LaMelo Ball started is. Well, not started, but like we're barely even into it. We're already talking about how he doesn't play at all.
Sacktown Tony says Trout is Westbrook. No, Westbrook made the playoffs. Westbrook made the playoffs.
Again, the playoff argument doesn't work though. It's just 2 completely different sports.
You
need 8 other guys to show up rather than 4. It's a lot easier with the 4.
You can't not make the playoffs forever. He's
Mike's
got 12 playoff at bats.
I can only blame Mike Trout for not leaving the Angels. Like I'm not going to blame him for not going to the playoffs with them, but like the fact that he never left, like yeah, that's on him, I guess.
He ain't Jokic. He's not Jokic.
I mean, as far as the numbers and people find them boring or they're just not, they don't do the commercials and blah blah blah. But
look at it. What's his career numbers again, man?
He's a career 297 hitter, which is very good.
Yeah, I'm not sneezing at that. I'm just at his peak. He was one of the greatest we ever saw. I'm not ever.
Yeah, he's got all leading the league in walks a handful of years, RBIs once, runs a handful of years, OBP and all that stuff. Like injuries caught up to him at the end, and just the Angels never put a good team around him. Besides Shohei?
What's his basketball equivalent?
As far as a guy who just never really someone who never made playoffs?
Look, who is he? Now I just ran him off the chat for a second ago, but hey, maybe Sacktown Tony is right. Maybe he is Russell Westbrook. At his height, Russell Westbrook was doing things we hadn't seen in this league, and Trout
was better. I think just at the sport, like he was just better than Russell Westbrook was at basketball. I feel like Trout at one point was like, yes, this is one of the greatest of all time. Like there was conversations about that. Like no one ever had that conversation about Russ.
Well, no, that's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's not true.
Oh, sorry, you talked to Damian Barley sometimes.
I looked at Russell Westbrook a number of different times. I said, I've never seen anything like this in the game of basketball.
But yeah, you were never like, oh yeah, he can.
This one of the greatest to ever do it.
No, you were never. But no, that's not the thing though. You were never like, oh yeah, he could sit in the room with Jordan and LeBron. Mike Trout was like, yes, this is one of the greatest baseball players of all time.
Okay, we're not saying that. We're not saying that about Westbrook today.
No, you never said that about Westbrook, though. We never did.
Westbrook was out here getting. Nobody was doing the triple-double.
That's fine. Yeah, we talked about him and Oscar.
Oscar, one of the greatest ever. Oscar's in those rooms.
There's levels to this, though. There's levels.
People were wrong when they said Mike Trout was in those conversations.
I don't know.
He can't be. We're here today. He's not in that. He's not in that. We can't. We're here today. We've seen the career play out. He's not.
Okay, but like at his peak though, like he was like you. Like it wasn't like a fake comment. Like it was like legit. He's that good.
People said that about Grant Hill.
I never watched Grant Hill play.
Well, fair enough. But people said that about Grant Hill, and the career played out, and it was clear. No, he's not in that category, and that's what's going on with Mike Trout. Mike Trout.
Okay, hold on. Like Grant Hill at his best, no injury. Grant Hill at his best. Was he as good as LeBron and Mike? Like, did he belong up there?
Grant, I'll put it to you like nobody's as good as those two. Okay, so there's
top
that.
5 then, top 10.
That.
Was he like that talent? I guess.
Grant Hill at his best, they were saying it's his league. Grant Hill at his best. This is tough too. But Grant Hill at his best. you could say, some people would say he's what Kobe ended up being. If Grant Hill doesn't get hurt, he might have been how we look at Kobe.
John Bull says Grant Hill got hurt before he could get that good. He never really played at 100%. Like Trout had like a decent sized run and all that. Did Grant at all though, or was that just all just?
No, it was probably the
stories
first
you were
3-4
telling.
years.
Like I know
or
Grant
so.
was really good, but
it was probably the first 3-4 years. Grant,
we talk about Derrick Rose, like, oh yeah, Derrick Rose was that dude, and it was only 3 seasons. We only have the legend to tell at this point.
Yeah.
Instead of what actually happened, you know?
Yeah. Mike Trout was better at baseball than Grant Hill was. I think Russell Westbrook is a lot closer than you give him credit for. He was making history. He's the MVP. He was doing things the league had never seen. He was a player that the league had never seen.
No, yeah, you're right. He was, but like just
Somebody said, or it's Bryce. It's Bryce. And Bryce, you can call in and give us random questions.
Money in the Bank is next week.
Yeah, just ask us what we think about.
Should we tap in for Money in the Bank next week?
I might. I like Money in the Bank. I like the match.
I saw a tweet that says Triple H doesn't like the gimmick anymore.
They're gonna ruin wrestling, bro. They're gonna ruin wrestling. Bryce says he's Chris Webber.
Mike Trout is?
Yes.
I'm not gonna be disrespectful, so that's your guys' boy. Chris Webber's your guys' boy, so go ahead and say what you want.
All right, man. Should I? Am I?
Go ahead. You can say it nicely and stuff.
Some people would say, I'm not saying this. You're not getting me on the record saying anything. I'm just saying, some people would say Chris Webber was never as good at basketball as Mike Trout was at baseball.
Thank you, Casey. I think I would agree with that.
That's what some people, I didn't say it. I am not the one to say it.
Some people would say not even close as well. Some people would say,
well, I would tell them to stop. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful. We got a guy that was the best
Hall of Famer. Yeah, some people say,
yeah,
he's definitely a Hall of Famer. There's no disrespect.
The not even close was unnecessary. It was unnecessary.
Well, I didn't say it. Some people said
it. Yeah, Mike Trout. Shout out to him. His war was crazy. Mark Trout had about 8 years. Say 8 years. I'm not even sneezing at that either. I'm saying he had 8 years where he was like unbelievable. That's a good time. That's a good amount of time.
While we're on the baseball stuff, do I hate how the games just become analytics and this dude can't pitch beyond 5 innings because he doesn't pitch well against the third part of the lineup, or the third time against the lineup, even though he's only given up 2 hits today and blah, blah, blah.
It's awful. It's awful. Oh, I don't mean to dismiss that, but I remembered. Remember I said,
oh, yeah, talk about it later. It was in my notes.
All right. Okay.
Oh, no. Who's this about?
The Sacramento A's are on the road right now. I think they're in Toronto. I think they played yesterday, got beat up.
Yeah, got waxed 12-0, I think.
Yeah, they got beat up. They're back home starting next weekend to take on the Baltimore Orioles. Jesse, do me a favor.
Yes.
Pull up your phone. Go to the weather app because the 10 days up.
Okay.
They play the Baltimore Orioles next Sunday at 1:05.
I was thinking about going to one of those games, by the way.
Next Sunday, Sutter Health Park, 1:05 is the start time.
Yeah, I got to pull up West Sacramento on my weather app. I got a bunch on here.
Yeah.
Shout out Modesto, Vallejo on here, San Jose.
Sacramento. Do. Yeah. A 1:05 start on Sunday afternoon.
It says 99.
I saw 102 earlier.
Oh, we're good. We're good. It's 99. We're back down. We're good. Relax.
99, cool.
We're good, yeah.
Look, I'm not here. I'm not here to say, these people are right. That's tough. That's tough.
What time are the games at though?
It's 1:00.
Oh,
that's what I.
Damn.
That's what I'm talking about. 1:00 next Sunday.
Whoever sits in the line that day.
Oh man. Hey.
No, yeah, I checked Sacramento and West Sacramento. It says 99. I'm not gonna lie though. I was there on Sunday against the Phillies, and it was like 80. It felt like 100.
Yeah, I can understand. I was on the lawn Mother's Day. It was fine that day, but the day before I think was like 91.
Yeah.
That's Sunday. All right, man.
Well, when we steal the A's from Vegas and we put a roof or something on the stadium, yeah, we're good. It's all good. It's just temporary.
That's, I'm a big proponent. I tell people, so what? What? You think we're just going to melt into the field? I was the one that said I would say that stuff. That's a tough look. 1 o'clock.
I was told there was only like 5 1 o'clock games.
And this is one of them.
Yeah, no, that's tough.
Oh, man.
Oh, you're going to see Lawrence Butler. Wait, where is he? He's just half of his arm is just sticking out of center field because he's melted.
That's tough, man. Let's go to the phone lines real quick. I don't know.
I think this is TC.
Oh, okay. TC.
I hope it's TC.
What's up, big dog?
Hey, what's up? Hey, you know what? What's up with my 2 dogs, man? D-Lo ain't in. He on vacation. Jesse in the back. See, hey, you rocking today, Kenny. You vibing, boy. Answering phones. Got the homies coming in and out.
Well, yeah. Well, I didn't answer the phone, but I'll take credit. Wait, whoa.
Just go. Just play on.
Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, no. Hey, listen. I just really want to call about because I've been really thinking, Kenny and Jesse, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, are we not really selling ourselves short? Are we focusing too much on Domas? We're like trying to build everything around him. Like, cause I was thinking about Jake, right? And I was watching that podcast he jumped on, and he was talking about how he loves Sack and want to come back. And I'm like, bro, that could be like our move right there. And to bring him back, everybody said we can't bring him back. You can bring him back if you tell him he's gonna be a starter. Hey, bro, we're going to sign you to this 2-year deal. We're going to sign you to some more money later on, right, when we can get you next year. But you're going to be a starter. We're going to start you at the 3. We're going to keep Keegan at the stretch 4, right? And then we can build the pieces around that. And at that point, I'm ready to just bring in an OG guard, right, to groom Devin, or we can wait till we get a youngster, right, with one of our draft picks. I'm ready to bring in a CP or a Russell Westbrook just to hold the fort down. How that sound, bro? Going after Jake, bringing an OG in from Chris Paul or Westbrook and starting Jake LaRavia if we can bring him back, bro. And I think we'd be straight. I'm big about like everything is around Domas. And if we can't get it around Domas, it's all bad. I'm not with that, bro.
So wait, your starting lineup is CP3 or Russ, Levine, Jake, Keegan, and then Domas?
Yeah, or Levine. I was thinking about swapping Levine out for Ellis. For Keon, to be honest with you, that's just me. Everybody get caught up on the whole money. We paying them $49, bro. That's just talk, right? Zach, you're going to the bench, bro. You're gonna be a highlight reel off the bench. Keon, we got you in for defense. Like that. That's all Derek got to do, bro. I get the politics, right? I get it, Kenny. I get it, bro. But that's really for like people like us talking about the reality coaching. When you coaching, bro, you on the bench. I really don't care about how much you make it because I think this is the betterment for the team. That's coaching, bro. I got you. That's all I got, y'all. Y'all have a good weekend.
You too, TC. We appreciate you, man. There was a lot in that phone call. Let's say, first of all, how do I say this? Levine to the bench would not work.
Yeah.
And I understand, TC, I understand what you're saying. I hear you.
In a perfect world, maybe.
Yeah, that
doesn't work like that.
I'll tell you right now, that would not go over well. And it would. You thought last year was bad. You thought last year got torpedoed. I'm pretty sure that would make it worse. So that can't happen. Politics, sometimes it happens that way. That's what it is.
Real quick, Bryce, that's wasting my trout. Don't try to escape from your comp. That's not, no. Just go back to running.
Shout out Bryce,
Yeah.
man. Big ups to my man,
They
Bryce. The other thing, LaRavia, I don't look at him as a starter. I like LaRavia. I want him to come back. I heard what TC was talking about, where Jake LaRavia was talking about he enjoyed his time here in Sacramento. He'd love to come back here to Sacramento. I'd love to have him here in Sacramento. I don't think he's a starter in this league. I don't see him as that right now. So I wouldn't want him as a starting 3. And you got a lot of people who don't want Keegan playing the 4 no more. I'm on the fence a little bit with Keegan as far as the 3 or the 4. A lot of people, I know Coach JT, he believes he was playing out of position, playing at the 4. I don't know if he can keep up with these 2s and 3s. So I think I think the 4 is actually where he should play, but I think a lot of people are going to try and move him to the 3, and one of them being maybe Doug Christie. So if you do that, you're not going to have not Zach LaVine, but Jake LaRavia is starting. So there's that. And then lastly, I love Westbrook here. I actually wouldn't mind CP3 here as maybe a gap year point guard situation. But I don't know if either one of those guys are starters on a team that's trying to be good, that's trying to win. That's what we're talking about. The Kings are trying to be a playoff team next year, I believe. You don't want Westbrook and or CP3 starting for you in those situations.
Yeah, I love CC, but I'm out.
Yeah,
CP3, Westbrook, they're not fits here. Jake, I don't know, it was encouraging hearing him talk about Doug and all that stuff. Makes me think maybe he will be back and all that, but I'm not hanging my hat on Jake LaRavia.
That's not a starter.
Yeah.
That's not a starter in my opinion. The real question though is what was the flag for?
I'm not gonna repeat it. Just if you Zabo caught it. Zabo caught it. He's good enough.
Hey, no, just text me, man. Just text.
Got you. I'll text you right now.
Oh man, I think you can build something around some of the guys they already have. Sabonis, LaVine, all those guys. I think you can build some things around them. But I need a point guard that is top level. It's a top level point guard. They said it earlier. They said top 15 in the league starting point guard. I need that.
Drew down saying just say how. Hey, we gotta have some type of class on this show. It's gotta be subtle somehow.
Oh man. Yeah, you said Zabo heard it.
Yeah.
Zabo was on it.
Zabo
man.
had to excuse me in there, so I was like, all right, flag.
So real quick, how you want to do? You want to get out at 13 or go to 28?
It's up to you, man. I could talk. Or we can go break.
Let's get out at 13 real quick, and then we'll do bumper or dump.
We're gonna have fun.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good time.
Substitute teacher class when we're back.
Yeah, we'll do bump it or dump it because it's like a store that got a new shipment in of clothes or something like that. You got to get rid. You can't store it all here. There's some things on bump it or dump it that just aren't going to make it to next week. So let's get them out of here, or as Kyle likes to call it, pumps and a bump. That's what he said. That's what Kyle called it. MC Hammer, shout out Hammer. Don't hurt him. Kyle Renata said that's what it should be called. It's under review. But I'm going to still say bump it or dump it. And Jesse is going to be the decision maker. So we got all that coming up right here. D-Lo and KC as we take you into the weekend on ESPN 1320. Let me get one more.
I'm going to jump out real quick.
You guys were left home alone. What you guys got going on this weekend, man? Who got big plans this weekend?
Champions League final tomorrow.
PSG?
Yeah, at 12 o'clock.
Let's go,
I'm
boy.
gonna make sure I watch that.
Let's go.
I
Big-
throw
big
some
day
on
for you,
though.
boy. Big day. PSG final, game 6 with the Knicks. Woo!
There's something else I think going on Saturday too. I don't know if it's a fight or something. I don't know. Something else going on Saturday.
We've been waiting so long. We've been waiting for so many years. So much disappointment. We got to cash in. Have they ever been in the final?
PSG?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah, they had to have been. But I don't know how. I don't think any time recently.
All right, dog. That's what's up, man. I love family reunions. I got mine in Charlotte this year. I want to go. I really want to go.
Shout out Northridge Little League. Shout out Russell's family reunion.
Hey. TOCs. Yeah, we got pre-state and state tournaments coming up in the next couple of weeks for what are we in? Cal Ripken. We're in Cal Ripken out here.
Carlos and Aldrin said they lost to Bayern in 2020.
Whoever that is.
Or in Germany, Bayern Munich.
Let's go, PSG. PSG for life, boy. Let's go.
Shout out to Coach Brownlaw, who celebrated from Harvard.
Nice. Nice. Jesse, I don't know if it's of any interest to you because it doesn't resonate. But did you see the Shine documentary?
No, Casey, I didn't.
Okay.
What is
Shine,
that?
Well, Shine, that Rejoiner, that was his song. It was
I
Bad
got you.
Boys. It was one of the biggest songs of the 2000s, and he was a rapper on Bad Boy, and he was like next. Like if there was a who can I compare him to? He was, I don't want to say Wemby. I don't want to go that far, but like the Cooper Flag of hip hop. Like, even though he wasn't white, but you get what I'm saying. Like, he was the biggest prospect in hip hop. Came out with that song. That song went crazy. And then he was the guy, if I don't know if you ever heard the story, but that shot off the gun in the nightclub with Puff and J-Lo and had to do 10 years in prison. And then got deported because he was from Belize. His family was from Belize. Got deported and ended up later in life being the prime minister of Belize. Completely turned his life around.
Shout out as a come up.
Yeah. But he there was a documentary, I think, on Hulu, I think it was.
Yeah. No, I've never seen that. That's interesting enough. 50 Cent was my introduction to hip hop.
50.
Yeah. The early 2000s.
That's a wild boy right there. 50 just
hilarious.
He said whatever come to his mind.
Would not want problems with him, by the way. They'll just make fun of me.
That's it.
Shout out Ja Rule, wherever you are.
That's it. Ja Rule. Hey, congratulations to Ja Rule. He walked his daughter down the aisle last weekend.
Shout out. That's good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff, man. All right, man. Check this out. We'll talk a little bit basketball before we leave, but we gotta what's the word I'm looking for? We've got to get rid of all this back stock here with this.
We got stories to cover.
Yeah, man.
Russell Wilson is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
No, we promise not to do that until D'Lo gets back.
All right, fair enough.
So no, that. Let's see. You're going to play the role of D'Lo, so you're going to hear the title, and if it doesn't sound interesting to you, dump it. We'll move on. Let's see. Ticketmaster now displaying full prices thanks to Biden ban.
Bump it, because I've been buying tickets lately. I've been seeing them including fees and all that stuff.
A Biden administration ban on junk fees took effect Monday. I think this was a week ago, causing sellers like Ticketmaster to now list the full ticket prices to consumers as soon as they begin shopping. It's a welcome sign of transparency as fans are now better able to compare prices across numerous secondary market sellers for sporting events and concerts.
No, that's fire because that's literally what I did the other day. I'm not gonna no free ads, so I did insert ticket site to this insert ticket site. I got the cheaper ones, and now they all show like included with fees. And no, that's fire. Now it's about time.
That's crazy that they were allowed to just not do that.
Well, and the fees never made sense because it's like, oh, it's a fee for the service charge or blah blah blah. But it's like, why are you charging me this much? And why, like, why is it this much? And why am I paying damn near more for the fee than I am the ticket at this
That's
point?
the crazy part. That's the crazy part. These people would charge you more in fees than the actual ticket. You're like doubling up on the ticket. It's
like at that point, it's just all right. I'm just not going to games anymore. I guess
pretty much. I wonder if there does become a point where people just like, I can't go to these games. Like it's just too much.
I don't know. I don't think so. It's American sports
because the prices just keep going up. Like when do they get to a point where it's like, I can't afford this?
People can't afford it now, but somehow people show up. Like just these places still selling out and all that stuff. People will take out loans for these tickets. Like people just love their sports here.
Ooh, oh. Let me pause on bumper to dump it real quick. Hit the brakes. Because I heard something today that I was like, this is kind of interesting. This is a trip. And I gotta figure out what you think about this. Jesse, Chatty House, call up, tell me what you would do. Elk Grove Kia talk line 916-909-1320. I was listening to New York radio because I like to have my ears to the streets on some of this stuff. So I was listening to New York radio, and they were talking about the Knicks situation or whatever. And one of the guys, I can't remember the show. I apologize to the guys. I think it's Brandon Tierney and somebody else. I don't know.
Tiki and Tierney, or was that an old
show?
It
wasn't Tiki.
I know because that was the old show, maybe, but
yeah, because I know Tiki's show, and I would have known it, but it was somebody else. But basically, Knicks, Game 6 on Saturday, like this is the biggest game in 25 years, all this other stuff. And one of the hosts was like, yeah, man, I got to figure something out because I'm already locked into me and my wife's anniversary dinner that night. Like, what do I do? That's tough.
I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Dinner.
Like,
it's the anniversary dinner. If the Red Sox, if the Dolphins were in the AFC Championship game, but that was you and Crystal's wedding anniversary.
Yeah, it's an easy answer.
It is. Well, it is, but
who's ever gone home to their sports team? Who's ever gone home to their sports team and the Sacramento Kings were there or hanging, whatever? Like, who's ever gotten? No one. You go to that wedding anniversary, bro, like easy.
You do what you have to do.
We talk about it on radio because it's content, but
no, you do what you have to do, but that's tough.
Soren says, "Sorry, wifey."
I would have to try to work something out. I'm like, come on, baby. Come on. We gotta, can we negotiate? Can we work something out here?
I do feel like though, Crystal, because like she knows like football season Sundays are reserved or whatever.
Yeah.
Now she's like with the family, she'll watch the games with us and stuff like that. So I'd imagine if like the Dolphins or the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl like that, she'd be like, yeah, like you've been lying to me about this sorry ass team for years. Go ahead and stuff. But like Red Sox and Celtics, I don't think so.
So
like the Dolphins mean something to my sorry ass. So like maybe she's like, go ahead.
So the scenario was the guy, one of the hosts was like, yo, we need to get up. We need to be out with the people watching this game. Like kind of like how we did when the Kings we were at a public house for all the road games and stuff, like, cause it was a moment. So the other host was like, yo, we gotta be outside. We gotta be with the people for the biggest game in decades. And the other host was like, you're right. And I have the dinner. It's 8:00 start out there. He's like, I think I can maneuver the dinner the way I need to, but the killer would be, all right, we had our anniversary dinner. Now I'm going to leave you to hang out with the co-host and watch basketball on our anniversary. And I was like, that is tough.
Well, I don't hate that move. The whole like you handle your business first and then go. Like,
you think Crystal would?
I'm gonna keep it real. Like back in high school, like she can only hang out till 10. So after 10, I went to go hang out with the boys. So yeah, I don't hate it, but like Polo L's a Dolphins fan, says I have to choose Dolphins. Like honestly, like she would if it was a Dolphins, she'd be like, yeah, whatever. Like go watch the Dolphins and stuff. But if it was Red Sox and Celtics, like his teams you've seen win enough or whatever, then I think you got to go the other way.
I want to hear from the people. If it was Kings, Lakers, Kings, Warriors, Western Conference Finals, Game 6, the Kings are down 3-2, going into the belly of the beast.
See, that's
but you
different,
had
man.
an anniversary. How would you handle this?
See, and I'm at a bad point with the Dolphins too. Where it's like they're trying to trade Jonnu Smith because they can't even pay him like $5 million a year or whatever. So I'm just like, whatever, to hell with them. But like, if you're a Kings fan or whatever, I'd have to imagine like, yeah, you work something out.
Coach Molly says I would skip my own wedding. All right. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough because this is. But you're right. You're right. I don't go home to the Kings. I don't go home.
It's facts, and the Kings never
I don't
loved
go
you back.
home to Domantas Sabonis or none of that.
The Kings, if you've suffered long enough with a team like that, then they got to let you.
Well, look,
like I've come around like that. Crystal would be a Dolphins. Like she watching stuff. Like, yeah, you got to watch the Dolphins or the Kings. If it's the Niners, I'm sorry. Like I think you got to skip that one.
Well, look,
if it's conference championship.
Shout out to Miss Mac 10. This makes perfect sense to me. She says you celebrate the anniversary the day after. That makes perfect sense to me.
You go on a Monday or like I do games on Saturday. So like we were talking football and stuff. So if it's on Saturday, you do it on Sunday.
Man,
yeah.
Hey, I'll give you the whole week. I gotta watch this game. The whole city's gonna be watching this game. This is the biggest game in the history of the franchise. If we're the Sacramento Kings.
How long has he been with his significant other? Did he say?
I didn't hear that part. I want to say, just for argument's sake, let's say 10 years. It's not. I don't think it's.
You can watch the game then. You can watch the game. I thought maybe it was early on. You can watch the game. Like I've been locked up for 13 years. I'll be okay.
When can you not? What, the first anniversary?
First, yeah, it's tough. Like, cause she doesn't know, or he doesn't know. Like that's your passion. Like Crystal and I'm sure like Jazz for you, like they've come to learn like sports is our passion and stuff like that. So they let us watch our games and let us be stupid about our teams and all that. Like they know what it is. But if you're just dating whoever for a year or whatever, like, no, I can't go out with you or whatever tonight because I got to watch the Kings. You don't even really know, or you don't really know. Like that's tough.
Well, I don't know what. I'm not judging. I'm just saying I don't know if we'd be getting married if she doesn't know how much the Kings. Like we probably should have been together for some years.
It's true.
She knows exactly what.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. You're also growing up in the situation, so you do what you want. But
it reminds me of if you've never seen the movie Crooklyn, huh?
No.
Forgive me. I gotta watch Crooklyn again. But one of the moments is one of the kids. He's probably 14, 15 years old, and he's a big Knicks fan. It's supposed to be based on Spike Lee's family. Spike Lee made the movie. It's supposed to be loosely based on his own family experience. But his dad had like some type of like piano recital or something like that. His dad was a musician and he had been working damn near his whole life to get to this point and like be able to play here. And this is going to be a big break for him. But the Knicks were playing Game 7 of the finals that night, and the little boy was like, man, come on, man. It's the Knicks in the final, man. The Knicks going to win the championship. He said, man, I can't go to that recital, man. I can't go to that. And he's like, no, you got to go. Like the family, this is for the family. This is your dad. Like be the family person that you need to be here. Your dad's been working at this for years. He said, man, come on, man. It's the Knicks in the finals, man. And sure enough, the concert happens. He didn't go. He went to the next game. And everybody was like afterwards celebrating, like, oh, that was a great recital. And here he comes walking in. He goes, the Knicks won the championship. And then just walks upstairs. That was a tough scene right there, boy.
Like I said, it's choices, but I don't know. Like in this situation for this Knicks person or whatever, like you could probably work something out if you've been with them for a while.
I think so.
It might be a little bit difficult early on and stuff. Like you said, you gotta gain some points and all that stuff. But
yeah, that's tough. But yeah, I heard that, and I was like, I wonder what it is. Let you do a little work real quick. I'll talk to the people real quick. But so with with this situation, was just fascinating to me. In his line of work, obviously being a radio host, they were trying to come up with a plan to say, hey, just say you got to do a work event. Say you got to do a work event to let her know you got to go to work. And he's like, that's not going to work. I don't want to lie to her or whatever. I'm telling you, I believe, like I said, if I was in this situation with my lovely wife and the Kings were down 3-2, going into Los Angeles to try and push it to a game 7, and it was our anniversary, I think she'd understand. I think she would. I hope she would, because I'd want to see the game. No disrespect to the marriage or anything like that, but I'd want to see the game. I'd have to see that game right there. I mean, that was crazy, man. This is crazy what sports does to us. This is crazy that sports, these teams, these players that we don't even know, they don't know who we are, none of this stuff, the predicament they put us in, where we're looking at our lovely significant other, the love of our lives. And we're like, hey, man, come on, I gotta see if Jalen Brunson can carry us to game 7. I gotta see if DeMontis Sabonis can carry us to another game. This is crazy. This is crazy. What we do is insane. And I love it. I love every minute of it. I love every minute of it. Jesse, who we got on the line?
We got Peyton and Will.
Peyton. Let me holler at my boy Peyton, man. Peyton, what's going on with you?
It's been a minute.
Yes, sir. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I want to touch on this, man. I've been married 10 years. I've been a Kings fan like 27 years or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So, but here's the thing, man. Number one, my wife knows I'm a Kings fan. She'd be like, do what you want to do. It's up to you.
Yeah.
You know, she's going to really feel some type of way regardless. But the thing I think I know I would do, I think if I watched the game and say my wife and I had plans already. And I go watch it. If I go watch the game and cancel the plans, it's almost a short thing the Kings gonna lose. And it's gonna be my fault. And I'm gonna be in the doghouse.
Oh,
so I'm like, man, so I'm gonna follow along on my phone, watch on my phone, and just kick it. And this is a game 6. I just and if they win, then I got another chance to see them play.
Yeah.
But they lose in that lost anyway. So this is, to me, it's an easy one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Game 6, you might be able to skirt out on the game 6. Because if they win, you still got another game. Season's not over. You keep watching the games. And game 7.
You got to watch game 7.
Yeah, you got to watch game 7. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry in advance for 2 years from now when the Kings are in the Western Conference Finals. And
like I said, I think there's levels to this, though. You got to earn it.
That's right. Let's holler at Will, man. Will, what you thinking, man?
Hey, what's up? You guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's good, big dog?
Hey, what's up? I'm putting plugs in right now in an apartment complex. I'm an electrician, but I listen to the show, so it's my first time calling in. Bear with me, but this is dope. So appreciate answering the call.
No, you straight, man. You straight. We just chilling here on this Friday, man. What's on your mind?
Hell yeah. So I have an idea as far as for direction, because I feel like we're directionless right now. We're kind of spinning. And I think we need to look to the future. Like, everyone's trying to make these competitive trades. And I know we still have somewhat of a competitive team, but I think we should look to draft Ryan Nembhard. He went to Gonzaga. He's a pure pick point guard. He's like the best playmaking draft pick possible. And I know we need that. We need someone on the point, and we need someone for the future too. So,
now give me one more time. What's the player that you wanted to draft?
Ryan Nembhard, his little brother of Andrew Nembhard.
That's what. I remember hearing about him.
Appreciate you, Will.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. Now I want to see where he's going to be at. Now maybe Will was talking about we might have to move up a little bit. But if he's a second round guy, I think you definitely take a point guard with a second round guy, and see if see if you strike gold.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. It says he's projected to be a 2nd-round pick. It's AI, so I'm trying to pull up mock drafts and all that. But
I have no problem with trying to pick him or anybody else up in the 2nd round.
John Poles, he says he's been saying this was John Poles approved.
Well, John Poles, if he says it, then I believe him. Now Nembhard didn't go to UCLA, so I don't know what ties John Poles has to him. But no, I'm just messing with you, John. But I'm all for that. Matter of fact, you damn near have to take a point guard in this draft. You have to. So, yeah, I like that. Will. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Let's see. Who else do we got? Who else we got?
We're good.
Oh, we're good. Okay. No doubt. All right.
Bump it or dump it?
Yeah, I was just trying to think of if you could choose between going after a wing player in the 2nd round and a point guard, which one would it be? I feel like I'd go after the point guard. I go after point because we don't have no point guards.
You don't have any wings either, though.
We got Jake LaRavia now. We got Keon Ellis. I'm not saying that you're finished. I'm not saying like you don't have to go get any more wings, but you at least got those two. You don't have a starting or a backup.
You take best player available, honestly, in the 2nd round.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you take best player available, whoever that might be, develop him and hope he becomes something. Hope he becomes Keon Ellis at his position, whatever it might be.
Well, Keon, look,
not saying like this great defender or whatever, but just the guy who's an NBA player now.
Yeah, but even then, like Keon, if in a draft situation, I'd go after a point guard, and I would try to find my wing and my two-way guy in an undrafted situation. I think you can find those guys in an undrafted situation, and they can play in the league more than the point guards who are undrafted can play in the league.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I just think at that point, like if I'm drafted in the 2nd round and maybe it's bad by me, but I'm not expecting this person to really contribute too much, I guess. Like I feel like those guys, you kind of, unless it's like early on in the 2nd round, you kind of take flyers on and all that.
Nah, that's fair.
Or flyers in the sense where it's like, yeah, like I said, I'm taking the best player available, and if he becomes something, that's great for me.
That's fair. This is a little random, but we're talking about drafts, 2nd round players, and all this other stuff. Did you see? I want to pull up his name so I know exactly what I'm talking about. But they had the point guard who was at Princeton, goes to Florida. He transfers to Florida, and he got an NIL over there. And I think he got an NIL for like.
Is it the one where it's like he's making like 6 or like 11 million, some weird number? Yeah, I saw that yesterday, and I saw someone else tweet like how the NBA is going to kind of combat that.
Yeah, because like a lottery pick is, I think they might have said like the 11th pick in the draft. It's like making like $5 million a year.
Okay, yeah, the number might have been like 6 then, because I think I saw 11. That might have been the 11th pick or whatever. Yeah,
that's interesting.
Is that something the NBA needs to figure out?
They don't, because I think this is a blessing in disguise. You know, I've always said,
well, yeah, like you're going to keep guys in school now, finally.
Keep them in school, build their brand as individuals. So when they come to the NBA, they're known already. So if you had Cooper Flag, probably just go regardless. But, you know, some of these, if Cooper Flag could have stayed, or I'll even say if Dylan Harper could have stayed another year in college, and possibly the team would have been better. He could have got to the NCAA tournament and been on the radar of the general public. Yeah, you want him in college. So you're getting ready-made stars already coming into the league, as opposed to guys that, outside of people who do this for a living and, you know, basketball degenerates, don't even know who these kids are and they're a top 3 pick or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a scenario like, oh, the NBA is losing talent now or whatever because kids are staying in school. Like, yeah, I think it'll be fine. Like you said, if anything, it'll just help the game.
Yeah,
players develop and all that.
Yeah, no, I think it'll be all good.
It is wild how you can go to Princeton or whatever school and be like, yeah, I'm making $6 million.
$6 million. Well, now you're going to Florida, but yeah, you went to Princeton, transferred to Florida, got a shoe deal. He got a shoe deal.
I always think Johnny Manziel probably would have got the fattest NIL of all time.
Oh man, goodness gracious, Johnny football. Jeez.
Like Shador in Colorado was like a moment the last couple seasons or whatever, but like Johnny Manziel was that times a million.
Well, I don't think. Yeah, I think you do remember Reggie. If they would have let Reggie make his money,
Reggie, I
those
just saw
USC
the
teams.
Yeah, Reggie, I just saw the football player. Like the hype, I was a kid, so I wasn't really concerned about. I was just, oh my gosh, he's cutting through everywhere, and you can't tackle him.
Man, if
For me, Reggie's the best college football player I've ever seen.
I think he is. He's the best I've ever seen too.
Like I didn't see Barry Sanders or whatever. So
if Reggie could have got his NIL and those USC teams, you talk about superstars and rock stars. Those USC teams were superstars.
Oh yeah,
Leinart, Reggie,
and Lendell White, right?
And Lendell White, they were stars. Reggie was a superstar. He was, man, he would have broke the bank. We talked about this before too. Ricky Williams, if he could have made
legend, shout out.
Ricky,
Favorite football player of all time.
If Ricky could have got NIL being the at Texas, he would have never came to the NFL. Would have been crazy. Let's go back to Bumper to Dump It here. Let's go back to Bumper to Dump It as we wind down on this Friday afternoon. Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, to be featured on Hard Knocks.
Dump it. I don't care. Hard Knocks sucks, bro. Like Hard Knocks stinks. It's not even that entertaining anymore. I feel like before it was cool, and now it's just like we know it's a chore for everyone. They all hate it, and it's just whatever. I'll watch the clips that go viral on Twitter and all that, and I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
The Dolphins were on in-season Hard Knocks one year, and like it covers December. That was a nightmare. I only got to watch 2 episodes.
Did you realize, you probably saw the tweet or something about I had forgotten about the lineup, but did you see the starting 5 lineup this year?
I know Tyrese is in there, SJ's in there, Jaylen Brown's in there. I can't remember the other 2. KD, I think.
Maybe so, but when I saw it, they were talking about, man, they struck gold getting SGA and Tyrese.
Yeah.
You could have the NBA Finals going down with the starting 5. That's a good look. That's a real good look.
You think we get an episode on Tyrese Halliburton's dad getting banned from the game?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Then we, Tyrese talks to him on the phone, and Dad can't be doing all that.
We'll get the choke sign game and all that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't watch starting 5 last. It didn't really interest me. But
I tailed off towards
I think maybe with Tyrese and those guys, I'll check in this year.
Yeah, you get Tyrese, and the heartbreak of blowing the 3-1 lead. That's gonna be crazy to see. It's gonna be crazy to see in real time.
All right, dude. I do think if the Knicks get to Game 7, I think we need Cheryl back for Game 7. I think we need her back Monday.
Yeah. Okay. Bet if they can get to Game 7,
if they get into a Game 7, I think we need Cheryl back.
She'll pull up. But
Rob Starks, real quick, says USC was paying people. Y'all, Lendell has been saying we know they were paying, but legally, Rob, legally.
Yeah. What are you talking about? If they were paying them under the table, if they could have paid them legally, they would have made 4 times as much as they paid.
We wouldn't have had to have taken Reggie's Heisman away.
No, they would have got stupid money.
Shout out to Reggie got his Heisman back, so Sandra Bullock can keep her Academy Award. No, Dame hates that, but rules are rules. It's the principle of it all.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, they took advantage of young Michael Lord the way they did.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
Then you just make a movie about it, and you win an Academy Award.
It's a great film, by the way.
All right, but all right, I hear the rules. It's good. Here we go. NBC Eyes, MLB Eyes, 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 MLB rights look to own Sunday nights year round.
NBC wants to own Sunday nights year round?
Yes.
Bump it.
NBC Sports has tendered an official bid for Major League Baseball rights, according to the Wall Street Journal, including Sunday night and postseason inventory. The report confirmed prior front office sports reporting of the ongoing talks between Comcast-owned network, NBC, and the league. The agreement, if completed, would see NBC Sports acquiring key pieces of rights being forfeited by ESPN, after the 2025 season. A deal would deepen NBC's Sunday night presence. The network just completed its 14th consecutive season of Sunday Night Football as the top show in U.S. primetime and is already eyeing a 15th such campaign. Newly acquired NBA rights beginning this fall will also include significant Sunday night presence.
Yeah, I'm with this because ESPN's baseball presence is kind of trash now.
It is.
Like before, it used to be like baseball tonight. Like it was just kind of all right. Like you sit down for this and all that, but now it's not even really a thing. you're going to catch the Dodgers 80% of the time. And I know that's rich for me because it's to be Red Sox, Yankees before and all that. But it feels like ESPN really just kind of stopped caring or just doesn't put all that effort into it. So I'm with NBC trying to take it over and all that. Like, I'm excited about the NBA going to NBC as well. Yeah, like it seems like they care about and all that. And they're going to make the game seem like they're important at least. So yeah, I'm with that.
I'm all for it too. I like the idea of, especially like if I was NBC, having Sunday night something 52 weeks of the year. Like that's
ESPN has been kind of not great for a while, bro. Like it's not, I don't know if it's just the state of sports media and TV now, but it's like the shows are all the same. And it's like now I only really tune in to ESPN when I'm at work or there's a game to watch.
Yeah.
Like I said, maybe that's just the way, like First Take is not a show where it's like, oh yeah, I got to tune in or whatever. Or like Greeny is.
First Take is
sometimes.
I'll still defend First Take a little bit. I think First Take is a lot better than people give it credit for. The only reason why people think it's trash is because the only thing that goes viral are the crazy moments.
Well, it's like maybe if it was just First Take and then you had just some variety with your other shows as well, where it's like it's not like I think Pray for Moses is all, well, not that one. Rob Starks, yeah, it says all ESPN cares about is debate shows. Like it's all it is now. It's all the same show. The same for FS1 and all that.
FS1.
It's all the same show over
FS1
and over and over.
FS1 is just weak.
It was well, yeah. Poor went out for the people that still think we work for ESPN.
Shout out to the people who signed the checks. I guess the ESPN. That's ESPN 1320.
Shout out to Mickey Mouse.
No doubt. I want to ask you this one. I want to ask you this one because I think I want to see if you'll bump this one or not. Paul Skeens' blockbuster trade buzz is building. Will the Pirates cash in?
Yeah, bump it.
Skeens hit the first anniversary of his promotion to the Pirates earlier this month. And in those 12 months, he started the All-Star game, won Rookie of the Year, been a Cy Young Award finalist, and firmly established himself as one of MLB's biggest stars. We can revisit that another time as well. A 3-5 record so far this year is much more reflective of the Pirates' ongoing struggles, as Skeens has been nearly as dominant on the mound as he was in 2024. The pitcher, however, is set to earn just $875,000 this year, a mere fraction of the frontline MLB starting pitcher salaries, and now frequently exceed $25 million. Skeens won't become arbitration eligible until 2027, and his free agency will wait until after the 2029 season. Because of all that, the Pirates could conceivably garner an unprecedented trade haul. So the thought process would be, you've got this guy Skeens, who is one of the best starters in the game, if not the best.
No, he's that. I don't know if he's the best, whatever. We can argue whenever. He's that dude, though.
And the Pirates are just nowhere near contending. You could go to
the Red Sox, who have the number one prospect in baseball right now, Roman Anthony.
Let's just say the Red Sox.
Yeah.
But I don't even know if the Red Sox are close enough. I need somebody even closer, right? Like
you're going to need a good farm system, though, no doubt.
Phillies. You could go to the Phillies and say, we'll give you Skeens for your top 6 prospects with the money that he's making and all that other stuff. And whoever gets him, they've got him for 4 years.
If you're the Phillies, perfect, whatever. If you're the Phillies, like, yeah, you trade whatever out of your farm system for Skeens. Skeens is like, he'll take you over the top. He'll win your World Series.
Should you do that if you're the Pirates?
Like the Pirates, like
I never thought about it this way. I saw that. I never thought.
So we're just out. We're the Pirates and we stink. Like it's just not gonna work. I know the way they run their team is like it's garbage. They don't spend no money, anything like that. They've got like young guys like O'Neal Cruz and all that stuff, but they're just waiting and waiting and waiting. Nothing seems to pan out. I mean, maybe if you're just this franchise that has no future or direction.
But even besides that, think about that. You could turn 1, and he's the one, but you could turn 1 into 6.
Yeah, like you think about trading him, but like also like Skeens is like
he ain't bringing in they're not paying to see him. Well, maybe they are on the road, not at home.
He started the All-Star game last year.
No, it's a joke. Remember we seen some of these Pirates attendants?
Oh yeah.
They paying to see him on the road. They ain't paying to see him at home.
At home. If Paul Skeens came to Sutter Health Park, though, I'll be there.
Yeah. Hell yeah, we paying to see him but for whatever reason at home.
Yeah.
They don't want to see him. So, man, I never thought about it that way because you got a guy like that looks like a transcendent, superstar. But if you're nowhere near competing or anything else like that, maybe you can't just.
Yeah, but you also like, come on, like the whole weak in the knee stand up soundbite or whatever. Like, figure it out. You're Paul Skeens. Like, you have your ace for the next 10 years if you build it out right.
Yeah.
Like,
You
but that's
do?
baseball though. Like,
You can fast track that though. Like once again, let's just say, I don't know, whoever the Dodgers. The Dodgers don't miss on their farm system. If you said Dodgers, give me your top 6 prospects for Skeens.
But that's also like kind of, I'm like, yeah, if you're the Pirates, you do it because you're not ever trying to get better. Like you're gonna.
But that gets you better.
Yeah, but like it's like the old days thing. Like you're just gonna develop these prospects just to trade them off, and that cycle continues. Like the Pirates don't spend money or anything like that. I think they got one of the lowest payrolls in the league, if not the lowest. Depends on them and the A's and all that. But no, the A's actually spent some money this offseason. So
yeah. Drew Down says any talk of trading Skeens is insanely idiotic.
If you're the Pirates,
I don't think it's idiotic. I think
if you're the Pirates, I wouldn't do it. Like you don't do that now. You don't discuss that now. I don't think
you don't. I don't think you do it. But I think the thought process actually makes perfect sense to me. I don't think I'd do it. But the thought that, like, we're not going to be good while he's good. Before he gets up for, like, big money, and then you probably really have to get rid of him, does anybody think the Pirates are going to be any good in 3 years?
You need your owner to open up his pocketbook. That's what it is.
Wow.
Like, you've got young players that, like, are something there with the Pirates. It's just a matter of you need to fill out your roster with like actual great MLB players too, though.
I understand.
I think that's the issue. Like, baseball's not this sport where it's like, oh yeah, like it's a 5-year. Like, if you want to be good, you can be good pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I feel like a lot of these teams choose to be bad, and like these owners want to make their money and all that.
That's true too. I think baseball, you really do need like your homegrown prospects. Like you have to have those guys.
Well, you do, but also you can spend money too. Like you can bring in big money free agents and stuff. Like if the Pirates wanted to be good next year and compete for the playoffs, I think they could do that. Of course, you'd have to spend some money, but they're not doing that.
Well, I mean, at least the Pirates wouldn't, sign a guy that plays their best player's position and then make that best player who doesn't want to leave that position do something he doesn't want to do.
Don't do that. We already figured that out. We already figured that out. It's fine. Rafi's fine. Rafi's DHing. Rafi's DHing. He's hitting like over 300 since the slump start season. We're good.
I was just building up a possible
Red Sox
situation.
Are so frustrated. The Red Sox are that team I was talking about too. They don't let us start to go past 5 innings unless you're Garrett Crochet.
Here we go. I got one for you. Southwest Airlines bags as we close out the show. Southwest Airlines bags no longer fly free, will cost you $35. Bump it or dump it.
Dump it. I hate flying. I don't care.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a flyer.
Oh boy. Let's see. It's
gonna get real awkward when we get to the Louis Vuitton section of this bit, and it's like, yeah, Casey, that doesn't really work for me.
Well, I mean, look, we can.
Casey's all pro clubs goes out of business and will no longer sell white. Oh no!
I know I have one in here because I've seen it. I know. Let me see if I can get to it real quick. Where'd it go?
I saw something too with the plane people or whatever. They've been kind of getting over on people as far as like, I think it was like charging people for wine or something like that. Like they're overcharging
for wine
for one person, like something like that.
Oh.
Like the people that are paying.
Sure,
I don't remember what it is, but yeah, it's just like something like a journalist investigator or whatever. It's like all these companies are like getting over on everyone right now.
I'm sure they are. I can believe it. Did you see over the weekend where the tram at Sacramento International Airport broke and the people had to walk the track?
I might twist an ankle and get paid.
People had to walk the track.
How does that work? Like, did they get harnesses, or it's just like, all right, like this is what it is?
I know. I just
that's easy money to get sued right there.
Yeah, I mean, but then how you gonna get to your plane? That's crazy. They had to walk the track.
Brother, I'm not getting to the plane. Throw me in the ambulance real quick after I take this fall.
That's crazy. They had to walk the track real quick. This Tennessee Lady Volunteers, do they bounce back after that heartbreaking walk-off win yesterday by Oklahoma and survive and beat Florida today.
Yeah, they're not going to let that break them. They're going to let it make them. They're going to come out stronger than ever, and Tennessee's going to get the dub against Florida. There we go.
Okay. Women's College World Series.
I got Oklahoma winning it all.
I definitely have Oklahoma winning it all.
I think they won it off like 5 out of the last 6 years or something like that.
Beast.
Yeah.
Absolute beast. So, Jesse, great job today, man. Appreciate you. You killed it, bodied it. Big ups. Shout out to Cheryl In Elk Grove, who we've already put the bat signal out.
Cheryl, I'm sorry, by the way.
Well, she says no more lemon cake, so.
She said, they call it. She's like, what, Jesse? I'm sorry.
We got Cheryl In Elk Grove. If the Knicks can win on Saturday, she will be back on Monday, at least for a little bit. So we got that. Big ups to her. Shout out to my man Anthony Sain. Big ups to him, man. We're gonna talk to him more in the future for sure. Shout out to my man Coach JT. He bodied it. And shout out to everybody who tapped in, man. The Chatty House was on point. Everybody was on point. Shout out to my man Dame. Hopefully he's enjoying his time off. We'll be back on Monday. I'll tell you guys right now, Sarah Hodges is going to be in the building on Monday, man. So Sarah Hodges here on Monday. We have another D-Lo and KC, a.k.a. KC and Friends. We have a good time. Everybody have a great weekend. Be safe. We will see you 10 a.m. with the Insiders right here on ESPN 1320. Y'all be good. We up out of here. Vamos, Knicks. Yes, sir. Great job, you guys. Great job. I'm going to tap out because
it's Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday, and I need to make sure 102.5 is the way it needs to be. So I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all were great in the chat. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Much love. Enjoy your weekend.
Be safe,
man. Y'all be good.